in the best way.
I look like the what?
You know the OxyClean guy?
Oh yeah, it gets the tough stains out.
It's Billy Mays, bro.
Yeah, man. Uh, I fucking jury rigged my entire room to make this look even remotely nice, and
Thank you.
it's crazy. Yeah, I planned on recording it and sharing it with the other homies because they were like, "Oh, I don't want to watch it," and I was like, "Well, shut up.
Mirror
I'm gonna make
bitches.
you watch it."
You should. I'm excited, dude. I love lore.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah. Uh, alrighty. Let me grab uh my whole document of
Oh
notes.
shit.
Yeah, that I printed out because I'm a fucking maniac.
Good.
Alright. So, right off the bat, what do you know about Mega Man?
Okay, I played Mega Man 2 a lot. I played Mega Man X even more, and that's about it.
Well, those are arguably the best ones. So,
That's what I've heard. That's why I did them.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Ooh, real quick. If you want to follow along with me, I can send you the document. Uh, where our tale begins, right? If you wanted to pull up some music too, by the way, you can. I didn't do it because I was doing 50 other things.
I'm just playing the Mega Man X theme in my head, so you're all good.
There you go, brother man. All right. So, our tale begins in the year, I believe it's 1987. Let me
Yeah.
find this here documentation. Yes, the year is 1976. Here
Okay.
we're introduced to a young, brilliant mind, right? That is the name of the band known as Dr. Thomas Light.
Hell yeah.
Dr. Thomas Light is the smartest man who has ever lived and ever will live for at least a good couple, 3, 4 centuries. So, Dr. Light, he's presented with a choice, right? He's in college, he just graduated high school, he's like, I could either become, I could socialize, I could go out have friends, I can go to kegger parties, I can meet a nice lady, start a family, and still do my research. Or I could just be a fucking dork and completely absolve myself into my research. And,
Oh yeah, smart man.
exactly. So, those two decisions ultimately lead to a timeline split. One where he was like a normal human man, and one where he was a geek. And when you know it, the geek timeline is the one where everyone fucking dies.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So, Dr. Light decides, all right, you know what? I'm going to study robotics. Because I love robots, I love machinery. And he's like, yeah, that's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to become a robot scientist.
Respect.
Let's see here. So what he does is he and one of his colleagues, they start making robots and whatever. They have a little bit of a falling out after microphone. Have a little bit of a falling out after some nonsense about like, oh, you didn't do this right. Well, you didn't do this right. And eventually that leads to him basically being a lonely old man who knows a lot about robots. So
Ooh.
naturally, the only logical thing to do would be to make robot children that just will be your buddies.
Sure.
Yeah. So after the falling out with good friend Dr. Albert Wily,
Boo.
ooh, bad guy, he decides he's gonna make himself some robot kids, and these kids are Rock the boy and Roll the girl. Uh,
Okay.
Rock's whole deal is that he's Dr. Light's lab assistant. He helps him out with all the sciencey nonsense, while Roll is the girl and cleans up his house.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
but they're both his kids, he loves them equally.
That's
Then
good.
until one day, uh, he gets a call being like, "Hey, Doctor Light, all those other robots you made, yeah, they're just like attacking people and like doing crazy shit." And he's like, "What? That sucks." They
What?
uh, they
You
shouldn't
made
be
other
doing
ones?
that. So he creates well, he learns that Dr. Wily has reprogrammed all of his robots to just start doing evil shit.
Oh
Yeah. He
shit.
he abducted them and he just starts fucking around with their brains. and making them evil, just to do evil, because he's bad, he's jealous or whatever. So
Fuck that guy.
Mega Man. Here's the little thing about Mega Man, right? In the world, good and evil are literal, tangible forces that
Okay.
have actual effects and actual consequences on the world around them. And Rock has a strong sense of justice. He is overcome with justice energy. And justice energy means that, oh man, those robots are my brothers, man. I can't just let them do evil stuff. Dr. Light, you gotta help me. And if you don't help me, I'm just gonna do it anyway and die. And he's like, alright, well, I guess I'll give you a gun. So he equips Mega Man with two very important things. The Mega Buster, which is just a gun that shoots solar energy because that's how it goes. And he also equips him with the variable weapon system. Now, what this is it allows him to copy or replicate the abilities of other robots.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Like when you get a boss defeated, right? And then you get their.
and you take their stuff. That's the variable weapon system at work. And with and with these enhancements, he becomes the legendary super fighting robot Mega Man.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, Mega Man. So
and his little gun is what he gave him, his little handgun.
Yeah. He turns his hands into a gun.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yep. So Mega Man goes out and about. He starts beating up his brothers, his little brothers, Cop Man, Elect Man, Guts Man, Bomb Man, Fire Man, and Ice Man. And
nice.
He beats them up. He beats them into submission. He sends them back to Dr. Light's lab, where Dr. Light can repair them and whatnot. And he's like, all right, now to go after Wily. So he makes his way to Wily's laboratory. And once he, defeats Dr. Wily, he's so unbelievably furious. Now, robots at this point, the way they work is they don't have free will. They have programming, which is somebody sat there and said, okay, you can do this, you can do this, you can't do this. You have no free will, but you have like a list of things that you can do, so long as they comply with your programming. And anytime a machine acts irregularly, it's either one, they were tampered with and their programming was changed, or two, they found like a loophole or something like that, where it's like, it says I can't harm humanity, but it doesn't say I can't harm the rock that humanity is standing on, causing them to fall to their untimely death,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why I don't trust AI.
Yeah. So Mega Man is just so angry that his little brothers were made to do all these evil things, and he just is overcome with pure hatred for Dr. Wily. Wily manages to escape, and Dr. Light approaches him and he's like, hey, Rock, chill out, man, calm down. And this is where Dr. Light learns that the variable weapon system has a major flaw inside of it. The more that Mega Man absorbs, the more violent and aggressive he becomes. So So Dr. Light urges Mega Man to erase all of his weapon data and just go back to being Rock. And Mega Man, because he has a strong sense of justice, he is able to overcome he's not violently murdering anybody or nothing like that. He didn't plan on killing Dr. Wily, but he was just fucking angry, dude. And that's why in every game, Rock always has he doesn't have weapons from the old games. Is because if he doesn't delete the data of that, it'll change his personality and just make him more aggressive.
So he has to wipe it every time?
Yeah, so that's why you can't use the first game weapons in the second game.
That's kind of clever.
Yeah, that's the reason why they added that gameplay feature. Was he just becomes more aggressive, and he just wants to go back to being Rock after that. So
I like that, actually.
Yeah. Dr. Wily is able to escape, and Dr. Light is able to reprogram the robots, repair them, and you know, they just go back to work pretty much. The government is just kind of like, yeah, all right. I mean, not that many people died, so it's probably fine. Plus, it's free labor, you know.
So they're like outside of the government, like they're like a private thing.
Yeah, like they're not. So, Light Laboratories, he makes machines for the betterment of humanity,
Uh-huh.
and the government is just like, hey, free labor. We like that. We take that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So they allow the robots to go back to work.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, Mega Man 2, this is where Dr. Wily's like, okay, I lost to Light, and I didn't lose to Light. Light lost to himself. He made those robots. They're the reason they suck. I'm going to make my own robots. So
Mm-hmm.
he makes 8 robots that are specifically designed to, like, hurt people and, like, for combat. The original 6, they were utility machines that were reprogrammed. These are genuine combat robots.
Oh damn.
Yeah, so Dr. Wily starts using them to just, mess with stuff, just commit acts of terrorism. So Rock redons the Mega Buster and goes after Wily. And he beats all the robots, he takes their weapons. He gets to Dr. Wily's laboratory again, and this is where it's revealed that Dr. Wily was an alien the whole time.
Wait, really?
No.
Okay, I thought you were for real. Like,
So
I played Mega Man too.
yeah, so the final boss of Mega Man 2, Dr. Wily like jumps out of like a helicopter and like his
Yeah.
body morphs into like a green alien and it flies around.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you beat him up. And then once you defeat him, it's revealed that it was a machine that Wily was like puppeteering to trick Mega Man into thinking he was an alien. So
What the hell?
yeah, he just thought he was being funny.
He's the little guy.
He's like, oh
just-
man, I gotta scare him into thinking it's alien.
He's a goofster.
He's a little bit of a goofster. Let's see here. Yeah, it's basically just for shits and giggles. Dr. Wily is captured this time. He is arrested. He is tried. He is quote unquote rehabilitated.
Doubt it.
Yeah, he gets out in like a couple of months for good behavior because
Yo. I don't buy it.
yeah. Well, actually, so this leads into Mega Man 3.
Okay.
The state basically is like, I don't know about this Dr. Wily guy, but Dr. Light is like, hey, listen, Wily and I may have had a falling out, but he was my closest friend in life at one point. I will vouch for him. I will offer him a job at Light Industries. I will monitor him. I will make sure that he is safe. And Dr. Wily, for all intents and purposes, appears to be rehabilitated. He's regretful. He's mournful. He's like, I'm sorry for all the things I did. And, like the probably 30 plus people I killed, maybe. There's no real numbers for that.
That's it. Because Light and Wily were like buddies, right?
Yeah, they were best friends in college.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. I got you.
They both graduated from RIT, the Robotics Institute of Technology. It's like MIT, but for robots.
Nice.
Yeah. So Dr. Light and Dr. Wily start working together on a new project. They're like, hey, I guess Dr. Wily was just like, aliens, man, they scare me. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a super robot that can like fight off any threat that they'll ever have. And it's called the Gamma Project. So
Okay.
yeah, Dr. Wily creates 8 robots, and they start going off to other places. One of them actually goes to Mars, which is crazy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, space travel is weird in this game.
So the other 7 are on Earth then?
Yeah, they're just kind of like on Earth, but like one of them is on Mars, and they're gathering materials and they're gathering resources to build Gamma. Actually, oh yeah, Dr. Light and Dr. Wily also make Rush. He's a robot dog. He shows up in.
Oh yeah, no, I know Rush. I know Rush.
Yeah, Mega Man gets a dog. It's a really cool. I love him. And
He's so cute.
Oh, so this also, I guess I should get to this. While they're working on the Gamma project, Dr. White and Dr. Wily reminisce, and they talk about the first machine they ever created together, Blues. So Blues was just he was just a prototype, you know. He hung out, he hung around, and but here's the thing with Blues was that like he kept malfunctioning so many times that the two got frustrated. Dr. Wily was like, "Yo, you didn't engineer him properly." Dr. Light was like, "Well, you didn't program him properly," and that ultimately led to their falling out.
Oh,
Doc,
the initial falling out was because of that.
yeah, the initial falling out was because they both kind of like fought over like, "Well, you're the reason this isn't working."
Oh,
And eventually, after Dr. Wily leaves, Dr. Light is able to finish Blues, but after it was the very first robot to ever like imitate human behavior. He didn't like he's not sentient, but he's able to like he's pretty damn close. But the
oh,
issue,
question.
yes, go ahead.
He was the first one to do that because he came before Mega Man, right?
Yeah, yeah. Proto Man is Mega Man's older brother.
And but did Mega Man also have like the human thought shit?
Uh, yes, yes and no. So it's like the robots don't gain sentience until X. So
Oh, okay,
yeah, yeah. All of these machines they imitate human emotions through their programming.
I
He's like,
got you.
yeah, it's like in their brains, he was like, okay, you can do this, you can do that, you can think this, but at the end of the day, it's like you cannot think about like killing people or whatever.
So they have like hard lines, right? Like
Yeah, there's
parameters.
like a line in the sand where it's just like you are a machine, you can perfectly replicate human things and whatnot, but they don't have souls.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got you.
which we'll get into that. We'll get into when
Oh,
robots get souls.
hell yeah.
Yeah. So, Proto Man, or well, Blues at this point, uh, he has a major issue with his power reactor. So he's perfectly programmed and everything like that, but the thing about Proto Man is that at any moment he can just straight up die. Like there's no way to predict it. There's no like nothing to it. He is the first machine to ever exist, and he is crippled with mortality. Now, Doctor Light is like, "Oh, Proto Man, I can repair you. It'll be no issue. It's just like an afternoon. You'll be fine." But there is I think it was a 40% chance that all of your memories will be formatted, and you will
Oh,
be completely a new person. And Proto Man was terrified. He was like, "I am me. I am what I am. I don't want to be anything else. I will never want to be anything else. I can't take
yeah, I
that
don't
risk."
blame him.
And Dr. Light was like, "But Proto Man, you'll die otherwise." And he was like, I just can't go through with it. And he runs away.
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't blame him. To be
yeah.
honest.
Which is, I think that's part of the reason why Dr. Light, yeah, in the comics, actually, Dr. Light says he created, he knew Proto Man would maybe come back one day. So he made rock and roll for Proto Man. He wanted his own children. Obviously, he wanted companionship, but he wanted like an incentive for Proto Man to come back, to be like, hey, you have a family now, you have siblings, let's come back and let me
Oh,
help you, type deal. But
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, so Proto Man runs away, um, and basically Dr. Wily finds Proto Man or finds Blues, and this is when he's still working with Light on the Gamma Project. So like he just got out of prison and he finds Blues, and he's like,
Oh,
hey, Blues, I can totally fix you, man. I can fix you up great. Here's how I'll fix you. I'll reroute your power overflow, and I'll just give you a gun, so you just shoot off the excess power, and you'll be fine."
hell yeah.
Yeah, but all you have to do is you have to do evil shit for me. And Proto Man's like, yeah, all right. So Proto Man basically becomes a bad guy.
No.
Yeah, he takes on like the moniker of Break Man. So like that's like his whole thing is like I'm Break Man because I break everything. But then after in
Yeah.
the future, he just like, yeah, I'm Proto Man.
So wait, does Doctor Light know about this? That
Doctor Light does
affected
not
him?
know about Proto Man. He does not know
Oh
that Wily
no.
kidnapped Proto Man.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
So together, they finally complete the Gamma Project, which is just a big robot with big meaty fists.
I love him.
Yeah, I love him so much. And Dr. Wily is like, hey, by the way, I'm evil. I'm going to use Gamma to take over the world. And
Oh, fuck you.
yeah, and Mega Man beats him up, but he
Nice.
escapes.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. This is when we get to Mega Man 4, where the Mega Fam are just having a good time. When more terrorism. I guess Dr. Wily's up to it again. He's not. This time, the evil, mad. I forgot. Proto Man gets a cat. He just does.
Oh, I'm fine with that. That's awesome.
That's Tango.
That's
I
great.
love him. He gets a cat.
What's his name?
Tango.
Tango. Nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I love Tango.
He's cute.
Yeah. Evil Russian mad scientist Dr. Mikhail Cossack.
So Russian.
Yeah, he's super super bad guy. He creates 8 robots and he starts taking over the world. And he's like, I'm Russian and I hate Americans and capitalism.
Hell yeah.
He starts, beating up everything, killing folk. Being a general bad guy. So Mega Man goes, he beats him up, he's got, it's over, Cossack, I have you where I want you. And that's when, out of nowhere, emerges Kalinka Cossack, his 9-year-old daughter. And she says, Mega Man, wait, don't hurt my dad. Dr. Wily kidnapped me and was blackmailing him into doing evil stuff. But Proto Man broke me out, because he's a good guy. So, it's revealed that Cossack actually wasn't a bad guy. Dr. Wily kidnapped his daughter and was literally holding her in like a basement somewhere. And then Proto Man found out and was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So he breaks her out. And Dr. Cossack is like, Mega Man, I'm so sorry for everything. You have to stop Wily. So
I like that.
Yeah, I love Dr. Cossack. He's great. He's honestly one of like my favorite characters. He's just a cool guy. He's a dad.
Oh yeah, dude, I was so ready to A him
Yeah.
off the bat, but I'm glad he's chill. I like that.
Just because he's Russian doesn't mean he's bad.
Well, that's what I thought. That's my bad.
Yeah, and his daughter has a
I
cool
was just
hat.
being racist. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, you're racist, Jake. Racing.
I do my best. I'm trying.
So yeah, he goes and he beats up Dr. Wily. Dr. Wily escapes.
Well, fuck that, but okay.
Yeah. So we get to the events of Mega Man 5, where Rock is just sweeping the front porch with Roll. They're having a great time. When Proto Man shows up out of nowhere, literally kidnaps Dr. Light and then just fucks off.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so Dr. Light has been kidnapped. And Mega Man is like, I thought we were cool, man. Like, you're my brother. We gave you a cat. You rescued Kalinka. Why you kidnapping Dad, bro? What the fuck?
And Rock and Roll both saw this?
Yeah, they both saw this.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Roll is, like, aware of pretty much everything that goes on. But she doesn't, like... She also has a strong sense of justice, just like Mega Man does. But she doesn't go out and do combat because she's, like a 9-year-old girl and she's scared of things.
And she's a female character in a Japanese game from the 90s.
Yeah. But,
You're not gonna let that.
She is a character in the fighting games, and she's pretty cool. She smacks people with a broom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, she's got her iconic roll broom.
That's awesome, honestly. I fucking love that.
So, Proto Man kidnaps Dr. Light. Mega Man goes off to fight the robots, but he's not strong enough. He's not powerful enough. So he goes to Dr. Cossack for help, and Dr. Cossack equips him with, I think it's called the Max Buster or something like that. This is the game to introduce the charge shot, so you can charge shoot a big blast. And yeah. So thanks to Dr. Cossack, Mega Man is now strong enough to beat Wily's robots, and he gets to Proto Man and he's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, man? I thought we were chill." Where it's revealed Dr. Wily actually made Darkman, who's like this super advanced robot who can like mimic what people look like. So Proto Man never kidnapped Dr. Light at all. Let's see what else happens.
Does Proto Man know about this?
He does, because like I think right as you defeat Darkman, he's about to like pounce on you and self-destruct, but before he can, like a blast comes in from like off screen, and it's Proto Man, and he saved you. And he's like, dude, Wily's kind of a dick.
He is.
Yeah.
That's fact.
So, let's see. Oh, also, I believe, yeah, Dr. Cossack also made a robot bird, and he gave it to Mega Man. So he has a bird now.
What's his bird name?
His name is Beat. Beat.
I like that. I dig it.
So a lot, all like almost every Mega Man character that like is like a robot or something like that has like a music pun. So like there's rock and roll, there's Rush, who's like the band, there's Beat the bird, Tango the cat, Proto Man's real name is Blues.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Yeah. So
I like that.
there's a lot of stuff like that. So
Nice.
they beat up Wily, he escapes. Dr. Light is saved. The day is won. Mega Man 6. So Mega Man 6 introduces the true villain. So like, there was an interview where someone had asked like Keiji Inafune, the creator of Mega Man, where Wily gets the money to make all of his robots.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah. And that's where they find out that he reveals that Dr. Wily creates like machines and whatnot for the X Foundation, which is basically like the mafia, just like the underground like criminal organization type stuff.
Fucking capitalist, man.
Yeah, and it's run by Mr. X, who's that guy in the cloak. So
he looks familiar.
Does he now?
I'm not gonna say anything, but he looks familiar.
Yeah, he looks a little familiar. So Mr. X, who's the leader of the X Foundation, is like, I've been using Dr. Wily all along. I'm gonna show you what for. So the X Foundation, like most people see it as like a charitable organization, but like some people know that like it's kind of shady. The X Foundation ran a Robot Master fighting tournament. So robots from all over the world came to fight in this tournament. And then Mr. X.
Okay, so wait. They came from all over the world. I mean, like there's robots out there who are just living their lives like sentient.
Yeah, well, they're as so like this is like probably like 5 years after Mega Man was first created.
Okay.
So there are other scientists who make robots as well.
Oh.
Yeah, these are not the only like Dr. Cossack, Dr. Light, and Dr. Wily are like the three like smartest robot builders. But
at this point, Cossack is on Light's side, right?
Yeah, Cossack is a good guy. He works at Light Laboratories now.
Nice.
Yeah, I love Cossack.
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out Cossack. Roll and Kalinka are like best friends.
Okay, sweet, nice.
Yeah, they have like there was a Monopoly game where it was Mega Man Monopoly, but instead of like building like hotels or whatever, you're building laboratories. But if you play as like Roll or as Kalinka, you're building like shopping malls and shit.
Aww.
Yeah, it's fun.
So like, Kalinka, by the way, is Cossack's daughter, right?
Yeah, she is a human female. That is his human daughter.
I dig that. That's so sweet. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a wife or if like his wife died or something like that. Who knows?
I mean, he banged somebody.
He did. He could have adopted her.
That's true, actually. I shouldn't assume. Yeah. That's true.
But I mean, just look. He fucks. Look at him.
Dude, I'm right. He looks so cool.
He fucks, bro. He's a handsome Russian man. But
and he was like the tortured hero. I mean,
yeah.
That'll get you
like,
later.
oh, my daughter was kidnapped. I had to make machines to like hurt people, but she's fine now. So
shout out Cossack, man. Good guy.
Shout out Cossack. I love him. His tie is flapping in the breeze.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Speaking of ties, I don't know if I showed you. I've got my Mega Man anniversary shirt from GameStop.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, it is. So they gave GameStop employees a Mega Man like 15th anniversary uniform. It's just yeah, my buddy found it at like a flea market. It was like, oh, River would love that, and I was like, damn straight I would.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I thought it was like I thought it was like a work uniform, but that's even cooler.
Yeah, well, it is. It says like Mega Man 15. I don't know if you can see it because it's kind of small.
I can, yeah, no, that's sick, dude. I love that.
Yeah. So yeah, the 8 robots from all over the world. There's like Centaur Man. He's from Greece. There's Tango or what's his name? Yamato Man, which is like the Japanese word for spear. He's got like a spear. He's from Japan. Uh, from the Midwest, there's Tomahawk Man. He's a Caucasian Native American.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's got a white face, but he's got like the mohawk like headpiece and whatnot. A little
You know,
racist. It was the '90s.
yeah, it was made in Japan. You know, we,
Yeah,
we can we
it was made in
can
Japan in the '90s.
forgive them.
I mean, their robot for their representation is just like a big guy with like a spear, and he's like, "Ooh, jet man,
You know, yeah, fair enough, right?
spear man."
It's whatever.
It's all a little racist.
Yeah, fair.
There's
They
Windman.
mean well.
He's like a big fat like Buddha-looking dude with like a fan in his stomach. He's got like a Chinese like braid. It's all a little racist.
But the whole thing is like based on like different countries, I guess.
Yeah, they're robots from all over the world. So there's Nightman from Europe, Centaur Man from Greece, Yamato Man from Japan, Windman from China, Tomahawk Man from America. What are the other two? I can't remember the other ones, but yeah,
That's fair.
they're like all from around the world. So it was kind of cool. It was a tournament from around the world where that the billionaire Mr. X was hosting. Let's see here. Surprise, surprise! Mr. X is Wily, and he steals the robots from the tournament, and he makes them do evil shit, and Mega Man beats him up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but Mega Man is able to capture Wily. Wily does not get away. He goes to prison, and he gets life in prison. They're like, Dr. Light, I don't care how much you vouch for him, life in prison. He's going away.
Good.
Yeah.
Fair.
So he's
never... And this is Mega Man 6 by now?
This is Mega Man 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 is the one where he gets a bird, and Proto Man is a bad guy, but he's not.
I got you.
Yeah. So let's see here. What's next on the slide? Yeah. So Mega Man 7, we are. It's been 4 months since Dr. Wily has been in prison, but unbeknownst to anyone, before he did the whole Mr. X thing, he created 4 incredibly powerful robots, and he said, "Hey, if I don't check on you, like every couple of at least every couple of months, break out and come find me." So he had a failsafe for when he went to prison. He was like, if I ever get captured, these robots are gonna come and rescue me.
That bastard.
Yeah, he's a sneaky bastard. So basically, Dr. Light created because Mega Man's been out doing Mega Man shit, he creates another lab assistant named Otto. He's that green guy. He's kind of goofy.
The guy beside Dr. X or whatever?
Yeah, the guy beside that's Otto. He is his new lab assistant because he wants Rock to he's been Mega Maning it up. He's been saving the world 6 times now. He deserves to have some fun. So
that's fair.
He gets to be a little robot kid, and Otto assumes all the responsibility, so Rock can just do whatever he wants.
So wait, up until this point, Mega Man was still not only saving the world, but he was still being Light's lab assistant?
Yeah, but I mean, he was only doing the lab assistant stuff when it was peacetime,
Okay, but still, that's a lot of work for the guy. He needs a break, I agree.
Yeah, so he gets a break. Otto becomes his new lab assistant. He's cool. But the robots show up to break Dr. Wily out of prison. So Otto drives a bus, or he drives a pickup truck, and he has Mega Man and Roll in the back seat because they're little kids and they can't drive. So Otto drives them to prison so that Mega Man can go beat them up. Roll is just there for emotional support, I guess. I don't know. But
I feel like she always tags along no matter what, and I respect that.
She's there. Yeah, she's trying to put on a brave face. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, so Mega Man gets to prison. He watches as the robots break Wily out of prison, and this is where he encounters Bass and Treble, who's the black guy and the dog.
I know them.
So Bass is he was made by the government to be a maximum security warden, right?
Oh.
Yeah, so Bass is he was made in order to like ensure that nobody breaks out of this prison, but he wasn't strong enough to beat those 4 robots. So he and Mega Man kind of team up a little bit to track down Wily. And
Wait, real quick, was this a GBA game?
no, this was Super Nintendo.
Okay, no, I'm tripping then. Never mind.
There is a Game Boy game that has him. It's called Mega Man and Bass.
I think that's what I played then, because I played some. Anyway, sorry. Moving on.
Like, this is Mega Man 7. Mega Man and Bass is like, it came out after 8, but it's not 9. You know, it's like one of those.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So you got Super Cop Bass and Mega Man teaming up to beat up all of Wily's robots and whatnot.
Sorry, another question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Light know about the government making other robots? Or they just do that shit?
They just kind of do that. I mean, he doesn't have like the patent on like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like he was the first to do it, but he's not the only one who can. But he's the best at it because no robot has ever been nearly as powerful as Mega Man, except for Bass.
Ooh, so right now, like Rock and Bass are tied for those powerful.
Yeah. Rock is still a little stronger, but Bass he's up there. He's probably like on par with Proto Man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Sick.
So he's strong. So let's see here. After defeating all the robots that Wily made, Bass is like, he's like really beat up. So Mega Man is like, "Oh, Bass, are you okay, man? Here are the coordinates to Dr. Light's laboratory. Go there, he'll fix you up, and it'll all be cool." And then Mega Man goes to beat up the rest of the robots, and he gets back to the lab, and that's when he learns that both Bass and I just lied to you, because Bass is not a creation of the United States government. He is a creation of Dr. Wily.
Fuck!
Yeah.
I knew it. I had a feeling, dude.
Yeah. So when you first meet him, he's like, "Oh, I'm a prison robot." But then when you get to this point, he's like, "Oh, I was made by Wily." So he completely trashes the laboratory. I think he like basically destroys Otto. Roll is fine, but I mean they just rebuild Otto. He's fine. It's like one of those one of those comedic things where like, you know, his head is on the ground but it's just talking at you like nothing's wrong. He's kind of goofy like that. So yeah.
Damn.
You go to the Dr. Wily's laboratory.
Well, yeah. Sorry. One question.
Yeah.
Sorry. So did Bass know this? Was it like a sleeper agent, or did he know that he was betraying him?
He knew he was bad the whole time.
Fuck you, Bass.
Yeah, he's an asshole. So
he looks so cool though.
He does look really cool. I'm gonna take a quick little bathroom break if that's okay with you.
I'll do the same. I'll meet you back. And he was Bass was a double agent for Wily, right?
Yeah, Bass pretended to be a police officer to gain Mega Man's trust, but was revealed to be working for Dr. Wily.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So let's see here. Bass is damaged fighting the robots. Mega Man sends him to Light's laboratory to get repairs. And
wait, is this before or after he knows he's with Wily?
This is before he knows.
Okay, gotcha.
So Bass gets to Light's laboratory, and then Mega Man beats the rest of the robots, and he goes back to Light's laboratory to check on Bass. When he gets there, he finds that Bass has destroyed the laboratory. He beat up Otto. Which
one's Otto?
Do what?
Which one's Otto?
Otto is the green guy.
Oh no, I like the green guy.
Yeah. Otto's fine. He's fine. He's a robot.
That's
so.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. He beats up Otto and he steals the super adapter. Now, what the super adapter does is it allows Mega Man to fuse with Rush, and he gets like the super powered form where he can like fly, and he's bright red, and he has like a rocket fist and whatnot.
I have seen that. I know you're talking about it.
So Bass steals that, and he plans on using it with Treble to beat up Mega Man. Yeah. So Mega Man gets to everybody's fine. Bass didn't kill anybody. He just stole that one thing. So
but he destroyed everything, though, right?
Yeah, he destroyed the lab, but yeah. So Mega Man goes to Dr. Wily's fortress, and he finds Bass, and they both do like a cool fusion battle, and then you have like a fusion battle fight where you're like shooting rocket fists at each other, and it's pretty sick. Not gonna lie.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. But Mega Man prevails because he's the protag.
Yeah.
He then goes on to confront Dr. Wily, and here's where things start to get a little wacky. So, you remember what I told you about the variable weapon system and how it causes Mega Man to become more violent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the system where he can steal power from other people, right?
Yeah, that's where like his copy ability is.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it basically it gets to a boiling point where like every time Mega Man has confronted Wily, he's been able to like kind of maintain himself. But
Oh no.
here Mega Man just cannot take it anymore. Like the very weapon system is like corrupting his mind. And here's where we talk about justice energy. Contrary to justice energy, there's evil energy. And like being exposed to like evil and like bad people can like kind of corrupt you. Now, because Mega Man has such a strong sense of justice, he's been able to like kind of hold it off for this long. But it's starting to get to like a boiling point where he can't really like do that super well. So
at this point, he's been using the weapon system for like years now, right?
yeah, for years and years and years. He erases the data so that like it kind of sends him back to normal, but like the constant like the up and the down and the up and the down, it can't be good for the guy. So when he confronts,
so it's like a matter of time then, right?
Yeah, it's like a matter of time thing. So when he confronts Wily, he basically snaps and he's like, "I am going to kill you."
Honestly, good. Honestly, I don't blame him.
You. And right as he's about to do it, Wily reminds him of his programming. He's like, "You can't do that. You can't harm me. It's not in your programming." And then Mega Man goes through like every single loophole in his programming to like, how can I kill Wily? And he comes up with nothing, so he can't do it. And it's at that moment he's like, shit. And while he's like, lamenting his frustrations, the fortress starts to like collapse, and Bass grabs Wily, and they escape.
Fuck.
Yeah. So yeah, Mega Man, he feels really fucking bad about it. He's very much like kind of guilt ridden, of like, I almost let myself. I did everything I could to try and kill someone. That's kind of fucked up.
Well, I don't blame him, dude.
Do what?
I don't blame him. Wily sucks. He probably should die at this point.
He kidnapped his brother. He kidnapped his older brother. He reprogrammed his younger brothers. He like manipulated his father's trust. He kidnapped a child. He kidnapped his father.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Dr. Light already gave him a chance. He fucked it up. He blew it.
And then like he betrayed his trust again by creating like someone that Mega Man trusted, and then immediately was like revealed to be working for Wily. Like, Wily is a fucking dick, dude. He's a bad
I agree.
dude. So,
I have no complaints.
Yeah. So this all ties in pretty well to Mega Man 8. So here there was like a Game Boy game that kind of elaborated on this a little bit. Aliens are real. So you remember when you remember when Dr. Wily was like pretending to be an alien to kind of fuck with Mega Man?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So aliens are real, but almost all of them are robots, which is kind of weird. So
what?
This
okay, now go on.
Get elaborated on ever, just because I guess Capcom just kind of dropped it. But,
yeah.
In Mega Man 3, one of the bosses is Shadow Man. Now, Shadow Man was a machine. Wily didn't build him. He like found him and reprogrammed him, but he found him from like basically from space. So what happened was there's a group of like space pirates. This is a Game Boy game, so like it's not super in depth. There's space pirates called the Staroids, and their whole deal is that they just go around to other planets and they fight, robots because, it was the 90s and like, oh, space robots. And Shadow
Hell yeah.
Man was one of them. So aliens have always like kind of been around, but never really mattered. In this game, they matter. So Mega Man's just hanging out when all of a sudden in space, there are these two robots that are fighting. There is unnamed evil robot who's surrounded by evil energy, and then there is Duo, who is basically a space cop. They never elaborate
awesome.
on like who built him, what planet he's from, if there's like an intergalactic civilization. There must be, because somebody built him.
But he is a robot, right?
Yeah, he is a robot. He is a space robot policeman.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love
he's
that.
pretty cool. So he's fighting space robot criminal, and they both come crashing down to Earth. And the space robot criminal was in possession of literal, like, physical evil. So it's like, I think I have a picture of it right here. Yeah, it's called evil energy, and it's that stuff on the right. Those little capsules of like the purple shit.
And that's like the opposite of justice energy.
Yeah. So what it is like, Mega Man has had a strong sense of justice, but that has only ever really been like, a concept. But here is where Duo, like, so well, I'll go ahead and explain. Evil energy is like a state of matter. It's kind of like a plasma, but it's physical condensed evil, and it's a power source. It can like power machinery as well as like other things. You can use it. We don't really know like the applications of it, but it's like a tangible like element, and it's just
Like
pure,
mana. So
yeah, kind of. It's just pure condensed evil. And
okay.
opposite of that is justice energy. So you see how Duo's got like a big glowy fist in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because he's enveloped himself in justice energy, which I guess just can like physically contact evil energy and like damage it.
So he like wields the justice energy.
Yeah, he doesn't build it, he like harnesses it. So like
Okay.
his sense of justice allows it to like, he's able to physically manifest his justice as a weapon to like kind of combat the evil energy.
I got you.
So Mega Man meets up with Proto Man, and he and Proto Man go. They meet up with Duo, and they're like, "Hey, Duo, we got to stop Wily, because Wily gets a hold of the evil energy and is using it to like power his machines."
So wait, well, why is Proto Man invested? Does he just want to stop Wily?
Yeah, Proto Man is kind of like, he's basically just become a good guy, but he doesn't
Okay.
live with like Dr. Light or anything. He's just kind of like off on his own. He's an ally and a good guy, but he just kind of does his own things. He shows up when it's like relevant.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like
I got you.
he's like Shadow the Hedgehog, but like,
I mean, honestly, yeah.
well, base is like Shadow the Hedgehog, so yeah.
He's more edgy.
Yeah, I guess Proto Man's like Silver. He's just kind of there.
Oh, silver. Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, together they are able to stop Wily. Wily actually kidnaps a robot clown from a child's birthday party and puts evil energy in it, and it's a boss.
What gave him that idea? Why would he do that?
He's old and crazy, dude. Like,
You know what? Fair.
yeah,
I want to question it.
he literally made a robot called Napalm Man and sent him to Vietnam.
And he plays Fortunate Son whenever he attacks.
Yeah, you go to Vietnam and you fight Napalm Man. Like,
wait, he legit sent him to Vietnam?
Yes, you go to the country of Vietnam and you fight Napalm Man.
That's crazy.
Prime, I think. He's just old and bonkers, dude. It's
I
wild.
love it.
Yeah.
No, I'm here for it.
Yeah. So he used the evil energy, and Base uses the evil energy to get really strong, but Mega Man is able to like harness his justice energy to like, combat him. And he's able to defeat Wily, but remember the corruption from like the variable weapon system and like the years and years and years of bullshit, and being physically exposed to evil energy this time Mega Man has basically just gone completely catatonic, and he practically dies because he's so like overcome with evil, like he doesn't succumb
Shit.
and become evil. He basically just like goes catatonic and nearly dies.
Damn, dude. Did Dr. Light know about that?
Uh, yes, but he didn't really have any way to like deal with it. Luckily,
Hmm.
Duo is able to extract all of the evil energy, literally all of it, and basically erase it. So Mega Man is alive and is back to being a good boy.
Okay. Well, does Duo get hurt by that, or does he just suck it out?
He just sucks it out. So
Nice.
because he's like space cop, he just has like ways of his whole like he was created for the sole purpose of destroying evil energy. So
Mhm.
he's able to do it. They never elaborate on it. I assume there's like an alien race that like made him because they had like this problem forever.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
know.
I'm not. I do that. It's
Yeah.
good.
Mega Man 8's kind of weird. It's got really funny voice acting.
There's voice acting.
There's anime cutscenes that are completely voice acted.
We must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
But where is Dr. Wily?
That's a good question. We may be able to locate another energy emission from the radar room. When we find that meteor, we'll find Dr. Wily.
When did it come out?
I want to say like it came out on the PlayStation 1, so I want to say like
Oh,
like
we're at PS1 already. Damn.
yeah, like 99 to
Okay.
yeah. So like Mega Man Classic, like they were making classic games alongside the X games. So that's why like Mega Man X is on Super Nintendo while like,
Yeah.
Mega Man 8 is on like PlayStation, you know?
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got you.
And like Mega Man X4 and Mega Man 8 came out around the same time. So they were both on the PS1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, they were being released like tangentially.
I got you. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. I'm getting the timeline in my head now.
Yeah, they were telling two stories at the same time. But like in like the chronology of the series, this is all what happens. So like Mega Man X does not exist at this point in like
Okay.
the game's timeline.
I got you.
But like in the real world, he does in the game.
But like, yeah, it's like different stories right now, right?
Yeah, because like we're gonna cover Mega Man 11. That game came out like last year. Well, like 3 years ago.
Me?
Do it?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't know it was that recent. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Mega Man's been on a hiatus ever since 2010. Like 2010 was like the worst year for Mega Man. They made one game, and then they released nothing until 11, like 2 years ago.
Damn.
Yeah. Capcom,
Okay, I didn't know that.
It's
That's
a whole
tough.
fucking can of worms.
It's Capcom on that. Capcom bullshit.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to point out in my notes that Duo destroys all evil energy surrounding Rock. He then returns to the Great Police Station in the sky.
Does he really? He just fucks off after that?
Yeah, he just goes to space.
You know what? Fair.
Yeah.
That's fine.
He
I
shows up in
respect
like one spin-off game. It was like a beat 'em up. It was pretty alright.
Alright.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So we get to Mega Man 9. Nothing happens.
Really?
Literally nothing. Wily makes robots and you fight them.
You know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. Mega Man 9 was like, it was a return to form where they were like, Mega Man 8 was on PS2 and it had like, like 16 32-bit graphics or whatever, and it looked really cool. Mega Man 9 is 8-bit because they were like nostalgia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was still like it was on PS2 though.
It was on PlayStation 3 and 4.
Really?
Yeah. Well, actually, no.
Wow.
It was on PS3 because this was like
Still though.
2009-ish.
That's like what 8th, 9th gen? That's still crazy.
Yeah. Mega Man 10, stuff actually happens in this one. So Wily is able to like manipulate the evil, like a little bit of the evil energy that he had left from like the Duo incident, and he creates a physical like virus, like a computer virus that exists in like real space. And we'll get into how that works later. But
Okay.
essentially, he creates a disease called Roboenza, and it's it's like influenza. It
Gotcha.
causes robots to exhibit flu-like symptoms, and like basically they get sick and they can just like stop working now.
Oh, he can kill them?
Yeah, he creates a disease. It's a virus in the real world that spreads through like the air, and it infects robots, and it causes them to just like stop working.
Damn, okay.
They overheat and stuff, and they like it's like kind of like cartoonish, where like Roll is like sick, and she's got like her face is all flush, and like Otto has like a towel, and he's wiping imaginary sweat off her brow. I guess I don't know.
Wait, Roll gets it?
Yeah, Roll gets sick.
No!
Yeah, and Mega Man is like, oh shit, I need to find Dr. Wily and I need to like stop him. Well, Dr. Wily says, I have the cure, but in order to make it, I need money. And so he literally has like a TV commercial with like a number that you can call and donate money to. So he basically uses it as a way to like scam people into like buying his cure.
That's awesome. He really is just a crazy old boomer, man.
He's
I
just
love
a
that.
crazy old man, yeah. You're gonna love how this game ends. So Mega Man gets to Wily, and he's like, "It's over, Wily. Hand over the cure." And Wily is like, "Ah, don't hurt me, Mega Man. I'm an old man." And he gets a cold. So Wily gets like a real life human cold, and Mega Man takes him to a hospital, and he feels bad. He's like, "Oh, this is what I've been doing to people." So he just leaves that picture is like the pill that robots have to take to cure it. He just leaves a pile of it in the hospital and then goes away because he felt bad.
He just leaves a heaping pile of it?
Yeah, he gives the cure away like Santa Claus because he felt bad because he got sick.
Honestly?
It was like, "Oh, I've been doing this. Is what I've been doing to people."
Honestly, I mean, good for him, I guess. Yeah. I guess.
Wily is like simultaneously the most heinously evil, despicable person to ever exist, and he's also a fucking cartoon character. I love it. There was like a Mega Man cartoon that like only came out in Japan, where I don't remember what happens. I think Santa Claus is a robot, and like he malfunctions. So Mega Man and Dr. Wily have to fly around and like give presents to children because he doesn't want kids to not have a Christmas.
What a complex character, man. I love it.
Not Dr. Light, Dr. Wily becomes Santa Claus.
That's what I'm saying. That's fucking awesome.
It's crazy, yeah. He does, he is the sole instigator for literally all of the tragedy that's about to come. So he's still a bad guy.
Fair. That's fair. At least he cured robot cancer. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he made robot cancer. Robot AIDS. And he felt bad, so he gave him the cure.
Yeah, it evens out.
Yeah. So, Mega Man 11, Dr. Wily is like trying to come up with a new way to like, beat everybody up, to beat Mega Man. And he remembers his college days.
So after that, he's back to being evil.
Yeah, he's back to being evil, just because.
Alright, fair.
Yeah, he's still on his world domination bullshit. And he remembers when he used to work at RIT alongside Dr. Light. So that's like young Wily and young Light.
Dude, young Light.
Yeah, he's
kind of sad.
Like back in college. So
good for him.
Dr. Wily proposes that all machines should be outfitted with what he calls the double gear system. That little thing in his hand. Mm-hmm. What it does is, if you spin the red gear, it makes a robot really, really strong. And if you spin the blue one, it makes him really, really fast. So he was like, "Oh, we use this and we'll make really strong and fast robots." Dr. Light was like, "Well, hold your horses there. We should make smart robots that can think. And that way, it'll be all hunky-dory." And, the board of directors are like, "I like Light's plan. Light has a good idea." And so they go with that. And Dr. Wily's like, he gets butthurt and like, smashes the double gear system and fucks off. And then
wait, that's why he got mad, because his fucking thesis got
he got mad because his research was favored over Light's, which even in like the other timeline is like a whole thing that like leads to nonsense. Wily's just a dick.
Yeah,
He's
sounds.
a
It sounds like he was
cartoon-
always just a bitter asshole.
Yeah, he's like the silliest, funniest guy around, and then he's just like, a monster. He literally he got bored one day and made a vulture, a robot vulture, that just sits there and yells at him because he wanted a pet and was like, I guess I'll just make it yell at me, just cause.
He just is a self-destructive asshole, man. I kind of feel bad for him, honestly.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Like Wily's whole like lifestyle just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Poor guy.
Yeah. So his research is gotta go back. I forgot that was the last slide. So yeah, he remembers about the double gear system like in the modern day, and he kidnaps a bunch of robots and puts the double gear system into them so that they can do terrorism shit. And Dr. Light is like, oh shit, I guess I gotta give Mega Man the same thing so that he can beat him up. And he does. So
So Mega Man has double gear?
yeah, he has the double gear system now, which is really cool
Okay.
because like when you like in the gameplay when you activate it, all of your shots become charge shots, or
Oh.
yeah, or you like the all enemies and like stuff like all enemies and like platforms and stuff move in slow motion, so that way like you can either be really fast or really strong.
And which game is this, by the way?
Mega Man 11. This
Okay.
one came out on PS4.
So the recent one, right?
Yeah, this one was like 3 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah. 20 I think it was 2020. Could have been like late 2019, something like that.
Damn.
Yeah.
Is it the most recent one?
Yes, it is the most recent one to date. They are releasing like collections, like they did like all the Game Boy games and like the Battle Network games and like a big
Oh, I
collection.
love Battle Network.
But they have not released like a new like Mega Man game since.
Damn. Okay,
And
I got you.
before 11, the last game to come out was 10 in 2010.
Yeah, no, it's slow going then for you, huh?
KJ
Tough
Nafune,
being a Mega Man fan.
the creator, he started a bunch of projects and then he like left Capcom. Apparently there was like a huge falling out or something, so Capcom just got mad and were like, no more Mega Man, never.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah,
That
they're
sucks.
kind of petty about it.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So Mega Man gets to Dr. Wily. He gets ready to beat him up, and Dr. Light shows up and is like, Albert, listen to me.
His name's Albert?
Yeah. So they were named after Thomas Edison and Albert Einstein. Dr.
Oh,
Thomas
okay.
Light and Dr. Albert Wily.
I got you.
Yeah. And the reason
Hold on, wait, they made Albert Einstein the bad guy?
yeah, well, Mega Man came out in Japan. You know what Albert Einstein did to Japan?
Yeah, he kind of erased two cities, so I get it. But also,
Yeah.
Edison was kind of an asshole, so
Yeah,
I'm
Edison
just
was
like,
a dick. Like that's like the whole like that's like the meme in the community is that like Edison was a dick, but I mean he didn't
I get it.
he didn't destroy half the country.
I understand.
Yeah.
It's a cultural difference. I respect that.
Yeah. Edison sucked.
He killed an elephant. That's fucked up.
Yeah. So yeah, Dr. Light is like, Albert, listen to me. You are not well, okay? You're doing some wacky shit.
Someone
want
finally
you-
said it.
Yeah, you're confusing me, man. You're like, one day you're Santa Claus, the other day you're literally Osama bin Laden. Like, I need you to chill. I want you to like relax. Come and work with me. Come work with me, not for me.
Yo,
We will call it Wily and Light Industries.
$10 says he does not chill.
Yeah, he does not chill. He literally is like, well, the only reason you won is because you used my technology in your machine, so I win. And then he
Always
fucks up.
making excuses. Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Fucking asshole.
Yeah. So Dr. Wily, bad guy, bad man.
Okay, I'm glad we covered that. I'm glad that that's official.
Yeah. So here we move on to I am on A Century of Peace, if you're still following the Google Doc.
Yes. Okay.
This is
Century. Not bad.
yeah, a whole 100 years. So what happened was, after eventually, just Dr. Wily and Dr. Light just got old. They were too old to
Yeah.
fucking care anymore. But
Yeah.
Dr. Light was like, okay, he made arguably the greatest scientific discovery, like, of all time. He discovered an alternate dimension. So
Wait, Wally did?
Dr. Light. Dr. Light made like
Okay.
the greatest scientific discovery. He
Got you.
discovered an alternate dimension that like exists in tandem with ours, and it's called cyberspace, and it can be accessed through like computers and whatnot. So like when you think cyberspace in the real world, you're like, oh, it's just like, you know, links about the internet and like websites and all that shit. This is literally a physical dimension that exists in like another reality that you can access through computers.
Hmm.
And inside this dimension, it's like there are things that kind of exist around, just like organisms and like living beings and whatnot. So Dr. Light was like, hey, what if I tried to like manifest one of these beings in the real world? So what he did was he created a machine, and he was like, hey, if I put this thing inside the machine, it could possibly like perfectly mimic humanity, right?
Don't do it.
What he did, it's a little hard to explain. It gets easier to explain later, but
Okay.
yeah. So he essentially he creates a machine that is fully capable of human thought and free will and independence and all that
No.
shit. It is literally a metal man.
Bad idea. Boo.
Well, Dr. Light, he had a pretty alright idea. He was like, okay, I don't know if this is gonna be evil or not. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna die in like the next like 2 years, because I'm like in my fucking 90s at this point.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, he's an old man. So he
Is Wily still around?
do what?
Is Wily still around at this point?
Yeah, Wily, he's just, I guess he just got retired, or he just kind of retreated into his own little hermit state.
That's
But-
fair.
Yeah. So Dr. Light creates this machine, and he's like, I need to ensure that this thing isn't going to pose like a threat to humanity. So I'm going to put it in like a simulation where it'll be like, you know, basically like it's good boy training. It's like, okay, you're gonna be like, moral conundrums, and you have to choose the right one, or like you get shocked or whatever. I don't know. He basically was like, he wanted to make absolutely certain that this machine would not be like a bad person. So he put it in good boy training for what was supposed to be about 20 years.
Damn.
How this happened is still unclear, but somehow Light's laboratory gets buried underneath like mountains and mountains and mountains of like dirt and debris. I
Oh
guess
shit.
there was like an earthquake or a landslide or something like that. But his whole laboratory is completely buried underground.
And was he dead at that point?
Yeah, probably.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, he left the robot in the machine to like do its testing, and then I guess he just lived the rest of his life peacefully. But the laboratory gets buried. It could have already been an underground laboratory. I don't know, but instead of 20 years, the machine went under diagnostic testing for 100 years.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that is when the brilliant and great archaeologist Dr. Kane, no first name given. Dr.
He has a cane.
Yeah, Dr. Kane is an archaeologist who discovers Dr. Light's laboratory, and he finds the machine within, and he studies it. He's like, man, what the hell is this thing? And he's like, well, I'm just gonna open it. I'm gonna see what it is. And inside
No.
is Mega Man X.
Oh.
Yeah. So a lot of people think that Mega Man X is a like upgraded version of classic Mega Man.
That's what I thought.
He's
to
not.
be honest.
He's his own separate entity.
Okay.
Yeah, Mega Man
It's what-
Classic just like hung out and then like I guess just died. Just got
So wait, so X is what 100 years later?
Yeah, X is 100 years after Dr. Light died.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So Dr. Kane discovers him and is like, "Man, this machine is capable of like this is just a person. This is just a guy." And because he went through 100 years of good boy training, he's the goodest boy that ever good boyed.
So he's like super like Paragon Justice guy.
Yeah, like super Paragon Justice, but he's such a good boy that he's not obnoxious about it.
Good for him.
Yeah,
I like it. I mean, X is always my favorite. So
yeah, like he can take a joke and like he's pleasant to be around. He's just like when you think like Paragon Justice, you think like oh stick up the ass or whatever. X is just like think like the greatest person you can. That's just X. He's
like Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. He's just chilling.
Just like super good boy, good guy. Literally like good guy he's Mega Man good guy X. That's his name.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I thought the plot twist was 100 years in the simulation would have like made him evil. I'm glad that he wasn't. That makes me feel better.
No, yeah, he got super good boy training. So Dr. Kane, although he's like a brilliant archaeologist, he is like the smartest guy on the planet. He's not as smart as Dr. Light, but he's like probably like on par with like he's probably smarter than Dr. Cossack. But he
I mean, all of them are dead right now, right?
yeah, all of them have died. Cossack is Cossack is straight up dead because like he'd probably be like in his 60s by the time Dr. Light died. So like 100 years later, he'd be like 100. It's like 160 years after that. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he ain't surviving that shit.
Kalinka, maybe, but she'd be old as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. X is able to like Dr. Kane uses the research from X as well as like testimony from X, and he's like, "Oh, so you're telling me that I can make robots that are like completely like sentient and basically humans?" And so he does. They're not as like complicated as X is, but they are capable of free will and independence, and they are just they're just metal people. And they are called Reploids, which is short for replicant android, because they are all replicants of X.
Oh, so they're based on him?
Yeah, so like the technology came from X, but like they're all like they all have like their own designs and whatnot. But yeah, X is like the grandfather of like all sentient robots.
Does he know this?
Yeah, he knows. He helped build them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So let's see here. Reploids, because they are like like they're stronger than humans and they're like arguably smarter and whatnot, and because they have free will, sometimes there are like small malfunctions with like their programming, or they just decide that they want to be criminals or something like that. They start committing crimes, like they'll go insane or something like that, and they're called Mavericks. So basically, any Reploid that like goes against society or like poses a threat to society gets called a Maverick. And
that can happen potentially to like any Reploid?
Yeah, well, because they, I mean, in the same way that it could happen to any human.
Right.
Someone can just go crazy and murder their wife. Someone can choose that they want a lot of money, and so they commit crime or something like that. Or, like some people are like wrongfully labeled as criminals because like out of like a mistake or like a lie that somebody told. So Mavericks are essentially just people, but because they're so much stronger than people, they get like their own classification. Because if you wanted to like, you're not going to send a police officer after a Maverick.
Yeah, no.
They'll fucking die immediately.
Yeah.
So what they do is they create a Reploid police force called the Maverick Hunters. Yep. And they are led by, and in order to like enforce this, Dr. Kane creates like a Reploid that is like combat capable. And that is Sigma. He becomes the head of the Maverick Hunters, Commander Sigma, He's the big boss in charge.
He's scary looking.
He is scary looking, but he's not as good boy as X, but he's a pretty good boy. He's like a Jorgen von Strangle type. You know what I mean? He's just,
So he's for justice, right?
yeah, he's a good guy.
All right, cool.
Yeah, he's the leader of the Maverick Hunters.
Okay, I like him.
Yeah. So he goes around and he stops like Maverick crime, Reploid crime, and X decides to enlist as well because it's he feels responsible. Like everything that happens from this moment on happened because he was discovered. So he also joins the Maverick Hunters. He's not as skilled in combat as Sigma because Dr. Light built him with like the intention of being like a peaceful robot. He wanted X to be just like a good boy who would do good boy things and like help humanity because like Reploids are really good for humanity. You don't have to pay them, they don't have to eat, they work and all this stuff, and like because they're like he wanted them to be like sentient and intelligent so that they would have like a good working relationship with like humanity and whatnot.
So X was never built for combat then?
No, he was never built for combat.
Okay.
Yeah. He was built like combat capable, but he was never built for the intention of combat.
Right. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So he's not as strong as Sigma, but he's probably stronger than like a grunt. He's a B class hunter. Sigma is like S class. Somebody like whoever would be like a top guy would be like A class. X is B class. A grunt would be like C or D.
So he's above the average then.
Yeah, he's like maybe like an ODST, while Sigma is like a Spartan.
Oh, okay. Honestly, yeah, that's a good parallel.
Yeah. And then like a normal Reploid would be like the Marines or whatever the fuck.
I got you.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So, but he's still like with them, right? Like he's like a part of the team.
Yeah, he's part of the team. He's out. He leads his own team. He has like a squad of like grunts that he like, goes out and does stuff with.
I got you.
Yeah. One day, while on patrol, some Reploids discover another abandoned laboratory, and inside there is a Maverick that is just like fucking decimating people. Like they sent like a squad team in, and then like one guy comes out and he's just demolished, like literally like basically robot paste. So they call in Commander Sigma and they're like, hey, this is some high level threat nonsense. We need to deal with this. So Sigma goes in, he fights the Maverick, gets his ass handed to him, barely manages to scrape out a victory by the skin of his teeth.
Damn.
They take this Reploid this Reploid in to like Maverick HQ, and basically like kind of study him because they're like, what is this thing? And that is Zero.
Wait. That's Zero?
That's Zero.
Oh shit! This is my boy, dude. That's my favorite character.
Yeah, and they're like, what's up with this dude? So they study him, and then like by the time he comes to, he's like, he's super chill. He's like super nice. He's like, hey guys, hello, I'm Zero. How you doing? And
but
go ahead.
Zero started off as like a bad guy, like a crazy bad guy.
Yeah, he was fucking insane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and like he was able to like overpower Commander Sigma, which is like insane.
Damn.
Yeah, nobody knows where he came from or anything like that.
Okay.
They're able to be like, okay, he seems to be like rehabilitated. I guess it must have been like a malfunction. He must have been malfunctioning, but they were able to like repair him, and he just, yeah.
When he wakes up, he's chill.
Yeah, he's chill. So he decides to just join the Maverick Hunters.
Okay. Yeah. Good for him.
Yeah, because like they're like, you're really combat capable, dude. We need you here. So let's see here. So it's revealed that so like that the purple guy on the right, his name is Vile, and he
Vile?
like Vile, Vile. He's
Gotcha.
got a V on his forehead. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh no, yeah, he does.
Yeah. So Vile, he is like an A-class hunter. He's like he's like pushing S, but
Oh damn.
he just starts exhibiting like really violent tendencies, and people are like, okay, Vile, you need to chill the fuck out. And then I think he kills a civilian, like a human civilian or something like that.
Ooh.
Yeah, and so they immediately like arrest him, and they're like, okay, you're done. But they're not entirely sure why it is that like he went haywire like that, because Maverick hunters are like subject to like routine maintenance just to make sure that like nothing's wrong with them, because you don't want the cops to go evil,
Right.
right?
So is he the first Maverick to go rogue like that?
Sort of, yeah. So like he's the first one to like he goes bad, but like it doesn't seem like it was a choice he made. But at the same time, it's like he just got crazy violent out of nowhere. So like X and Zero start to like investigate this, and then they eventually learn, like through their investigation, that Commander Sigma has basically just become a robot supremacist. He thinks that machines should be the end all be all. There's no need for humanity. He basically brought Vile to his side, and he just goes full on evil.
Shit.
Yeah. So the reason he did that, we kind of go over in X4 a little bit. It's revealed in X4, but I can just tell you now. So Zero was the final creation of Dr. Wily.
Okay.
Dr. Wily, using the evil energy and like the Roboenza, he basically made another airborne virus that, instead of killing robots, made them like violent and angry and basically evil. And
was that on purpose?
yeah, on purpose.
Oh, fuck you, man.
And Zero is patient zero for what Wily calls the Maverick virus.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So there are now two ways to become Maverick. One is to be labeled a Maverick because you're just a criminal and you do criminal things, or you're malfunctioning or something like that. Two is the Maverick virus, which literally infects you and makes you evil. Like, against your will, you become a bad, evil person. So Zero was originally like intended to just destroy the world, because Wily was like, I'm gonna destroy the world because he's crazy and he does crazy things because he's Wily.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's par for the Wily course. So he makes this, but Zero, the way it works is like, it's a little up for debate. So there's one, like, of the creators said in an interview, Zero, he said it in like a more elegant way, but basically his evil meter was at like 9,999, and the Maverick virus like takes your evil meter from like whatever number it is and puts it up to 9,999. But because Zero was already that high, when he was infected with the Maverick virus, it reset the counter, putting him at 0. So he has no evil and he becomes a good guy.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's like kind of how it's explained for that. Cause, like,
So he was already like, so like, because Zero seems very human, I guess.
Yeah, so all of these characters are human, like, in a way. Like, they are essentially humans, but they have oil instead of blood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like Sigma and Vile, they're Reploids. They have human level intelligence. They have feelings. They are people. They can like think and feel. They have emotions. They have souls. They have literal souls.
And the robots?
Yeah. So that other dimension that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Those are living beings, and they're essentially using these Reploids as like hosts. So they
did OG classic characters have the same souls, like rock and roll?
They did not. That is the difference between a robot and a Reploid. Is that Reploids
I got
like
you.
souls?
I see.
Yeah. We go over more of that later. So
okay, so my bad. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's all good. It's cyberspace is when X is where things get complicated, And I mean,
I'm into it. Yeah, no, but that's why I have so many questions. Like, so much more shit. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, yeah. So, let's see, where was I? So Sigma is infected with the Maverick virus that Dr. Wily made. So
Damn.
his evilometer is like set to maximum, and he essentially melds with the virus, and it's now called the Sigma virus. So instead of like the Maverick virus, because it melded with Sigma and it found a more suitable host, it becomes like more powerful in that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it like kind of mutates.
So he's like the big boy that he's spreading it a lot now.
Yeah, he's spreading it all over the place. He infects like almost every single Maverick hunter that isn't X and Zero.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah,
Shit.
so like there's all the bosses in the first game are Maverick hunters that have turned evil thanks to Sigma, like Launch Octopus and like Flame Mammoth and Storm Eagle. They were originally Maverick hunters on your side, and now they're bad guys because they follow Commander Sigma and they've been infected by him.
I got you. Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, yeah. Vile as well. Vile was a hunter and became a bad guy.
Damn.
Yeah.
I want to stay.
Yeah. So X and Zero, Zero is like, okay, X, I need you to track down the hunters and stop them. I'm gonna find Sigma's base and we're gonna put an end to him. So while X is looking around, he discovers a capsule. Inside this capsule is basically a hologram of Dr. Light. But the thing about this hologram is that it's essentially like his mind cloned and put into like cyberspace.
Okay.
So he can have full on. It's not like a lot of people thought it was a pre-recording. This is literally Dr. Light, but just as a hologram.
So he copies that consciousness into this.
Yeah, he basically made a clone of himself and put it in cyberspace.
Damn, what a man.
Yeah, and this clone is using these capsules to create armor for X and upgrades. So X was never intended for combat. He was always intended to be like a special little good boy. But through these capsules, Dr. Light is able to give him the tools he needs to become powerful enough to stop. Because like X, not a fucking chance against Sigma. He cannot defeat Sigma. He's not.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, you know, a beetle cannot lift a human. They just can't.
Damn.
But you give the beetle a robot suit, and when you know it, it's going to lift up that human.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. So,
What's he got to say?
starts making armor for X. That's where you get like those sick little upgrades and like those minifigures that I have that I love so much.
Nice.
Yeah. So he defeats all of the other Maverick hunter, the ex Maverick hunters, and Zero finds Sigma's fortress, and they get up there and they get ready to fight. Vile fights with Zero, and he's got like this giant, like massive, like ride armor suit that he just like uses to like beat him up, and you can't hurt him because he's just so powerful. So what Zero does is he latches on to the back of the armor and he self-destructs. Yeah.
No.
And Dude Man just explodes. The armor is destroyed, and X is able to defeat Vile. But with Zero's like dying breath, he's like, X, you're the only one who can do it, man. You have to defeat Sigma. You have to save humanity and all this stuff.
Damn, I didn't know that actually.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It plays like a really cool song too. It's very dramatic, especially for the Super Nintendo.
Oh, this is SNES era.
Yeah, this is back. We're back to Super Nintendo.
No, I got you, dude. Man, I played Mega Man X1. I didn't know he like went out like a G like that, man. That's crazy.
You know, like a G6, man.
Fly like a G6.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so where we are now is so Zero. No, it's like X exploded.
Yeah, Zero exploded. X.
Zero, yeah.
Vile.
But X is still alive. And he's like, okay.
Yeah. X is alive, and he is as strong, if not stronger than Zero, thanks to the upgrades that Dr. Light gave him.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So X goes on. He goes to fight Sigma. You'll see Sigma has a little robot dog.
I did see that.
Yeah. I don't remember his name. It's something stupid and long, and it's literally like Velocirop or something. It's like Latin. I don't know. But
yeah.
yeah, you beat up his dog and it dies, and then you beat him up and he dies.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and then X like stands on like a cliffside, all dramatic, and he's like, "Oh, I can't believe I lost my best friend, and I saved the world, and but like, why do I have to fight? I don't like fighting. I want peace, man. All I want is peace. I want people to be chill. I'm sick of having to blow guys up all the time. But now that the Sigma is gone and the Sigma virus is gone, everything should be fine.
We'll see.
So that brings us to Mega Man X2, where nothing is fine.
Yep. I could have called that one.
Yeah. So before tackling the fortress, Sigma had like set up several operations. He made factories that just produce Reploids and like regular machines, like so like all the enemies that you fight, like the little guys that like shoot little bullets, like in the stages. Those are called mechanoloids. They're basically
The little helmet guys?
Yeah, like the little helmet guys and like like the little floaty guys with like the spike balls and whatnot.
Yeah, I remember them too.
You remember the turtle that like shoots missiles out of his back and whatnot?
Yeah, fuck that guy, man.
Yeah. So basically, any machine that isn't like humanoid is a mechanoloid. They're just machines, just straight up machines. So Sigma has several factories that are just making rogue mechanoloids that'll like just attack and like do bad guy stuff. He's making basically just foot soldiers.
And they don't have like sentience, right?
No, they're straight up machines. They don't have any intelligence whatsoever.
I got you.
Yeah. So X he commits an assault on one of these factories, and he is aided by everyone's favorite character. I didn't add him. Oh man, he's aided by everyone's favorite character, a green biker dude.
I'm gonna Google him.
You should.
Green biker dude. Is he like only in that game?
Yeah. So green biker dude comes with X to assault the fortress. In the opening cutscene, you see him like ride up alongside you.
This guy?
Get shot and immediately die.
What?
Yeah. So he's a
Why?
He's a fan favorite character because he is so pointless.
So he just joins up with X and then dies?
Yeah. So like X is now the commander of the Maverick Hunters. He has his own squad and whatnot. He goes to commit an assault on like a major fortress, and the one guy he brought with him immediately dies the second he gets there.
Honestly, respect. That's pretty realistic.
And that's like everyone's fan favorite characters. Green biker dude. There's a whole.
Oh, he looks sick. I don't blame him.
Yeah, somebody made the entirety of Mega Man X2. They remade the entire game, but in this game, X gets shot and dies, and you play as Green Biker Dude for the whole game.
Oh my god, they love him that much?
Yeah, he's one of like the most influential figures in the entire community.
That's awesome. Shout out Green Biker Dude.
Shout
I love
out Green
that.
Biker Dude, man. Everybody loves him.
Hell yeah.
I should have added a picture of him. So after the assault on the fortress and whatnot, X is contacted by these three dudes on the bottom right. The monkey man is Violin, the tall guy is Agile, and the little guy is Surges.
Okay.
Yeah. And what happened is they have rebuilt Zero. They have they have his body, but after the like attack on Sigma's fortress, X was able to recover Zero's like his mind, his like central CPU. So like everything that like Zero's soul is basically just fine, but he just doesn't have a body to exist. And because Zero was made by Dr. Wily and he has such a complicated design, they couldn't really rebuild him because like you remember they couldn't like make Reploids that were like as advanced as X.
Right.
Zero is the same because he was made by Dr. Wily and X was made by Dr. Light, and nobody as smart as them has like existed since.
I see.
Yeah. So
good. Well, I'm gonna spoil myself. You go ahead. I
Okay.
want to hear.
So X is like, hey, give me my buddy's parts back. And so he beats them up. He beats up their robot sympathizers. He gets all of Zero's parts, and come to find out that these three, they're called the X Hunters because like X is a Maverick hunter. He hunts Mavericks. They're Mavericks. They're hunting X, so they're X Hunters.
Bitches.
Yeah, they suck. So you defeat all of them, and here's the funny thing: Sergis, that little guy, he's the leader of them, and
Oh,
yeah, he was the one who rebuilt Zero, and
I thought Zero like blew up.
yeah, he blew up. So he built Zero a new body that was basically exactly the same as his old one.
Oh shit! But X still has the soul.
Yeah, X still has like his soul and his mind. So
Got you.
a lot of people are wondering how did he do that, and not to mention, Sergis also says that like, I can't believe I was defeated by Light's final creation. Nobody knows who made X except maybe Dr. Kane. And it
Is he gone now?
Do what?
Is Dr. Kane gone by now?
No, he's still alive.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just hanging out. So
Nice.
everyone's like, what's the deal with Sergis? How does he know all this shit? It's believed that just like how Dr. Light put his soul in cyberspace, Dr. Wily put his soul in a machine. So a lot of people believe that Sergis is actually like Dr. Wily in like a physical form because nobody else would be able to replicate Zero exactly the way that he was.
Oh, that's the little guy.
Yeah, that's the little guy.
So that probably is Wily in there.
Yeah, it's like it's hinted that it is like Wily's consciousness in that machine. Just like how Dr. Light is like a hologram.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. So let's see here. X is able to destroy the X Hunters, and it was revealed that they'd actually built Sigma a new body, and they were able to like just like how they repaired Zero, they did the same thing with Sigma. So X fights Sigma again, and he defeats him.
Nice.
Yeah, it's revealed like at the end of X1 or whatever that like once you get past the credits, like Sigma shows up and he's like, "I'm still alive as a hologram, and you can't beat me. I'm alive, I'll persist forever in cyberspace."
Boo.
Yeah. So that leads us to Mega Man Extreme. Yeah, so Mega Man Extreme. This is a Game Boy game, but it matters. So
Okay.
yeah. So I guess now is a good time to elaborate on DNA souls. So
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, so in cyberspace there are like essentially like the denizens of cyberspace, the people that live there are just these little floaty balls, and they just exist. They don't do anything, they don't interact with anything. They just kind of are. They're alive, but they just don't really care that they're alive. They're just kind of like sleeping, I guess. So putting them into like a Reploid is in a way like just giving them life or like waking them up or anything, something like that.
Do they like that? Are they chill with that?
It's not that like they're chill with it or like they like it. It's just the way that they are. Like,
Okay.
yeah, it's like, you know, like fish swim, birds fly, DNA souls just kind of bounce around, just exist.
Okay.
Yeah. So, people have like started to like kind of experiment with them a little bit, by like how they put them in with Reploids and whatnot. So
Bad idea. I can already tell.
Mega Man or X starts to get like reports that like cyberspace is being attacked by like viruses and whatnot. Viruses are weird because they exist in cyberspace, but they don't really like bother anything. They only really like mess up like machinery and stuff. So like they're only a problem in the real world. In like cyberspace, they just kind of exist as well.
Right.
Cyberspace is
They just are.
Yeah, they just are. So X finds out that like viruses are like being wacky in cyberspace. They're taking on like the forms and appearances of like Maverick hunters and like Mavericks that he's fought before. It's basically just like an excuse to like make you. It's not like a port, but it's basically like, oh, play Mega Man X on the go.
Yeah, nostalgia, babe.
Yeah, sort of, but like nostalgia for a game that came out like a year ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, you know what? Fair.
This was like Game Boy like Color.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is old stuff. So X learns that Sigma, like as a virus, is just fucking around with cyberspace, and he's like commanding these viruses to do this. So he goes to like the mother computer, which is like humanity's like main access point to cyberspace. He goes there at like he has like a guy in the chair, sort of like a Maverick hunter, but he just does like all the information stuff.
Sigma does?
X does.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's like a Maverick hunter, but he's a desk jockey. You know, he's like, oh, here's how this works. His name is MIDI.
MIDI?
Yeah, MIDI, MIDDY, like the music.
Nice.
Yeah. So, X gets to the mother computer because MIDI is like, hey, you gotta like go shut it down, and that should basically fix everything. He gets there, and he finds another Reploid there, who's like kind of masterminding it all. And he's like, hey, stop that right now. And the guy just doesn't respond. So X is like, all right, and he blows up the mother computer. Turns out that Reploid, yeah, he was like, well, if there's no mother computer, there's no problem.
Fair.
Yeah. So he does that, and the Reploid. So it turns out his consciousness was like in the mother computer. So blowing it up basically doomed him to die. And X didn't know that, and like he felt terrible. And this particular Reploid, his name is Techno, and he is MIDI's brother.
Oh no.
Yeah. So here's where it gets weird, because Reploids can't really have like brothers and sisters, you know, because they're machines. They were made. But MIDI and Techno were trying to see like, hey, what would happen if we put one DNA soul into two Reploids?
Uh-oh.
And it kind of worked. So like it basically linked them permanently. It didn't really like, there weren't any real major problems with it, but by killing Techno, MIDI dies as well.
No.
Yeah. So X
didn't know that would happen.
Yeah, he didn't know that destroying the mother computer would kill Techno, and he didn't know that killing Techno would kill MIDI as well.
Damn, so he is a double homicide right now.
Basically, and like he's basically traumatized by this. He feels absolutely terrible. This is like his like war is hell type moment.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. But
what game is this in?
This is Extreme.
That's a GBA one?
Yeah, it's a Game Boy game. I think it's funny because it's like it's the letter X with TREME beside it. Mega Man Extreme.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so he's pretty bummed out that he accidentally killed his friend and his friend's brother.
Yeah.
But it's interesting like how they're able to like experiment with DNA souls, and like how you're able to like make relationships through that. I just thought it was interesting that they included that.
No, yeah. That's crazy. That makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah. So we get to X3. Now, the thing about like voluntary Mavericks, or like Mavericks that like go insane, is that they can be repaired. But Mavericks that are infected by the Sigma virus, they can't be repaired.
I see.
Yeah, because it's like their DNA soul is what changes. So like it's not like their machinery is like being fucked with. It's literally their whole being is being changed. But
there's no going back from that.
Yeah, there's no going back from that. But there's a scientist named Dr. Doppler, and this is X3, and he claims that he has a computer that is able to just erase the Sigma virus, just get rid of it. He's like, you format them to a previous save state and they're fine.
Just Control Delete.
Yeah, just Control Alt Delete the bad guy stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So X and Zero are like, oh, lit, we're out of the job. Let's go. Until basically every Reploid that Dr. Doppler cured immediately goes on a fucking rampage.
Yeah, not surprised.
All at once. So X and Zero, they book it to where Doppler's lab is. It's in a place called Doppeltown.
Nice.
Yeah. So they book it to Doppeltown, but like they get halfway down the road, and then like a whole army attacks Maverick under HQ, and they're like, oh shit, return. So they go back to headquarters and fend off the army. X is captured and kidnapped by everyone's second favorite Mega Man character of all time, Mac. Mac is
Mac?
Mac. M-A-C. He's an Apple product, probably.
Nice.
Yeah, he
Good for
is
him.
A Maverick hunter that, like, you know, X and Zero trust with their lives. He's like their greatest friend ever. He betrays them and kidnaps X. Zero kills him.
Why? Oh yeah. You know what? Fair.
It's like Green Biker Dude, where he literally matters for nothing, but they treat him like he's very important.
Wait, this guy?
Yeah, Mac.
Why? Why did they kill the coolest characters?
Because he's a bad guy.
Fine. You know what? Fair.
Yeah.
He looks so dope, though.
Oh, does he have, like, you look at like the purple guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does look pretty dope, but he just shows up. He's a dick. Oh, that's a MIDI and techno, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The twins.
I forgot to pull that up. Yeah.
Aren't they dead?
Yeah, they died. So this
Damn.
is Doppler. He
No, he looks crazy.
Yeah, he's cartoon bad.
I love it.
Yeah. So Dr. Doppler, he masterminds an assault on Maverick Hunter HQ. Mac is there. He turns out to be a bad guy. You kill him. This is actually the first game where you play as Zero, and it's pretty cool.
Oh, is this Mega Man Zero then?
This is Mega Man X3.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, you can play as Zero and X3 and
I
every
didn't
game
know that.
onward.
Okay, that's sick.
So they go and they beat up Doppler's robots and whatnot, get armor sets, you know, Mega Man gameplay. They get to Dr. Doppler and they defeat him, but he reveals to X that, hey, Sigma controlled my brain, and he made me make a battle body for him. So, like, he's super strong now. He's got, like, this massive, like, tank body. He can totally beat you up, man. There's nothing you can do about it.
So the robot controlled the human's brain?
Oh, Dr. Doppler's a Reploid.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Damn.
I probably should have specified that.
No, I got you, though. That makes sense.
Yeah. So, Sigma brainwashed him, made him do evil. He felt bad about it. So you get to... So you get to Sigma, but, like, on the way, you fight, like, a massive dragonfly. And if you fight the dragonfly as Zero, it'll basically blow him up, but he has, like, one hit left. And he's like, oh, I gotta go back to the lab for repairs. You gotta carry on without me. But he gives you the beam saber, so you get a lightsaber, and that's pretty cool.
Oh, the sword he has?
Yeah, you get his sword in 3.
Nice.
But only if you fight this specific mini-boss as him, and where he just immediately blows up and is like, oh, I gotta go back to the lab for repairs.
Did they tell you that, or you just, like, figure it out?
You just gotta figure it out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's Super Nintendo. They don't tell you shit. You gotta
Yeah, that's
Nintendo
all
back
bad.
for that. So using the beam saber, X is able to destroy Sigma's battle body because it's a fucking lightsaber, so, you know, that's pretty cool.
Nice.
But Sigma is like, you fooled me again and again and again for the last time. I'm not having it anymore. If I want to become the most powerful Reploid in the world, I'm gonna possess you, X. So, yeah, he tries to, like, take over your brain, but, like, right as he's about to, like, to get you, Dr. Doppler, like, jumps in the way of it and absorbs Sigma and, like, takes all of, like, Sigma virus into himself, and then
Hell
he
yeah.
immediately formats his brain.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Because he's like, I know a way to defeat Sigma for good. I'll let him possess me, and then I'll just fucking erase everything about me, and then he just won't exist anymore. Because that's...
So he committed suicide, basically, right?
Yeah, he committed suicide
Damn.
Like he tried to erase Sigma forever by doing that, and
Uh-oh.
he kind of succeeded. Yeah.
Okay. Respect. All right. I get that.
Yeah. So this leads us to Extreme 2, where let's see here. Oh, that's a Bit and Bite. Those are Doppler's henchmen. They're pretty cool.
They look scary. I don't like them.
Yeah, I don't like the big guy. So Extreme 2, Mitty, his replacement, is this girl named Iris.
Will she replace his Doppler?
She replaces Mitty, so she's like the guy in the chair for the Maverick Hunters.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah. This is Extreme 2.
Okay.
Yeah. She informs them that there are 2 Mavericks that are literally going around and stealing DNA souls from Reploids, basically just leaving them to be like empty husks.
Damn.
Yeah, so like they're just going around and they're just pulling souls out of people, like in cyberspace. It's crazy. These
sucks.
villains are Burkana and Gareth.
Yo, they look so evil.
Yeah, they're pretty evil. And the funny thing is, the guy who made like the artist for them, he intended on giving Gareth a lion, like a pet lion.
Nice.
But they never put it in the game. But he said like on Twitter, like he was like, "Hey guys, I drew this lion for this character in this game. Please consider the lion canon."
Good. Honestly, fair.
Yeah.
Because that line looks sick as shit.
Yeah, so the lion is canon.
Good.
Yeah. The stuff on the top, those are what DNA souls look like. They're just little bouncy balls.
Is there a difference between the colors or whatever?
Yeah, the colors are like more powerful souls. Like the little one is like, just like a little baby soul. The blue one is like kind of like your normal one. The green one's a little bit stronger, and like the pink one is like real like powerful stuff. So like Sigma and like Vile would probably have like a green one. Somebody like Dr. Doppler might have like or like Sigma and Vile would have like a pink one, and someone like Dr. Doppler would have like a green one.
Okay, that makes sense.
So yeah, they're going around stealing people's souls and using them for evil. So X and Zero go up and they take him out. My notes: Gareth has a lion. Please consider the lion to be canon. Yeah.
Pretty please.
Pretty please with sugar on top. This whole like incident gets called the erasure incident because they're like erasing the souls from people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you get your soul taken, you're like dead then?
Sort of. Yeah. It's like you're basically like a hollow from like Dark Souls, where you can like still move around, but like you don't really have like a choice in the matter. Like you have like no like control over yourself. Your body just kind of like acts on instinct. Like from your programming. It's like imagine a robot from like Mega Man, like classic Mega Man, but without any programming at all.
So they're just like bumping into shit and
they're just kind of like just meandering about. They're basically zombies, but like they're not malicious. They just are.
That's sad, man.
Yeah, it's really sad. They're able to let's see here. X and Zero put a stop to it, but unbeknownst to them, their whole plan from the get-go was to gather enough souls that they could recreate the Sigma virus. Because...
Why?
Yeah, so Doppler succeeded in completely erasing Sigma. He was all intents and purposes gone and dealt with. But there was like a little bit of like residual Sigma shit and like like from like infecting like Reploids and whatnot, but it was like not enough to really be a threat. They were able to like take that residual Sigma and mix it with enough DNA souls that they were able to basically bring him back.
Well, okay, why are they trying to bring him back? Just like robot supremacy?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're bad guys. It's just what they do.
You know what? Fair enough. That's all I need. I was curious.
Yeah. They might have been infected before Sigma died. It's possible.
So, okay. Is that your theory thing that they were?
Yeah, I think that like in X3, he infected Doppler and these two, And it was like, okay, you guys are going to be my backup plan type deal.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Sigma is all about, like, schemes and planning and whatnot.
Yeah, he seems smart as hell, so I'm not
Oh, yeah,
surprised.
he is smart as hell. So he basically uses them to, like, aha, you're gonna help me or whatever. So that brings us to Mega Man X4. So here is where we get kind of dumb.
Straight up cool as hell. What are you talking about, dumb?
So here's what happens.
Okay.
The government is like, hey, the Maverick hunters can't keep up. There's just so much like shit going on because like there's at this point like thousands of people have been like victims of like the Maverick incident, and like you know cities have like been destroyed, and like it's bad. Like humanity is like freaking the hell out. So the government was like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make an entire military of Reploids.
Okay.
Does that sound like a good idea, Jake?
No.
Sure?
In my opinion, that sounds like it's gonna backfire pretty hard, but I will let you continue.
Okay, well, I think you might have some good instincts there, Jake.
Thank you.
X receives a call from the city called Sky Lagoon. It is literally a massive floating city, and it is floating above another city.
I love it. It's like One Piece.
Yeah. So X gets there, and he meets up with a Maverick hunter named Magma Dragoon. And he's like, Dragoon, what's the situation here? There's like a huge like incident going on. And Dragoon is like, some Maverick showed up and destroyed like the city's like main control unit. The city is gonna crash into the other city. And X is like, whoa, what? And Dragoon is like, yeah, we can't stop it. Sorry.
Okay.
So the city crashes into the other city.
They don't even stop it. It happens.
It happens. Like 1 billion people die.
Oh my god.
Yeah. While X is like wandering like the ruins of the city, trying to investigate what happened, he comes across that dude with the sword. His name is Colonel.
He's awesome.
He says, "Colonel, you're a part of Repliforce. What are you doing here?" And he's like, "Oh, we were just like doing some training exercises like down the road. We saw what happened here. We're here to like offer support." And X is like, "Okay, well, we need to confirm that. We need to like ensure that that's what you're here for. We need to make sure that nobody in Repliforce had anything to do with this. I would like for you to please put away your weapon and come with us so that we can open an investigation." And Colonel says, "Oh, you want me to drop my weapon? Wait, I'm a soldier. We don't drop our weapons. Well, think about my honor. My honor as a soldier. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to let you investigate us."
I saw that shit coming.
Yeah. And X is like, "No, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying, like, hey, we want, like, official testimony that, like, you're here for the reason you say you are." And he's like,
yeah, we gotta figure shit out.
Yeah, and he's like, no, this is terrible. This is the worst thing. My honor as a soldier. How dare you? How dare you do that? You know what? We're gonna rebel. We're gonna form our own nation of only Reploids. We're gonna fight humanity.
Oh my, what a jump. Holy shit.
It's a massive fucking jump. There's no reason for any of it at all.
Is it a writing thing? Like a writing?
Yeah, it's just bad writing.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, it happens.
Yeah. So,
But no, yeah, I picked up on that meet. I was like, dude, no way. There's no way.
So, Colonel is like the second in command of Repliforce. The guy on the right, his name is General. And he is like the big bad of Repliforce.
This guy?
The yellow guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sigma, because he's back now, has been like secretly telling the general, like, hey, you gotta rebel against humanity, dude. It'd be awesome. And the general is
so sick.
Yeah, and general is like, fuck you, no, shut up. I don't want to fight humanity. And then the Sky Lagoon incident happens, and he's like, hey, Colonel, what happened at Sky Lagoon? He's like, they asked me to lay down my weapons. They did what? Fuck it, we're fighting humanity now. Yeah. So
you know what? Fair enough. Gotta have code.
So like a literal like evil computer virus is like, hey, you should be evil. And he's like, no. And he's like, hey, some guy was a little bit mean to me. What?
Genocide now.
Immediate genocide, yeah. So, Iris and Zero have like kind of a little thing going on because shipping.
Why not? Which one is Iris again?
Iris is the girl on the bottom left.
Oh, the one who's like.
Yeah, the one like the only girl on the screen.
Okay, yeah, fair. Okay.
Yeah.
I ship it. That's fine.
Yeah. So, funny thing about Iris is that like you remember how MIDI was MIDI and Techno, there was one soul in two Reploids.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
So they tried to put two souls into one Reploid, and
why?
because they did.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Why not?
And it did not work. The Reploid was like it was really strong and like really capable, but it was very unstable and like needed constant maintenance and whatnot. So they were like,
color me stuff.
Yeah. So they were like, okay, we got to separate these two. So they separate them into Iris and Colonel.
Oh, Colonel. Oh shit.
Yeah, so they're siblings.
That sucks.
Yeah, the Reploid was like incredibly smart and incredibly strong, so they had to like separate those two. So that's why Iris is like super smart and Colonel is like super strong.
Do they know that?
Yeah, they know that. They're like siblings. Okay. And they like they call each other like brother and sister and whatnot.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Well, I can't imagine she's okay with what he did, right?
She's not happy about it because she is a Maverick hunter, and Colonel works for Repliforce, and the government is like, hey, Repliforce has been branded as Mavericks because they're trying to, kill all the humans. So X and Zero have to fight them. Zero and Colonel are like about to fight, but Iris like gets in the middle. She's like, no, brother, I love him. Zero, don't kill my brother. And they're like, all right, fine, we're not gonna fight. But if you're playing as X, you fight him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Iris is just like, hey, X, I know you're like my boss and like my boyfriend's best friend, but you can fight my brother. That's cool.
So yeah, if you're not banging the guy you're playing as, you just go at it.
Yeah. So there's like a funny little like webcomic where like she like breaks up the fight between Zero and Colonel, and she's like, no, don't fight him. Fight that guy. And then it's just like X and Colonel having this like badass fight, and she's like, oh man, that's cool. It's cool to watch. Yeah. So if you play as Zero, Iris is like your guy in the chair. She like helps you out and like guides you, whatever. If you play as X though, there's this guy Double. He's like a little fat guy. He's like your guy in the chair. He helps you out. But after you defeat Colonel and you kill him because you kind of have to, you make your way to, I believe, a picture of it. Nope, I didn't put a picture of it. You make
Who's
your way
that guy?
to a giant space laser called the Final Weapon. That's where the general is.
Oh no.
Yeah. So if you're playing as Zero, you do kill Colonel eventually because you have to.
There's like no way to save him.
Yeah, there's no way to save him. He's like a mandatory boss.
Damn.
He's like a halfway through the game, you fight him, and that's when Iris stops you. But like near the end of the game, you fight him again.
And you gotta take him out.
Yeah, you fight him once as Zero and twice as X.
Damn.
Yeah. So if you're playing as Zero and you get to the space station, Iris is there, and because her brother and her were like kind of linked, killing him does not kill her, but it does make her go insane, and you have to fight her.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Real quick, I want you. Actually, I can just pull it up because it's worth it. Honestly. Oh fuck! Go back.
No, this isn't happening. There's no reason for me to go on. What? What am I fighting for?
Yeah. What am I fighting for?
I had no idea where it came from. I've just seen it in memes all the time.
He's clasping the love of his life that he just had to brutally murder in his hands, and
Dude, knowing
so
the lore,
bad that it just kind of ruins the scene.
well, honestly, yeah, it does. That's cheesy as hell. But knowing the lore behind the scene, now I feel bad. That's sad as hell.
I mean, it's true. He has no reason to go on and has no idea what the hell he's fighting for.
What am I fighting for?
Yeah, he's fighting for like the safe like he's fighting for like the safety of everyone and everything, and like well,
I'm so confused. Why does she have to die exactly?
she went insane.
Oh,
So,
she did?
yeah, killing
Okay.
Colonel basically made her go crazy.
Oh, because he was like part of her?
Yeah, because they were like linked, you know.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, it kind of fucked with her like soul in a way.
Dude, oh, I've seen it seen for years, and I had no idea the context, and now I'm really sad about
Yeah,
it.
it sucks, man.
Poor Zero, man. Or poor X. He can't get shit.
Yeah, X. He instead of fighting Iris, if you play as X when you get to this boss, Double, the little fat guy, turns out to be a double agent working for Sigma. He gets really ripped and like tall and has like blades for hands and shit.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's literally like Humpty Dumpty looking ass, and then he just like
I googled him, yeah.
yeah, a little Humpty Dumpty dude, and he transforms into like a badass, and you fight him.
Oh.
But yeah, after that, you fight the general in the space.
This?
Do what?
Turns into that?
Yeah, he gets like well, he doesn't turn into the general. He turns into like a different guy.
Oh no, wrong guy. Still though, holy shit.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Blow up.
So you fight the general, and you beat him up, and he like realizes the error of his ways. He's like, maybe I overreacted a little bit. You know?
Wait, really?
Yeah, he literally was like, yeah, maybe I think I made a mistake here.
My bad,
but Sigma's here, so you should probably go handle that. And X is like, oh, fucking Sigma. So
I don't blame him.
yeah, he goes and he beats up Sigma, but like with his like dying breath, Sigma gets ready to fire the space laser at the planet and basically just destroy the planet. But the general, he's massive. He's like 50 feet tall. He's pretty cool boss to fight, honestly. His body is like almost indestructible, and he's like, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna jam myself into the barrel of the space laser, and that should stop it.
What a man! What a G!
X is like, you'll die if you do that. And he's like, yeah, but I mean, I kind of fucked up anyways, so.
I respect it. Also, which game is this right now?
This is X4.
Okay.
Yeah.
God damn, man! What a bro! I respect that.
Yeah, it's a cool guy move. But
And it works.
yeah, it works. The space laser like jams and explodes.
Hell yeah!
But the planet is saved.
Okay, good for him. Good job.
He saved the world that he, inadvertently nearly destroyed.
It evens out.
Yeah, and traumatized, your best friend by like killing his girlfriend indirectly.
It happens.
It happens. What can you do? What can you do?
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So that moves us on to X5. The Earth it's fucked, man. It's been through like so much stuff that like it's in a bad spot. So
yeah,
in order to like kind of like deal with this, they create the space colony Eurasia, which I believe I have a picture of. Yeah, the space colony Eurasia.
They call it Eurasia?
Yeah, they call it Eurasia.
Is because Eurasian people go there, or they just call it that?
I think they just call it that. Basically, almost every human on the planet is moved to this colony, while the Reploids and the robots stay on Earth and try to rebuild. So, like on Eurasia, there's like basically no robots. So
at this point right now, Earth is just fucked, right?
Yeah, Earth is like it's pretty destroyed because there's just been so much stuff. There's so many incidents that
they've been through it, man.
Yeah, they've been through it. So like, they have like basically the only Reploids on Eurasia are like Maverick hunters, like people that are only there to ensure that no like Reploid shit goes down. While all the other Reploids, they stay on Earth and they try to rebuild.
And are the humans on Eurasia cool with them being there, or they're not cool with that?
They're pretty cool with it because it's like it's peaceful. Yeah. They're chilling up there.
Right. Okay.
It's safe. It's like the only place that's really like actually safe from the robots.
Why do I have a feeling that is not going to be safe?
Because in the intro of the game, the very first stage, it's not safe.
Yep. Okay, go on then. I'm ready.
X discovers like traces of the Sigma virus on board the colony, and he's like, "Oh fuck, Sigma is attacking the colony." So he and
What? How the fuck?
yeah, he and Zero go up there. Sigma infects the Statue of Liberty.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, so you fight the
Like
Statue.
the actual Statue of Liberty?
Yeah, you fight it. It's not the actual one, but it looks exactly like it. So
That's
you fight
awesome.
the Statue of Liberty.
That's so cool.
And once you destroy it, what happens is it leaks the Sigma virus everywhere. Like the explosion of the statue causes the virus to like expand all over the colony. Basically giving Sigma full control of the space colony.
What?
Yeah.
Is it like airborne now?
Yeah, it's like airborne. Well, it was always airborne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Why did
you remember Roboenza?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dr. Wily made the Maverick virus from Roboenza.
Okay, that makes sense. No, that sucks though, man. Shit.
So he has control over the entire colony, and he sends it careening into the Earth. So
And no one stops it. It happens.
So what happens is the Maverick Hunters have 48 hours. No, it's 24 hours to figure out a way to stop the colony.
Shit.
So they begin evacuating all of humanity off of the colony because, like, there's no machines for Sigma to like possess and kill people with. He's just gonna he's just gonna crash the colony into the planet.
Fucking why? Just out of like hatred?
Just because he's evil.
Not fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gonna crash the colony into the Earth. All of the Maverick Hunters are evacuating while X and Zero are doing everything they can to fix up the space laser Enigma.
Okay.
So their plan is to use the Enigma to basically blow up the colony, reduce it to rubble, and it'll burn up in the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, so they're gonna kill the colonists then?
No, they're evacuating the colonists.
Oh, okay. Okay, I gotcha.
So they're gonna evacuate them, and they're gonna destroy because like this thing it's massive. It's bigger than it's like basically the size of like Europe. It's huge.
Oh yeah. It's like a meteor. It's gonna kill people.
Yeah. If that crashes into Earth, we're fucked.
Okay, fair enough. I respect it. That's fine.
Yeah. So they're like, okay, we're gonna evacuate the people. We're gonna destroy the colony, and everybody should be fine. So the thing is, this game kind of is wacky the way it works. So when you fire the laser, there's like a 20% chance that it doesn't work, or that it works. But when you beat a boss, the odds go up. So like if you beat all the bosses, you have like a 70% chance that it'll work, and like a 30% chance that it'll kind of work.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's weird. It's literally random. You just have to like reload your save, and then yeah. But
I don't like that.
Yeah, if it doesn't work, what they do instead is they fix up a space shuttle, and they send Zero up there to basically self-destruct the shuttle, and do it that way.
Does he die?
If you have all the parts, there's a 60% chance that he lives and a 40% chance that he dies.
So it's random?
Yeah, it's random. It sucks.
What?
This game it's weird. They were getting experimental at this point, you know.
I mean, I respect the cojones on that, but that's a lot, man.
Yeah. If Zero quote unquote dies, what happens is he gets infected with the Sigma virus, and he like remembers his true purpose, and like his Zero evil meter gets shot all the way back up to 9,999.
Oh no!
And he becomes like a super boss, and you have to fight him.
Oh, honestly, that's kind of cool, actually.
It is pretty cool, yeah. Let's see here.
But it's all like you said, it's just RNG at that point.
Yeah, it's RNG. Like,
Damn.
defeating the bosses like increases the odds that you will get the good ending. But you can just fire the laser before you fight a single boss, and if the laser destroys the colony, you just fight the bosses and then you win. Like, it's okay. Weird. It's really weird how they do it.
I respect the attempt there, though. They were trying something there. I can respect that.
Yeah. So throughout the stages, there's like little like Sigma virus heads, and if they touch you while you're playing as X, you'll take damage, and like your controls will get all weird. But if you touch them while you play as Zero, it'll heal you, which is because it was originally the Zero virus. You know, like it was the Maverick virus.
Oh.
Yeah, so it'll heal him, and then I should probably go back and introduce. So that girl is Alia. She is Iris's replacement. She's cool. It's whatever. And,
After she dies, I guess.
No, Iris dies, but Alia is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that guy beside him is Cygnus. So
Cygnus?
Yeah, Cygnus. And he is the new commander of the Maverick Hunters. So originally, after Sigma, it was X. X was the guy in charge. But X was like, he was doing so much field work that he couldn't really like do like business stuff. So Dr. Kane made Cygnus as like a replacement.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. They're sending my boy X all across the fucking galaxy, so.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
He's like the police chief, in a way.
Oh, he looks like it, too.
Yeah, I think that was the idea. But,
Is that just your picture, or does he have no legs?
It's just a picture. He has legs, but there is no art of him with legs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every time you see him, it's like chest up.
I got you. Yeah. That makes sense.
Because he's usually like behind a desk.
Okay, you know, fair. I'm not gonna question it.
Didn't draw his legs.
He looks silly.
Yeah. So Cygnus is like, hey, don't you guys think it's weird that like Zero doesn't get infected, but like X does? That's
a fair point.
They're like thinking like, well, what if Zero has like always been a Maverick? What if he's like a sleeper agent or some shit? So they get a little suspicious.
That's fair.
So while they're thinking about that, the debris of like the colony Eurasia, because like it's still pretty fucking massive. The laser minimizes casualties, but it still crashes into the Earth.
Oh yeah, because you like destroyed it, but I'm sure like the shrapnel's gonna come down.
And the impact site is weird because the Sigma virus was so concentrated there, it literally rips a hole between the real space and cyberspace.
The debris does?
Yeah, like the collision point, because of like the concentrated Sigma virus there and like the machinery on board the colony and all that shit. It literally rips open a hole between real space and cyberspace. So like you can see in this picture, like there's like clouds and like mountains and shit. And like at the bottom, it's like weird techno shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is what cyberspace looks like.
I'm gonna have a stroke. That's too much.
Yeah, it's weird looking. It's weird. So X and Zero go into cyberspace to track down the Sigma virus and basically put a stop to this once and for all.
They get into cyberspace through that portal then?
Yeah, they go in through the portal. So
damn, okay.
Before, it was them like, their DNA souls would go into a computer, into cyberspace, and then like take on like a digital body.
Right.
This is their physical body in cyberspace.
Oh damn! Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so like it's weird like dimensions merging type shit.
Damn.
Yeah. So they get in there to find Sigma and they go to beat him up. Halfway through, this is when Cygnus is like, okay, you know what? I need to know what the fuck is going on with Zero. I need to know why it is he's not getting infected. X, I want you to call off the mission. I want you to grab Zero and I want you to bring him back here right now.
I reckon he does not do that.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Zero is like, no, I don't want to do that. Are you stupid? And X is like, just fucking do it, bro. Chill. And he's like, no, I don't want to. And so they fight. And you
wait, Zero and X fight?
Yeah, there's a boss fight where if you're playing as Zero, you fight X. You fight X, you play as Zero.
That's kind of cool. I like that.
It is really cool. Yeah, it's like, and it is set to like one of the best songs in the series. It's crazy, but
that's awesome.
Yeah, so basically, it ends in like a stalemate where like you're both pretty beat up.
That's fair.
And Sigma shows up to like kill you both, but Zero is able to like basically get up and like kind of fend him off a little bit, and giving X enough time to like recover. So like they're both like, oh, we'll fight you, Sigma, and he's like, oh, and he runs away.
Pussy.
Yeah, he's a pussy. So, yeah, then you progress forward, you find Sigma, you beat him up, and here's where it gets weird, because Sigma says, like, if you play as Zero, he's like, oh, Zero, I met an old man who knows a lot about you in here, which implies that, yes, Dr. Wily is, in fact, like living in cyberspace as
Not
the same
surprised.
way Dr. Light is. So it's like it's all but confirmed at that point.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
they're both in cyberspace now.
Yeah, like so Sigma literally says, "Hey Zero, I basically met your creator." So that's pretty cool.
Does he know that Wally created him at this point?
Yeah, well he meets like a guy who he meets Wily, and Wily is like, "Oh, I created Zero," and Sigma's like, "Really? That's cool."
Hmm.
Yeah.
That sucks for him.
Yeah. So they fight. Zero is like pretty beat up. He has no legs. He's literally just a torso. And,
Oh my god.
yeah, and X like he kills Sigma, but Sigma is literally just like a little head on the ground. He's kind of goofy looking. He looks like a slime from like an RPG. So X picks up Zero, and he's just like, hey man, you good? You gonna be okay? I know you don't have any legs, Lieutenant Dan, but you know it'll be all right. And Sigma's head shoots like a mouth laser, and it goes through Zero's back, through X's chest, and like basically fucking kills them both. But like with his dying breath, Zero like shoots Sigma and he explodes.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Well, should they both die?
Yes and no. Zero.
Okay.
They kind of intended for this to be the end of the series, so Zero dies, but X he's able to like survive. Dr. Light's hologram shows up and like kind of repairs him a little bit, or like he signals for like where Alia. He's like, hey, come pick up X. He's over here. It's okay.
And it's like Dr. Light's like cyberspace spirit
like
form.
he like triggers like a signal to be like, hey, here's X. Come pick him up. Come save him.
And what game was this and when did it come out?
This is Mega Man X5, and this came out, I want to say like 98.
90. That was supposed to be the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but Capcom was like, they made a sequel, and Keiji Inafune was like, I don't want to make a sequel, and they're like, you're making a sequel.
All right, bro. It just makes too much money. You gotta make a sequel.
We're gonna pay you, so you know you have to do it.
Damn.
So this leads us to basically X is like he has Zero's sword in his hand. He's like, I'm gonna carry on in the name of my friend. My friend totally died, and I can't bring him back, even though he's a robot and he's died like 3 times now.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, Zero dies a lot.
I love him though. He's my favorite.
Yeah. See, there's X being all dramatic with the sword.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this brings us to Mega Man X6. So the dude on the bottom left, his name is Gate. Gate.
Which guy?
The bottom left, the purple guy with the purple shoes.
Okay,
Yeah. So his name is Gate. He is a Reploid scientist. He's a Reploid who's a scientist, but he also studies Reploids. So he's a Reploid scientist.
I like that. I dig that.
It's pretty cool. He is investigating the crash site of the Eurasia colony, and he's like, man, this is pretty crazy. And he finds Zero's like CPU, or like a piece of Zero. And because the piece has been like exposed to the Sigma virus, and you know, Zero's like data is all crazy or whatever, Gate basically gets like, you know, possessed by the virus, and he uses this piece of Zero to create like a shadowy like ghost that goes around fucking with people, and the ghost looks like Zero, and it's called the Zero Nightmare. So
but it's not Zero. It's like a piece of Zero.
Yeah, he uses like a part of Zero to like make like this little like ghost apparition that is like fucking with people and like breaking stuff. Okay, I forgot to mention the colony crash. If you fail to shoot it down, it wipes out like 90% of Reploids and like 80% of humanity.
Damn.
Yeah. But if you succeed in shooting it down, it wipes out 70% of Reploids and like 60% of humanity.
So either way, you're fucked.
Either way, humanity is like reduced to like maybe like 2 billion people.
Damn. So wait, is the site of the crash still a portal to cyberspace, or is that gone now?
Killing Sigma kind of closed that portal.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like the world is like still mostly desert and like.
I mean, either way, it's not a good outcome.
Yeah, like it's bad because like the Earth was fucked. We put everybody in. Shit. My headphones. Okay, there we go. So yeah, Earth was fucked. We put everybody in space to try to fix it, and then
they just whoosh.
Yeah, and then that came down and fucked the planet even more, and they don't have the resources to put anyone back up in space. And they're like, that's a bad idea. We shouldn't put all of humanity in space right now.
Good call.
Yeah. So it's bad time for everybody. But Reploids are they're doing what they can. This is
and that's like the canon.
Crash.
That's the canon situation. Is most humanity is dead and a lot of Reploids are dead.
Yeah, it's like.
Damn.
Yeah, the good ending is still bad.
Yeah, I'm about to say there's no happy ending here.
Yeah, the intention was that like, so at the end of X5 it says 3 years later, and it's like humanity has basically been completely rebuilt. People are like living in cities, and there's like peace between humans and robots. But when X6 came out, they kind of retconned that, and instead of being 3 years later, it's been 3 weeks.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn,
so,
that's a big difference.
Inafune intended on giving it like a happy ending, and then Capcom was like, nah, fuck that.
Yeah, sadly.
It is pretty sad. So, Gate is using like this little fake purple hologram Zero to fuck with people. And he's like, that guy with like the toilet paper head. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the bottom right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always called him like paper towel head when I was a kid. His name is.
No,
Isaac.
he looks like it.
Yeah.
Do what?
His name is Isaac, and he is like a politician. He's like kind of like the guy in charge after like all this shit's going down. X is too busy doing shit to be like the leader of like whatever. He's just a politician. He's like, okay, we're gonna investigate this Zero thing. We don't trust the Maverick hunters because Zero was a Maverick hunter, so it's probably the Maverick hunters that are doing this shit. Instead, we're gonna use a private investigation company made by Gate. So Gate makes 9 robots. 8 of them are just like the bosses you fight, and he also makes High Max, who is the guy on the right with like the black. And he's like the leader of the investigation.
I like him.
Yeah. So X is like, hey, I don't appreciate you slandering my friend like that. I'm gonna investigate this.
Ooh.
And he finds out that Gate was the one who made the nightmare. So he basically was just like, oh, you're using this to frame, us for like to like mask your mischievous whatever. Like his plan is to like make people distrust the Maverick hunters and trust him instead, so that when they rebuild, he'll be the guy in charge.
Oh, motherfucker.
Also, Isaac is Dr. Wily. He's just bad.
I was about to ask, is Isaac a robot? But yeah, no.
Yeah, he's a robot.
What? Oh, so I guess Wily's spirit from cyberspace came into that guy?
Yeah, so Wily's like cyberspace soul went into Isaac. Originally, it was in Surges from the second game, and then it was just kind of floating around, and now it's in Isaac because he's like, oh, I want political power. But after you defeat Gate, he just goes away. He's like, oh, well, I lost. So like he like mysteriously shuts down, and nobody knows why. But like we, the player, know is because you got Dr. Wily's soul in him.
I got you. That's funny. I like that.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. So you beat up High Max, you beat up Gate. There's Isaac being like, oh, his body isn't doing anything. That's weird. Sigma shows up. He sucks.
He goes back?
Yeah, so Gate, once you beat Gate, he's literally just like, oh, by the way, I brought Sigma back. And X is like, why? Like, I did.
Just felt like it, man.
It was honestly, they were just like, oh, it's a Mega Man game. The final boss has to be Sigma. So
I mean, I get it. I do, but
he brings him back, but like his whole deal is that like they didn't finish him, so he's all like decrepit and like broken.
I mean, he looks pretty cool. I won't lie.
Yeah, he's like the easiest boss in the game because he just limbers forward and you shoot him and he falls backwards and he gets back up and you shoot him and he falls backwards.
That's
His
embarrassing.
second phase is like an actual boss fight, but I just thought that was funny.
No, I dig it.
Yeah. Also, crazy thing. Oh, fuck, go back. I guess I didn't put the picture in. Zero comes back. He just does.
It doesn't say how, or he just.
So they don't say how in the game, but they kind of explained it through like Twitter posts and like interviews and whatnot. So what happened was after the colony crashed, Zero meets a mysterious scientist, or like a mysterious scientist investigates the crash site like before Gate does. He finds Zero, he repairs him, and then like Zero just like kind of goes back out in the field. Like around the same time as like the Zero Nightmare shit is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. The in-game explanation is like this infamous clip where the translation was really, really bad. Like the guys who made this game, they didn't care about the translation. So it just says, "I hid myself while I tried to repair myself."
You know what, man?
That's his explanation for where he's been.
Good enough. Whatever, right? Like,
it's like the only thing the game tells you. But like in interviews, they're like, "Oh, a scientist found him and fixed him."
Was it a scientist we know, or just some random guy?
At the end of the game, his name is Mysterious Scientist.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he doesn't really have any like ties to anyone. Once again, Inafune intended on ending the series here, and then going on to the Mega Man Zero series, because at the end of it, Zero goes back to the scientist and is like, "Hey, I want you to like lock me away, because like I feel like I'm a cause for like a lot of these issues." And the scientist agrees to do it. And the beginning of Zero, like Mega Man Zero, you play as Zero and he's locked away in a laboratory. Yeah. So it's like, oh, this was like the intention, but no. They counteract that in Zero 3 as well as by making X7. So,
Yeah. No, dude, I'm a Assassin's Creed fan, so I understand companies just go probably little fingers in that shit, so I get it.
Retcons galore. Here, I gotta take a leak real quick. Dude, I fucking love Bojangles. I'm going to Fuddruckers tonight.
As you should, man. Oh my god, I've been back in the upstate for like months now. I have not been back to Fuddruckers, but I used to love that shit.
I love Fuddruckers so much. It's like, it's not like the greatest burger of all time, but it's my favorite of all time.
It's like the perfect middle of the ground burger,
Yeah, it's not it's not too much, but like it's really, they make their own buns as well, which is really awesome.
It's not McDonald's, but it's not like gourmet. It's just right in the middle, and it's perfect.
Exactly. So yeah, you beat up Hymax, you beat up Isaac, you beat everybody. Oh, I forgot to mention. So at the end of the game, it is revealed that Alia originally worked with Gate, so like they were colleagues. And
who's Alia again?
Alia is the girl.
Okay.
She's your guy in the chair.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. So it was Mitty. Mitty died. Then it was Iris. Iris died, and now it's Alia.
So basically, what I'm getting is no women survived this series.
Alia does.
Okay, fair. Good for her.
Actually, women really get like their comeuppance in Mega Man Zero and like ZX.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, like Mega Man Zero has probably like the best female character, like in, I don't want to say in fiction, but she's up there. She's really well written.
There you go. I look forward to it. Hell yeah.
She's like one of my favorite characters, honestly. So yeah, she and Alia used to work together, doing stuff. Let's see here. Gate was just like, he was doing like sciencey stuff, and it was like really, he was always kind of a weirdo. He was always doing like not evil shit, but basically evil shit. So Alia and her colleagues basically kind of picked on him a little bit, and he kept doing evil shit. And then they killed all of his creations because they were doing evil, and then they felt bad. But it's like, I don't know, it was weird. They didn't really like explain it super well, but like the bosses you fight were originally like creations of his, and then like, but they were originally destroyed because they were doing evil stuff. Like, there's one of them, like Ground Scaravage. He went to like the site where Dr. Kane found X, and like looked around, and they just like, oh, you're not allowed to be here, and they just alien fucking killed him.
Okay, you know what?
Because he was
gotta do what you gotta do.
But like Gabe brought him back when he was doing evil shit.
Okay, yeah. Damn. Holy shit.
It was just like a little like character thing for her. It was like, oh, she worked with the bad guy at one point, and she laments the fact that he turned bad.
And she killed a lot of people, apparently.
Yeah, she just straight up murked him. She has like a arm gun the same way X does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I mean,
if I had an arm gun,
but you know, she's combat capable. I feel like everybody has to be, you know.
Apparently so. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
she killed some dudes.
So, yeah, you beat up Sigma. Now, here's where we get to my favorite character, just because he's a little cool guy. Mega Man X7. So,
okay.
X is tired.
I do not blame him.
He has been through every fucking ordeal under the goddamn sun, and he retires. He's like, I'm not doing it anymore. I retire.
Good. Good for him. For real.
So this causes Zero, like, things are like on the mend, like cities are being built and whatnot, but Zero is like basically the sole special operative, because like it was X and Zero, like the special ops. They take care of the big stuff, while like regular Reploids do everything else. But without X, Zero's gotten to work twice as hard, and because of this, a lot of vigilante groups have been picking up the slack. It's like unregulated, like just bounty hunters and whatnot are going around, and they're fighting Mavericks and they're fighting criminals and whatnot. And the most like prevalent of them is this group called Red Alert, and they're led by that guy on the right, Red.
With the comb back?
Yeah, with like the slick back.
With my dad in the 80s.
Did your dad in the 80s have a forehead scar with one eye?
I wish. That'd be way cooler.
It would be pretty cool, but it would suck for him.
Yeah, well, what you gonna do?
So Red, he leads like this this generation of, you know, ragtag group of vigilantes, and his right hand man is this dude named Axel, who's the guy on the left. Axel is like unique because he is a new generation prototype. So what that means is there's like a new generation of Reploids that are like slowly becoming more and more advanced, and he's like the prototype of them. And he has this unique ability where he can basically change his DNA soul to like look like anybody. So
wait, he changes his soul?
Well, not necessarily his soul, but like he changes his body, as well as like by modifying his soul and like doing some other shit, he can change his body to basically like shapeshift into like anyone that is like the same size as him.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, interesting.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool ability. They call it the copy shot.
Nice.
A-trans. They call it A-trans.
A-trans? Oh, I dig it. I dig
it. So he does that. Sigma, because of course he does, he comes back and he starts like whispering in Red's ear. He's like, "Hey Red, you know, you should start doing crime. You know, that'd be cool. You know, you want to do some crime?" And
he's so sick.
We can do a little crime, just a little crime.
Okay, yeah, just a little bit.
And Axel is like, "Hey Red, why are you doing crime, man? I don't want to do crime." And he's like, "No, just do it, man. It's fine." And he's like, "No, I don't want to." So he runs away. He leaves Red Alert to go and join the Maverick Hunters.
Oh shit.
Yeah. On the way to like enlist though, he encounters Zero like mid-operation. Red sent like a giant enemy crab to track down Axel.
Where'd he get a crab?
He just got a giant enemy crab. It's like a scorpion, but it's pretty crabby.
That's fair.
Yeah. He sends it to fight Axel. Zero shows up. They fight it together. Zero arrests Axel because he's a vigilante, and Axel's like, let me be a hunter. I want to be a hunter. And Zero's like, sure.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But he goes to meet X, and X is like, you can't be a hunter. You're a little bitch. You're just some stupid kid. I don't want you being a hunter. And he's like, let me do it. And Zero's like, just let him do it. I don't care.
Who cares, right? At this point, whatever.
Yeah. X is very much like, he's given up. He's pretty hopeless. It's out of character for him, because like his 100 years of good boy training. This game did not receive well. This is like,
okay. I don't know. That's fair and all. Like I get it, but like considering what he's gone through and what he's done, I do not blame him. He needs a rest. I don't blame him at all.
Well, this was also like a PS2 launch title, and
oh really?
Yeah, a lot of games were like going 3D at the time because of the PS2, and they didn't do it right. They essentially made they took 2D like rules and stuff and like transferred it to a 3D game.
Yeah,
so it didn't come out well. This game just kind of sucks. This is like considered to be the worst game in the entire franchise.
Have you played it?
Yeah, I played all of them.
Oh, okay, well there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Props to you, bro. I feel that.
I mean, it introduced Axel. I like Axel, so.
Which one's Axel again?
He's the guy with the gun.
Okay, no, he's sick, man. He looks cool.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Cause he's like a new model, right?
Yeah, he's a prototype of the new generation of Reploids.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
Gotcha.
he's like a spunky kid. He's very much like
really?
He's like a rookie cop. That's like his whole deal.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
So he joins up with the Maverick Hunters. Red Alert is like, hey, Axel, you should come back and join us. And he's like, I don't want to. He's like, okay, well, I'm gonna release all of the Mavericks that we held captive, and if you can beat them all, you can have Axel.
What?
Yeah, and X is literally like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, okay, bye. Yeah. So
yeah,
fair. He releases a bunch of enemies. Zero and Axel beat them up. If you save like 40 Reploids, you can play as X. He comes out of retirement, but he's just like a less fun to play as Axel.
Yeah. I bet.
So there's not really any point to it.
Let the man rest. Oh shit.
They go to Red Alert headquarters. They beat up Red. They beat up Sigma. Sigma turns into like a giant, he gets like a massive body that's like the size of the planet, and you fight him.
How?
I don't
Why?
know what he does.
Fair. Space. That's kind of cool, actually. I mean.
Yeah, and then it might have been like a hallucination, or like maybe you went to cyberspace and did that or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, yeah.
You beat him up, and Cygnus is like, all right, Axel, you're welcome to the team. And X is like, I don't want him on the team.
Why?
Because they didn't know how to write him.
No, fair. You know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the point in the series where it kind of starts falling apart?
This is the only game in the series where it falls apart. Because
okay, not bad.
The game after this is my personal favorite.
Okay, that's fair. I'm glad they fixed it.
Yeah. X8 is not it's not the best in the series, but it's my favorite.
But this one is like a dud.
Yeah, this one was like X8 is what X7 should have been, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole thing that introduces that you can swap between characters in the middle of a stage. Because before you play as Zero or X and then you do a stage, but here you start the stage and just halfway through you're like, I'm gonna play as Zero now.
That's I don't know. That sounds weird.
It was cool because Zero has a double jump and Axel has a hover. So for platforming secrets, you'd want to double jump on a platform, swap, and then hover over. And
that's kind of cool. I get that.
It makes you feel more like a team,
I like that. That's fine.
So humanity didn't learn their lesson. Mega Man X8. See here.
Shocker.
They're like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put everybody back in space again.
No, don't do that.
Yeah. So
Please don't do that.
they're like, the problem was that there was a space colony that was like untethered to the planet. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a space elevator, and it's gonna go to the moon, and we're gonna put people on the moon while the robots figure everything else. And
Yeah, they couldn't go wrong.
yeah, they call it the Jacob Project, and it is led by Lumine, who's the dude with the purple hair. That's a dude, by the way.
I'm not surprised. It's Japan.
Yeah. So Lumine is the director of the Jacob Project, and is working on like he's also a new generation Reploid who's like Axel was a prototype. Lumine was like the first success, and everyone else after that can like just kind of do whatever. So Axel can only turn into Reploids that are the same size as him. Lumine can turn into whatever.
So he's like the peak of whatever right now.
Yeah.
Robots.
And like the idea behind them was that because they can rewrite their DNA souls, they're immune to the Maverick virus.
Oh.
Yeah. Turns out that's not the case.
Oh, well, shit.
Yeah.
That sucks.
It does suck. The story in this game isn't super great, but it plays.
Yeah.
It's really fun to play, which is why I like it.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. So Vile comes back actually, and he looks like Boba Fett now.
And he looks sick. I mean, I'm not mad about that.
Yeah. So Boba Fett shows up and kidnaps Lumine, and is like, "I'm gonna send my soldiers to like gather all the information about the Jacob Project." And you're like, "Okay." So you beat him up, and then you go up the orbital elevator, and you go to the moon. And once you get there, surprise, surprise, Sigma is on the moon. But the interesting thing is that like he's all decrepit, and like it's clear that being brought back so many times has like completely taken its toll on his body.
Damn.
Yeah. So once you beat him, it's basically all but confirmed that he is dead and dead for good this time.
Are we sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Okay.
also you beat up Vile. He dies. Sucks. I like Vile.
Wait, he dies?
Yeah, you beat up Vile. You kill him.
You know what? Can't help it. Whatever.
Yeah. So like Vile is like it's actually kind of cool when you fight Vile. If you play on hard mode, he will actually like you'll leave the room, but like the character that like you brought back as like your reserve character, they get locked in the room, and Vile shows up and he self-destructs and kills them like he did in the first. Like you did it. Zero did in the first game. He self-destructs and kills your like reserve character.
But he's dead too now?
Yeah, like Vile dies and he like takes out your side guy. But like when you're fighting Sigma, your reserve character shows up and is like, "Oh, I made it just in time. Vile didn't actually beat me up."
You know what? Fair enough. Whatever.
A little bit of like it was cool when it happened, but then like because it unhappens, it's like, oh well, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. But turns out Lumine is also a robot supremacist who wants to kill all humans. So you beat him up.
Good.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Interestingly enough, though, after you defeat Lumine, some freaky like science tendrils explode out of his body, and they like pierce Axel in like the forehead crystal, and like he goes down like a sack of hammers. But like it's implied that like Lumine infected him with some kind of like virus or whatever.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. That brings us to Mega Man X9, which does not exist and will never exist, and we'll never get a resolution to that story beat.
Wait, really?
Dude, like the day Capcom makes X9 is the day that like I will cry.
When did SA come out?
2007.
Oh yeah, no, dude, you're not getting that shit. I'm sorry.
No. Like we're just now getting Mega Man games after like a decade.
Dude, it gotta be rough being a Mega Man fan.
Yeah.
You guys are getting drip fed.
We got Mega Man 10 in 2010, and then we got like ZX and ZX Advent in like 2011, and then we got Mega Man 11 like a decade later.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no,
That's
y'all are
all we've
close
had
for
since.
something. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
it's a real shame. It's real hard being a Mega Man fan. You know what I mean?
But hey, you're sticking with it, and I respect that.
Yeah. On the bottom right is what like decrepit Sigma looks like.
That's Sigma?
Yeah, that's Sigma. He's you can tell he went through a lot from like having his little green chest, and now he's just fucking
He's a
charcoal at
demon
this
now.
point.
Hey, good for him. He looks cooler.
Yeah. Lumine turns into an angel because
Ooh!
there's a lot of biblical references in this game, like the Jacob Project is kind of like an allegory for like the Tower of Babel.
Mm.
We went too close to the heavens, and like bad shit happened.
I mean, Baba got good lore. I can't blame him.
So yeah, you beat up Lumine. Axel has like a bad time, and we then fast forward a good couple hundred years. I think it's about 200 years.
Really?
Yeah. So the original idea was that let's see here. The original idea was that they were going to end the game at X5 or like X6 when like Zero goes to sleep in that chamber, and then we're going to fast forward 200 years to this game because Keiji Inafune always wanted Zero to be like the main character of his own game, and he wanted to like get to that as fast as he could. But Capcom was like, no, you got to do Mega Man X because he's like the flagship character, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this was like his opportunity to like make Zero the protagonist. And this is honestly like the best part of the whole like franchise, in my opinion.
Oh, really?
The Zero games are like they have the best story, they have the best characters, and it's just like it's just the best part of it, if you ask me.
Best gameplay?
Yeah, it plays pretty fun. I really like X8, but this one's like smooth. It's like very like fast and like smooth type of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
It's been about 200 years since all the stuff in Mega Man X happened, and we start the game introduced to a young lady named CL. CL, I believe, is French for sky. And
it is.
That's important because almost every character in the game that like she's associated with has a French name that is like a bird.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's like there's Alouette and a couple other ones. Fluev, I think, is one of them. No, that's Servo. He's different. But yeah, it's just like they all have cool little names. So she is running away from these robots that kind of look like X. It's weird. They're foot soldiers. Clearly, there's like 100 of them, but they look suspiciously like X. She eventually runs into like this laboratory with like her personal guard or whatever, and she discovers a laboratory, and inside that laboratory is Zero. He's hooked up to this big machine. He's like asleep. He's unconscious. And CL is like, "Hey, I know who this guy is. This is Zero. He's like,
And that's like the real Zero.
yeah, that's like the real Zero. He looks different. The way they explain it is like sometime probably like between X9 and this game, they like upgraded his body. So like Reploids at this point, they've become more like slender and more like human like. Because like originally in Mega Man X, like you'll see they have like big fucking clunky legs and
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
massive arms and shit. And you look at like Dr. Kane and he's just like normal man, you know? Like
He is.
even like Alia, who is, like not as like her legs aren't like fucking massive, but they're pretty inhuman. They look like humans in armor. Whereas, like, in this game, Reploids, they just look like humans, pretty much. They're still, like, clearly different, but they look more... They look more, like, human to, like, be more approachable, I guess. But,
Okay.
yeah, so that's basically why Zero looks so different. Also, they changed the art style.
They did.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
So, she's being pursued by like those little weird dudes and these like giant machines and whatnot. She finds the lab where Zero is being kept in, and she is accompanied by a little thing called a cyber elf. Now, cyber elves are weird. Basically, what happened was, while they were experimenting with like DNA souls and whatnot, they were able to like, in a way, evolve them to where they existed as like sentient computer programs in cyberspace. So it's like it's like kind of like a fairy, I guess, where it's just like a little dude.
Oh.
But they exist in cyberspace. They're like evolved forms of DNA souls. So like instead of being a robot to have like a personality and whatnot, they just kind of evolve into like a sentient being.
But they come from cyberspace then?
Yeah, they are DNA souls that are like the little balls that bounce around cyberspace. But they kind of like woke up and they become like little guys.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And they can like interact with like machinery and stuff in the real world. But doing that will expend like all of their energy and they'll just fucking die.
Wait, really?
Yeah. So Passy, who's that little pink thing, she's a cyber elf. And CL is like, how do we wake up Zero? We got to do something with Zero. And as she's being like pursued, her guards just get gunned down and fucking die.
Damn.
R.I.P. Milan. He is the only one of them with a name, and I know he's not, but I secretly hope he's a reference to Green Biker Dude, because he's green. He has a name and he dies immediately. So
honestly, that tracks. I buy it.
yeah. So R.I.P. Milan, man. He was the brother. It might have been Milan. I don't know. But he's a cool guy. So she uses Passy's ability to basically revive Zero, and he wakes up. He's fully like restored to his former self, and he escorts her out of the laboratory. He fights off like hundreds of dudes, these big fucking golem type dudes, and she's just amazed that like something this like capable ever existed, because like she reveals I guess I'll just wait till. So they get out of the laboratory, and as Zero is fighting one of the golems, he can't really hurt it that well until this little floaty ball pops up out of nowhere. And little floaty ball is like, hey, take this. And he throws him the Z-Saber. So he...
that's his lightsaber thing?
Yeah, his little lightsaber thing.
Nice.
So little floaty ball is like, hey, take this sword. And then you kill the boss in one hit because you're a badass.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's really cool. And then the floaty ball goes away, and you're like, what the fuck was that?
So they don't know what the floaty ball is?
Yeah, they don't know what the little floaty ball is. They assume it's a cyber elf, because it must be.
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So CL takes Zero back to her base. And here is where it's revealed that some shit has been going down since Zero has been unconscious. So basically what happened was CL was a scientist in the like major... All of humanity has been relegated to one city called Neo Arcadia. Because after all the tragedy that's happened, humanity is basically kaput, and the Earth is in shambles. It's just desert for as far as the eye can see. There's one major city where everybody lives in peace and prosperity, and it's a genuine utopia for humans. And it's called Neo Arcadia. CL was a scientist there. She was one of like the higher ups, and while she was there, she noticed the leader of the city is X. It's Mega Man X. He's the he's the brass tacks. He's the guy in charge.
How did he get there?
He's immortal. He's a robot. He lived for 200 years.
That's fair. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Yeah. So X is in charge of Neo Arcadia, but it's great if you're a human, but it sucks if you're a Reploid, because they're having like an energy crisis. So they don't have like enough energy to power the city. Reploids take a lot of energy. So what X has been doing is he just straight up will just find some Reploids and just yap them.
Oh damn!
Yeah, just like he's gone full on like gas chamber type shit. You know what I mean?
Is he like remorseful about it, or is he just like whatever?
He's just whatever.
Damn! Oh, what happened to this guy? Holy shit!
200 years, man, it can change a person.
That's fair, but still, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, so he's just yapping Reploids because he's like, well, humans need it more. So Reploids are second-class citizens in my book.
God damn! Isn't he a Reploid?
He is. Well, technically he's a robot because all Reploid is replicant android. They're all replicas of him. So technically he's an android, but they're Reploids. So it's complicated.
Still though, I mean, I see where he's coming from. I see how he got to that character point, but that's still crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. So Zero, or CL has taken like a bunch of Reploids and humans that were like going to be executed because like people who were like, "Hey X, you shouldn't kill all the Reploids." He's like, "Well, we'll kill you too." Yeah. So CL was like, I can't fucking stand this anymore, and so she took just a bunch of people that were like scheduled to be executed, and she formed a resistance group, and that's who those people are. There's Old Man Andrew. There's Servo. He's the guy with like the tablet. He's like their science, their like engineer guy. The little girl is Alouette. Yeah. The fat guy, I used to know his name. I can't remember. But they all have names. They all have like backstories. They're all pretty cool, honestly.
Nice.
But
and are they chill with Zero being like their leader?
Yeah. So CL is the leader, but she rescues Zero and is like, Zero, I need you. Like our field operatives are not strong enough to fight Neo Arcadia. We're doomed without you. And Zero's like, Zero has amnesia, so he doesn't remember. He doesn't even know if he is Zero. Like, he just thinks that he's just a guy, and they're like, well, they helped me. I guess I should help them, because why not? You know what I mean?
I did not know how fucked up he got. That's crazy.
Yeah. He's been, like, comatose for 200 years, so he has no memory of anything. But he even says, like, when he rescues CL, he's like, how do you know that I am the Zero you think I am? And she says, none of that matters. Because to me, you're already Zero. Because,
I mean, you know what? Fair.
Yeah, because like he saved her life and like all this other stuff, and he's clearly.
Oh yeah. And good for him.
I mean, it also doesn't help that like he was locked behind a massive door with the word Zero written on it.
It's not his fault.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Zero. I mean, it's all evidence points to that.
If I had to take a guess, I'm sure he would.
There's some clues. He's red. He has a sword. A little glowy ball gave it to him. Yeah. So Zero starts doing guerrilla attacks on Neo Arcadia, just like general rebellion type shit.
Nice.
Where he interacts with X has these 4 like commanders that are like they lead like portions of the military and whatnot. There's Sage Harpuya, who is the green guy. That's what Neo Arcadia looks like. It's just a big, cool city.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Like a spire.
Yeah. So yeah, there's Sage Harpuya, Fairy Leviathan, Fighting Fafnir, and Hidden Phantom. Leviathan's the blue one, Fafnir's the red one, and Phantom is the ninja guy. So like she leads the Navy, he leads like the Air Force, Fafnir is ground troops, and Phantom is like, special ops, hidden type shit.
Love it.
Yeah. So Zero starts fighting these dudes, bringing the good fight to revolution, equal rights for humans and robots, stop killing us for no reason type shit. And eventually he makes his way to Neo Arcadia. And he goes to confront X. Once he gets there, he fights off these guys. Phantom fucking dies because Zero literally it's cool. whenever you beat a boss in Mega Man games, you know, like they explode.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you beat Phantom, he explodes, but like the game gives you back control, and you like have to dodge the explosion because if you're standing next to him, you'll die and you'll have to redo the boss fight again.
What?
Yeah. He hits you with like a cheap shot self destruct thing, but he just straight up dies.
Bitch.
Yeah, he is a bitch. But like right as you get to like the chamber where X is, you like activate a teleporter, and CL like pops in through the teleporter, and she's like, "Hey, Zero, I got something I got to tell you." So long I was genetically modified test tube baby who was designed to become the smartest human who ever lived. She is actually smarter than Dr. Light, the only character to ever be smarter than him.
But like she was like genetically engineered though, right?
Yeah, she was like test tube baby. She's human. She's straight up human, but
right,
you know, test tube baby.
Bitch.
Yeah, I mean CL's cool. I like CL.
She didn't earn it.
I guess, but when she was 7 years old, there was like this major thing that happened, and what happened was, in order to stop that, X had to seal himself away.
Oh.
And with no one to lead Neo Arcadia, CL was like, "Hey, why don't I just make a clone of X? I'll make Copy X."
Fair.
But here's the thing: Copy X did not go through the 100 years of good boy training.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he took over as the leader of Neo Arcadia and started yapping folk left and right.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So it wasn't X at all. It was a copy of X who naively was like, "Oh man, I should just do the easiest way ever." So Zero goes and fights him, beats him up, and he literally just says like, "You're a wimp, dude. What the fuck?" And then Copy X is like, "Huh?" And Zero's like, "Yeah, I don't have my memories, but I do remember that X was not as weak as you are. He wasn't as naive either." And Copy X is like, and he self-destructs, but Zero manages to get away.
He self-destructs?
Yeah, Copy X explodes himself. This
sends
Zero like flying out into the desert. And while he's in the desert, little ball man shows up again. And
very nice.
Oh yeah, there's Copy X. He's pretty cool looking.
Ball
man appears, and he's like, "Hey Zero, it's me X. What's going on, man?"
I'm just chilling.
Yeah. So when he sealed himself away, he was able to like convert his consciousness into a cyber elf. So X is just kind of bebopping around as a little ball man, and he was just like, "Hey, how you doing? Thanks for getting rid of that clone of me. That guy kind of sucked."
And that's all he does? He just dips out after that?
Yeah, he was like, you left me alone for 200 years, and like shit got rough, but I managed to make it work. And I wish that things hadn't turned out how they had, but now that you're back, I'm glad because we can get shit back on the right track. Like you are my brother, and without you, like none of this would be possible. Type shit.
That's fair. Good for him. He knows what's up.
Yeah. X is he's pretty chill. He's very much like, "Hey, can I take a break? I've been doing this for 200 years while you've been gone."
Yeah, again, X, not only does he deserve a break, but he's like the most level-headed guy here. He's like, dude, let's just like figure this out. This is too much, and I agree.
Yeah, I like his shirt. His like his long little dress shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So this leads us to 02. Zero is just kind of wandering about the desert. He's trying to get back to the Resistance for about a year because like his like navigations were damaged or whatever. He doesn't really know where he is, and he's got like Neo Arcadian soldiers like bashing at his door like 24/7, 365. And he's just like, "Man, I don't know what to do, so I'm just gonna keep wandering." Eventually, he does collapse from exhaustion, and Harpolia shows up, the green guy, And he's like, I could kill Zero, but at the same time, he didn't agree with what Copy X was doing. He's like his advisor, but he understood that like there was no like talking him out of like the whole like genocide thing. So with Copy X gone, Harpuya is like the guy in charge, and he's like, man, well, at least now that I'm in charge, I could probably like fix shit. So he kind of takes pity on Zero, and he takes an unconscious Zero back to the Resistance base.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Harpuya's pretty chill. I like him.
Zero never dies.
Yeah, he's the green guy with little stabby bits on the top right.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I dig him then.
Yeah.
He's cool.
So Zero wakes up in the Resistance base, and while they've been gone, they've like really done some major renovations. They've got like a ton of members and whatnot, and they have a new leader. CL is like focusing on her research because she's trying to solve the energy crisis. She believes that by solving the energy crisis, she can broker peace with Neo Arcadia. They won't have to need to retire Reploids anymore, and they can all just go back to like living in peace.
Okay, yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I can follow the logic there. It's not bad.
So while she's focusing on her research, she left like the general, like the resistance and like keeping people safe and like fighting Neo Arcadia. She left that to El Pizo, who's the dude with like the pink robe beside X. Because Zero's been gone for about a year.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. But Zero just got back, and it was like he shows up and he's just like, El Pizo's all, oh, I would love to have your help. You know, we're gonna beat Neo Arcadia. We're gonna march down their door. We're gonna kill them all. We're gonna kill Neo Arcadia. And Zero's like, hey, we should wait for her to finish her research, and then broker peace with them. And El Pizo's
Good
like,
point.
he's like, nah, that's stupid. Why would we do that? That's stupid.
Base.
Yeah. So Zero's just like, whatever. And he just starts doing like, you know, operations, just trying to like disrupt Neo Arcadia to like basically buy time for them to work on the research.
Come on, man, they don't get a break.
Yeah. And then like halfway through, El Pizo is like, all right, time to launch Operation Righteous Strike, where they're gonna march on Neo Arcadia and take them out for good. Because with Copy X defeated, they're like, oh, there's no way they could beat us. Their orders in disarray, you know? Doesn't matter that they have like 3 wise dudes who know what they're doing and, you know, 15 billion soldiers on their side. Man didn't think it through. So basically, yeah, they all die, and it's pretty bad. But El Pizo,
They all die?
yeah, like the entire like strike force fucking dies.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but damn.
Yeah, like none of the named guys like in the picture, they're fine. But like,
Well, yeah, but still.
they lose like 200 just like foot soldiers, and El Pizo goes literally fucking insane.
Why? Oh, because they're dead?
Yeah, because he like the trauma of it. I think he's a Reploid. But yeah, like the trauma of like, you know, leading his men to die and like just how wrong he was just drives him insane. And
So wait,
like,
Reploids get like PTSD then?
pretty much, yeah. They're
Dude, that blows.
yeah. I mean, like X got PTSD. He had to retire.
You know what? There actually, I forgot about that.
Yeah. So yeah, he basically just goes insane and he's like, I know what I'm gonna do. Their legend tells of a cyber elf that is so powerful that it could just kill any enemy, and it's called the Dark Elf. And he's like, I am going to go and release the Dark Elf and absorb its power, and then I'll be stronger than Zero. I'll be stronger than any of the Guardians. I can destroy whatever I want. I can save us all. And everyone's like, that's a bad idea. He's like, no, it's not. It's a great idea. So he uses these like 2 special cyber elves. They're in the top right, Kriya and Priya.
Okay.
And they're called like the baby elves. They're like the children of the dark elf in a way. So like they always like know where she is. And he follows them to shit, hold up. I didn't include a picture of it. He follows them to this massive tower in the middle of Neo Arcadia called Yggdrasil. And
Nice.
yeah, and at the top of Yggdrasil is X's original body. So X, what he did was he used his body to seal away the Dark Elf. That's why he's a cyber elf.
Oh.
Yeah. So when X finds out about this, he's like, okay, well, shit, I guess I better go reclaim my original body so that I can stop El Piso from releasing the Dark Elf. But he's too late, and El Piso stabs him with a rapier. And
What?
Yeah, he stabs and destroys X's original body.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and it releases the Dark Elf from its prison. And
Fuck, man.
yeah, it's a bad time. So X is just like, shit, I needed that.
Yeah.
That was cool to have.
I agree with him, dude.
El Piso uses the power of the Dark Elf to like do evil shit, or to like get really strong. But Zero beats him because he's stronger.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and now the Mother Elf or the Dark Elf like starts to like flicker a little bit, and like some of the darkness like goes away, and like it takes pity on El Piso, and instead of like just letting him die, it turns him into a cyber elf, and he just kind of flitters away. He's like, oh, she gave me like a new lease on life type deal. That's when CL explains that originally the Dark Elf was called the Mother Elf, and it was like this really cool cyber elf that like did all this amazing shit, and but like one evil person corrupted her and made her into the Dark Elf.
Oh, so it wasn't her, it was someone else?
Yeah, well, it was her, but like she was like corrupted.
Right, that's
Yeah.
still her. Oh, suck.
Yeah, because like, I remember she is still technically a computer program, so
Well, I mean, most of them are at this point, right?
yeah, like everyone's either like a Reploid or a computer program. CL is human. Like some members of the Resistance are human, but
I mean, humanity's like pretty fucked right now, right?
humanity's doing pretty good. It's the Reploids that are having a hard time.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah,
Moving around.
humanity is literally living in utopia in Neo Arcadia.
I mean, I thought that was the robot guys. I got it mixed up.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah. So after that, we get to Mega Man 03. CL finally manages to like solve the energy crisis. She creates this thing called the CL
Wow.
system. It's like a way to like utilize energy crystals that makes them like 10,000 times more efficient. So
Oh,
there's basically just like no issues with like electricity anymore. And her plan is to give it to Harpuya. And Harpuya, who's like, the smart one, he's like the wise one. He's like, oh yeah, we'll totally broker peace. We'll have no reason to fight because then. So they're
I mean, yeah, I
on their way-
guess.
yeah, they're like on their way to meet with him when there's like a massive attack on the like the meeting place. So Zero like charges in to go see what's up, and he gets in there, and he sees the three guardians, Harpuya, Fefnir, and Leviathan, are all fighting this big fucking dude named Omega.
Omega.
Yeah, he's got like a giant sword and whatnot, and they're getting their asses handed to him. Zero
He's like a
comes in-
robot.
Yeah, Zero comes in and like he manages to fight it off for the most part. But let's see here. Yeah, he defeats Omega, and everyone's like, okay, shit, what the hell was that? And then all of a sudden, like this creepy old dude just kind of like hovers in out of nowhere in like a weird tube suit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and his name is Dr. Vile. Wiel.
Oh, he's German.
Yeah. Dr. Wily was also
Great.
German.
Ew.
Yeah. Oddly enough, no relation to Dr. Wily whatsoever.
Oh, really?
Genuine. Like, I'm not even like setting you up for like a plot twist. He has no relation to him whatsoever.
No, I believe you. That's just funny as hell.
Yeah, it's weird because he's just like an old evil scientist with basically the same name.
And he just pops up, huh?
Yeah, he just kind of beep pops in, and he's like, hey, Omega's on your side, you guys. He's talking to, like, the 3 Guardians, and then that's when all of a sudden, do I have the picture? Yeah, Copy X just shows up.
Which one is that?
He's like Evil X, remember?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Copy X
There's
just shows up.
Too many names. I forget everything.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, Dr. Wily is my friend, you guys. You don't have to fight him." And Harpuya is like, "Hey, wasn't he the guy that corrupted the Mother Elf and like murdered a lot of people?"
Wasn't he like
Copy X
Robo Hitler?
Yeah, and Copy X is like, what are you talking about? That didn't happen. What are you talking about? And Harpuya
See, that's
like,
smart.
Yeah, and Harpuya he can't go against X because he's loyal to him. So he's like,
That's not respect.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I guess not. So basically, Weil has recreated Copy X to basically serve as like his minion for Neo Arcadia.
Hmm.
Yeah. So basically, like as like a way to like gain full control over Neo Arcadia.
And that's where the humans live in?
Yeah. Dr. Vile is a human.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in like a weird tube, but he's totally human.
Good for him.
Yeah. Let's see here. So halfway through the game, you get to like you fight like Wiles like personal soldiers and whatnot, and you like fight Neo Arcadia and whatnot because they don't want to give him the CL system because Harpuya can be reasoned with. Copy X and Vile cannot be reasoned with. They're just
Why not?
Evil.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Yeah.
Good enough.
So like Copy X is just like fully under Wile's control, and Vile's he's evil. So
right.
You learn why he's so evil in one of the missions where you discover like a dossier, you're in like a hidden abandoned like pirate ship, like battleship, and you discover a dossier that details something called the Elf Wars.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So about like 100 years before CL woke up Zero, there was this huge bloody war that lasted for 4 years, and it was called the Elf Wars. So the scientist who was like, she was the one who like put CL in a test tube, kind of. So it's like her surrogate mother in a way. She put it together that the Maverick virus was a result of Zero. So
how?
Like Dr. Wily made it, remember? Like a long time ago?
But it was a virus?
No, this is back in Mega Man X.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in Mega Man X, like Dr. Wily made the Maverick virus, which got into Sigma and then did like all this evil shit.
Right, okay, yeah.
It was originally like part of Zero. Zero was supposed to be the host, but he became a good guy instead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So this scientist, like, she figured that out. And so she was like, oh, that must mean that the solution to the Maverick virus must be within Zero. So Zero voluntarily got into a laboratory and allowed himself to be studied. That's why he was in the laboratory when you first find him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the scientist, she studied Zero, and from his DNA was able to create a cyber elf that could completely and irrevocably erase the Maverick virus for good.
Oh, damn. And it came from Zero?
Yeah, actually, and for real this time. No Doppler shit, no, like, DNA souls, nothing like that. Just straight up, this thing could erase the Maverick virus. This was the solution. This was the cure.
Like, for good?
For good.
So, like, the Replicoids would, like, be, like, normal now?
Yeah. So they... by studying Zero, they were able to create the Mother Elf, who could cure the Maverick virus for good.
Okay.
Dr. Vile was a scientist who worked on this project. Remember, this is 100 years before what's going on now.
Hmm.
Yeah. he saw how powerful it could be, and so he was the one who corrupted the mother elf and turned it into the dark elf.
Oh,
Yeah.
what was it on purpose or on accident?
It was on purpose. His goal was to fuse the mother elf with Omega and create this ultimate machine that could completely dominate the wills of all Reploids. And basically he would have an army, like every single Reploid that exists. And remember, there's way more Reploids than there are humans.
Yeah.
Would be completely under his control, and he could do whatever he wanted. He would literally be like the king of the world.
See, it's all making sense now. I get the end game now.
Yeah. So X and Zero, they band together and they fight Vile, and this war goes on for 4 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah. 90% of all Reploids are destroyed. 70% of all humans are killed, and 98% of the Earth is completely uninhabitable.
And that's like the canon outcome?
Yeah, this was the Elf Wars. This was the greatest tragedy, like, just ever.
And that was 100 years before Zero?
Yeah, 100 years before Zero, 100 years after X.
Oh my! What game do you find this out in?
Mega Man 03. So
Really?
Yeah, there's like you find a dossier on a ship.
Oh my god!
Yeah, and it like details this history. It's crazy, man. So,
I mean, I already knew like something had to have happened, but that's fucking out of left field. That's crazy.
Yeah, like all this shit happened. So that's why all of humanity lives in Neo Arcadia, is because it's the only habitable place on the planet.
I mean, makes sense, but goddamn,
yeah, it's crazy. Humanity was reduced to, I think, a population of like 1 million.
Jesus Christ, man! And there's even like less Roboquoids, right?
Yeah, there was like maybe, I don't know, maybe like 700,000 Reploids.
So this is like the Holocaust. This is like the worldwide Holocaust at this point.
This is literally like the end of humanity type shit. And this happened. This happened in the span of 4 years.
And those all the Elf Wars?
Yeah, the Elf Wars, they lasted 4 years, and it was this just huge tragedy where X and Zero were fighting Vile and Omega and the Dark Elf, and it was just this massive back and forth.
That sucks, man. It sounds like they got their ass clapped.
Yeah, it was bad. So what happened was, in order to end the Elf Wars, X had to seal away the Dark Elf and become a Cyber Elf. They were able to capture Dr. Vile, and here's the stupid thing. They did not execute him. They made him immortal.
Why?
Because they thought, an infinite lifetime of wandering the wasteland of the planet would be like a fitting punishment.
No, kill him. No.
That's what they did. They made him immortal. So
you
that's
know
why
what?
he's got his funky little spacesuit. That's the suit that keeps him immortal.
Good lord, man. That's like the antithesis. Hello, Elijah.
Hello.
Hello.
We're getting mega over here.
Bro, we're neck deep in this shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Mega Man lore.
Mega Man presentation.
All right.
Yeah. We just got to the part where 98% of the planet is uninhabitable. 90% of robots have destroyed, and there's like 1 million humans left.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's more to go, but right now it seems there's no hope.
Yeah.
It seems like there's no hope.
Like literally 1 million, or exaggerated 1 million? 1 million.
Like roughly 1 million. Like 90.
Okay.
70% of humanity was completely wiped out, and this is.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Yeah,
from your previous one. Yeah.
It's great.
This is like late in the series, right?
We're getting close to the end. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is
I
like
don't even
the
know.
climax.
It's all.
I got like 30 minutes here. We got my brother-in-law's birthday dinner at 6, so I'm just getting some work done. Brian.
Oh, nice.
His birthday is St. Patrick's Day. Anyway, so I'm only gonna be here for like 30 minutes, but please continue.
It's all good, man.
Let's do it. Yeah, I want to know what happens. I'm invested now.
Yeah. So after Zero finds the dossier detailing the Elf Wars, he's able to like basically just be like, okay, so now I know why Vile is such a dick, and so he goes on to like continue to fight against him. He makes it to Neo Arcadia, and he fights Copy X again. Right as like Copy X is about to like engage like his ultimate form, like his transformation to become like super strong. CL is like, hey, don't do that. Wile put a bomb in you. If you do that, you'll explode. And he doesn't.
Wait, was that addressed earlier? Or was that just revealed then?
It was revealed then. So Vile,
wow.
he brought Copy X back. Remember?
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, he brought him back to use him as a puppet. And as a failsafe, he said, if you use your ultimate form, you'll explode. But he didn't tell him.
I get it. I see.
The plan was for Zero to fight him. He wanted Copy X to die, because that way he could look to the people and say, people of Neo Arcadia, your leader is dead, he was killed by a revolutionary, but don't worry, before he died, he named me the next ruler, so I will lead you all in the charge of Neo Arcadia.
I mean, that's fucked up, but that's smart shit.
Yeah.
That would work.
Yeah. So, now as the leader of Neo Arcadia, he can finally like track down where the Dark Elf is, and because remember, he wants to fuse the Dark Elf with Omega to make like the subjugation thing go off.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So he finds out where she is, and she's hiding in like a residential district, just outside the city, like a small town.
Why? It's off the road.
That's just where she is. Yeah, she's not there for any reason. That's just where she is. She's just in that town. So
Fair.
Dr. Wile says, okay, put Omega on a missile and launch the missile at the city. And everyone's like, that'll kill the people there. He's like, did I fucking stutter? Just get him there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Get results.
So he destroys the city. Omega successfully fuses with the Mother Elf and is now capable of controlling every Reploid on the planet.
So the fusion is successful then?
Yeah, so he was successful. He won.
Oh, shit!
But here's the thing. You know who isn't a Reploid?
I'm trying to think. Who?
Zero.
Is he not?
Zero is a machine made by Dr. Wily.
That's right. No, yeah.
Yeah. So he's basically immune to that effect. So he's able to he's like about to be like Zero's about to get murdered by like all his friends and whatnot because they're controlled.
Okay.
X as a cyber elf shows up and uses his power to like kind of like stun them all. So that way Zero can like escape. And he goes to where Omega is, and they have like a massive throwdown, and he beats him up. He beats his ass bad.
Fuck yeah, dude. He deserves it. Thank God.
Yeah. But then it's revealed that Omega was actually the original Zero.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So during the Elf Wars, Dr. Vile stole Zero's body and modified it into Omega to be used as a weapon. And so X had to make a replacement body for the real Zero to fight against him.
Oh, but so wait. Hold on. So the fake Zero is Zero's OG body, but the real Zero is in a replacement body, but it's still the OG Zero's like CPU or soul.
Yeah. So the entire game, you have been playing as Zero, but in a fake body. And
he did not know that, obviously, right?
Because like at the first game, they're like, "How do I know I'm Zero? Am I the Zero you think I am?" And they're like, "No, we don't know, but you're Zero in my book." And then it's revealed that like, no, you weren't Zero. You were never Zero. This is
is Zero the original Mega Man?
Zero is a character from Mega Man X. He's
he's a new guy. He's not. Okay, is he a good guy or a bad guy?
He's a good guy.
Okay. Okay.
He started. He was intended to be a bad guy, but through a twist of fate, he became a good guy.
Okay, so then Omega was actually Zero, and you're playing hold on, Omega's soul in somebody else's body, or somebody else's soul in Omega's body?
So you weren't here for that first part.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not caught up.
It's cool. So in Mega Man X, Dr. Wily made Zero to like basically destroy everyone and kill the world.
Okay, I do remember Dr. Wily.
Yeah, he made a virus that makes robots turn like it turns their evil meter from like 0 to like 9,999.
Like Civ 4 Gandhi.
Yeah. So when he made Zero, he made his evil meter already that high. But when Zero was infected with the virus that he also made, it caused like a weird fuck up loop, so that it caused a rollover, basically setting his evil meter down to 0.
That's my field. That's computer science. That's called an integer overflow.
Yeah, that's the word. I fucking knew that. Somebody said that
Yep.
in a video and I couldn't remember it. Yeah,
Integer overflow.
So he went from being the most evil guy to being a good guy. And then
I can briefly illustrate the concept if you want, or we can continue.
Oh, we can just continue.
Okay.
Like, yeah, so he becomes a good guy, and he fights alongside Mega Man X, who's also like a good guy, and they do good guy shit. And then at the beginning of Mega Man Zero, you're like, it's unsure whether or not you're the same Zero from the first game, from like the original. But everyone says like that doesn't matter because your actions have proved that you're like worthy of being a good guy. So you are like Zero in our hearts. And so when you fight this guy, it's revealed that, oh, you were never Zero. This is Zero. This is the original Zero. But what really happened was Dr. Vile stole Zero's body, and X had Zero's mind. So he put Zero's mind in a replacement body, and that's who you are. So you are him, but you're not the... You're him, but you're like half of him. You're the part that matters.
Right.
Yeah.
This actually is interestingly related to theology and like hypostasis and like the hypostatic union and stuff. That's pretty interesting. So anyway,
crazy. Like this is the best part of the entire story, in my opinion. Like this
No,
is
yeah,
the
dude.
ultimate climax of the franchise.
This whole thing is like I had no. I played like Mega Man 2, Mega Man. I played some of the games. I had no idea the lore went this deep. This is crazy shit.
Yeah, it gets crazy. I mean,
I love when lore gets like really deep.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Zero is like, well, I need to like save the people I care about. I have no choice but to destroy my original body, and so he does.
Yeah.
And it's like one of the best fights in the game, and it's got like the coolest fucking like music. It's awesome.
Well, quick question.
Yeah.
For a Reploid, or what a robot like Zero, is destroying his original body is it like a big thing for him? Because he already has his body, he has his soul, just in a different body. When
Zero
he
doesn't
kills,
care, but like Weil tries to use it as like a scare tactic to be like, you couldn't destroy your original body, but Zero's doesn't give a fuck. So
hell yeah, he don't. He got a laser sword.
He's like, yeah, he don't give a damn. So yeah, he just straight up destroys him.
That's crazy. I did not see that coming at all.
Yeah.
That is quite a twist from what I can tell.
Yeah. Let me read my notes real quick because... Yeah, okay. So, destroying Omega releases the Mother Elf. The blast also kills the Guardians, which kind of sucks.
Wait, why?
So what originally happened was I'm gonna be honest with you, they forgot to put them in the 4th game. So they retroactively said, oh, they died in that explosion.
Fucking Mass Effect shit, man.
Yeah, it's stupid. But so Cyber Elf X uses like the last of his like energy to turn the Dark Elf just straight up into the Mother Elf. She's just like she's good again, and like she's incorruptible. But doing this causes, because you remember, if Cyber Elves affect the real world too much, they die.
Yeah.
So X is he officially is gone forever.
What, X is dead?
Yeah, X is like is dead.
That's how he dies?
Yeah, I mean like he basically, if he hadn't done that, like the world would just be fucked.
Is X the original Mega Man?
No.
No. So a lot of people thought that like X was like an upgraded version of the original Mega Man. They're two separate people.
Okay.
Yeah, the original
So
Mega
why-
Man just like lived for like I don't know, a couple of decades, and then they kind of like had like a mandatory like lifespan back then.
Because they were originally made as like servant robots, right?
Yeah, he was made as a lab assistant, but then like
Right.
Wily started making them do evil shit, so he became like a super fighting robot to stop Wily from doing shit.
Yeah, I remember that from the first one.
Yeah.
I mean,
so, like,
Rock.
after,
Honestly, it sounds like Rock had a pretty good ending. He just kind of did his job and
yeah,
dipped out.
like after Dr. Light and Dr. Wily died of old age, Rock just kind of like back then, like robots had mandatory lifespans because they wanted like an equal footing thing with humans. Reploids didn't have that, and that's kind of part of the reason why a lot of this bad shit happens.
That's why I'm saying if we make robots, we have to have a fucking expiration date, like Cortana.
Yeah.
Get 7 years, done, dead, no more.
Yeah. So like Mega Man Classic, he lived to be like in his like late 80s, and then he just died.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, just like he lived a normal life as like a human.
I will say, I didn't not expect X to die. I'm a little surprised he did, but if he had to go out, I mean, at least he went out like saving humanity. So
Exactly, yeah. So
I'm not mad.
this brings us to Mega Man 04.
04. Good lord.
Yeah. Dr. Wile is still the leader of Neo Arcadia. He basically has everyone like wrapped under his thumb, and he's just doing evil dictator shit. He's just being an asshole. He's just like
He would.
He's just indiscriminately killing humans and Reploids just for shits and giggles. So people from Neo Arcadia are just leaving. They're fleeing to the only other like habitable place on the planet, and it's called Area Zero. That is not the picture I wanted to show. It is called Area Zero. Now, if you'll remember, there was one other place called Area Zero, and that was where the space colony Eurasia crashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, where
And
like
it fucked everyone
cyberspace ripped open a hole and whatnot. So the technology from like the colony that like was like made to like synthesize the atmosphere and whatnot, that just like still works. So the whole planet is desert except for Neo Arcadia and Area Zero, where the colony crashed and where like that equipment is still functioning. So there's like nature and like birds and shit out there. And so because it's the only other habitable place, that's where these people are fleeing to.
So Eurasia, the space station crashing, is what like destroyed the population, right?
Yeah, that was like the biggest tragedy back in Mega Man X, and now it is the thing that will save humanity in Mega Man Zero.
Poetic. I love it.
Yeah, I love these fucking games. So, let's see here. These people are like fleeing to Neo Arcadia. The thing is, they're led by this girl with the red hair. Her name is Nij, and she calls like everyone else refers to it as like, oh, there's the Maverick incident and the Elf Wars and you know, all this other stuff. She refers to like the whole thing since the Dr. Light days as the War of the Machines. Because from her perspective, she's a human. From her perspective, some asshole made a robot, and now everyone's been fucked ever since.
No, honestly, everyone.
That's a fair stance to take.
Yeah, they gotten shit since Dr. Light pulled that, so I don't blame her at all.
Yeah. So basically, they're exclusively humans, and they tolerate Zero, but they still hate him because in their mind, the only Reploid that ever gave a shit about humanity was X, and he's dead. So
I mean, okay, I guess fair because I guess Zero never publicly did anything.
Zero was
but
like the Sasuke, you know. He was there, but like he
honestly,
wasn't
yeah,
popular.
He is
and
a
he also
Sasuke.
fucked up for 200 years.
Not his fault. I don't blame him.
Not his fault, but still.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. So, Vile is like, oh, well, these people are fleeing. I better like send my top enforcer after them. This dude named Kraft. He's like a soldier. He just like Vile like commanded them like he hates Vile, but his philosophy because he's an asshole.
Oh, well, he is.
Yeah, Vile's an asshole. But he knows that like it's either, you know, live in Neo Arcadia or die. And
I mean, yeah.
he and Nij have like a romantic thing kind of going on. So he
Wait, is he a robot or is he a human?
he's a Reploid.
Okay.
Yeah. So he is like, you know, come back to us or else you'll die. And she's like, I would rather die than basically be enslaved by this asshole.
Yeah.
So Vile hatches a plan. He is going to go up to the space station Ragnarok. And
Ooh.
Ragnarok is a massive space laser, even more powerful than like the final weapon from X4. So like this thing is like, it's powerful.
The big laser?
Big space laser. And
Yeah.
he basically Zero fights a bunch of guys, does some missions, gets ready to like fight Vile, and then Vile learns about Ragnarok and he's like, oh, I'm just gonna use that. I'm gonna destroy Area Zero. Problem solved.
Oh.
So he sends Kraft up there to do it, and he's like, Kraft, I command you as your supreme leader, open fire on Area Zero.
Don't do
And
that.
Kraft says, you know what? I can't do it. And you know what? Fuck you. And he opens
Hell yeah,
fire
Kraft.
on Neo Arcadia.
Is it Craft with a C or Craft with a K?
Kraft with a C.
Okay.
He opens fire on Neo Arcadia. Direct hit, perfectly centered on Dr. Vile. Massive space laser. The resistance begins to like evacuate Neo Arcadian citizens. They do their best. Humanity is now at roughly 70,000 people.
God damn it, we can't fucking win in this series, dude.
You know that actually happened in history?
Really?
Yeah, there was when humans were still native to Africa, by analyzing like DNA, they discovered there was a point at which there were about 70 or maybe 7, actually no, I think it was 7,000 humans after that was timed right after a volcanic eruption. So in the Central African Rift there was a volcano that went off and humanity went down to 7,000 individuals. And so that, because they saw in DNA from like human fossils, the genetic diversity narrowed down to only 7. So everybody alive comes from those 7,000 people, so that hurt our genetic diversity and actually created some genetic like disease issues we have today. But anyway,
That also forced us to breed with like other homeo species because we had no choice.
Monkey stuff.
That's why we have these stupid fucking assholes in like Southern Europe who are still like Neanderthal DNA.
So, yeah, there's like the resistance evacuating who they can, but the whole city is just fucking trash. I mean, just look at it.
So obviously, what's his fuck is dead? The doctor.
You'd think.
Oh, fuck. Okay, go on then. My bad.
You'd think. So because of his weird immortality bullshit, Dr. Vile survived the attack.
I still don't understand that. How does he fucking do that?
His suit just makes him immortal, I guess. It's made of... So, they kind of explain it a little bit in the next game. It's made of, like, this unique metal that basically can, like, keep people alive. It's complicated. I'll try... Even in, like, the sequel, it doesn't make any fucking sense, but...
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's not on you, bro.
So, Dr. Vile teleports to Ragnarok, and he fuses with it. And so Neo Arcadia is fucked. The only habitable, like, the planet Earth is like 99.9% totally destroyed. The only, like, remaining bastion that humanity can survive at is Area Zero. So he says, well, if I'm gonna die, I'm taking you all with me. He melds with Ragnarok and puts it on a crash course for Area Zero.
Good lord.
Yeah. And I believe collision is in like 7 minutes or some shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So with literally no other options, Zero just hops his ass on a teleporter, goes straight up there. CL is like, what are you doing? Where are you going? What's happening? Doesn't say a word. Just immediately teleports the fuck up there. And
No time.
He just has like this huge epic showdown with Dr. Vile, and like the best song in the fucking franchise is playing. It's called Falling Down. It's so cool.
Hell yeah.
I didn't know they had dope songs.
Oh,
Gotta
dude,
check
the music
that
in this
out.
game is so awesome, man.
Well, dude, even back in the
Shit.
8-bit days, those chip tunes from Mega Man 2, holy
It's so
shit.
good.
Mm.
But you fight him, and you have like a time limit on this boss too, because it's coming down. And
Yeah.
as Zero's about to deal the final blow, Vile says something along the lines of like, "Oh, of course the brave hero come to save the day," and Zero says like one of the hardest lines in anything ever. He says, "I never cared about justice. I've never once called myself a hero. I've only ever fought for the people I believe in."
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
And he just completely demolishes the colony, and it burns up in the atmosphere. And
Damn!
CL watches with tears in her eyes as the debris creates like a beautiful meteor shower. And you see the final resting place of my favorite metal man.
He's gone?
Rip.
He's dead for sure? Are we sure? That man survived a lot of shit. Are we sure he's dead?
Well...
Yeah, see, yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah. So, the tragic end of our good buddy Zero, and that brings us to
rip.
Peace finally exists. Humans and Reploids finally have peace. And
It only took a genocide of
For now.
yeah,
we got there.
This brings us to the chapter in the document titled "Peace. Finally, there is peace." And you'll notice it goes
I
from
somehow doubt that.
2,381 to 2,560.
It's not bad.
About 2 centuries apiece. That's cool.
That's more than most people get, so you know what?
Yeah.
Good for them.
So this brings us to Mega Man ZX. So basically, they finally rebuild society. Everybody lives together in like several cities around the world. There's cultural diversity, all this good stuff. That brings us to the year 2,561, and the chapter titled "Fuck." Because the peace.
Fair enough.
There's
I believe it.
A little bit of not great. My document is fucked up. There we go. So, here we meet Ale. If you play, there's a boy and a girl character. There's Ale and there's Vent, because you can choose your own character. But the canon option is Ale, so...
Boo, women suck.
Well, she's more interesting than Vent, so...
Nah, I believe it.
Vent, his whole personality is that he's just a guy.
Same.
She has, like,
I like him. I like him.
She has like a backstory and shit.
Boo.
So
No, that's cool.
she works for this like kind of courier service called Jiro Express, and it is run by this dude named Jiro. So if you'll notice, he has a little triangle on his forehead. And,
He does.
You can't see it, but Ale does not. So in this day and age, humans and Reploids are completely like indistinguishable, except for that little forehead mark. It's not. I don't want to say Star of David, but you know,
Are they like second class citizens? Like
they are perfectly treated equal. So
okay.
in order
They're
to
still
achieve,
branded though.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
to achieve
No,
equality-
then they are kind of a second class citizen, huh?
Yeah, it's more like a fashion thing, honestly. I feel, but like I
Okay.
I'm not. I
Well,
don't
a statement.
study-
Like a statement of pride.
I
Yes,
guess.
there.
I don't really study like human history, so I mean, I'm not about to throw out whatever.
Human history's lame as fuck. Give me Mega Man history.
Mega Man history.
That's what I'm
where I'm
saying.
at. That's where I know. So basically, in order to like achieve this like sort of like equality, Reploids are given mandatory lifespans. They have like roughly like 100 years or so to live, and then they'll
not
just
bad.
kind of randomly just, all right, you're done. It's like a built-in like expiration date where they'll just stop functioning.
Well, humans have that too, so I'm not
Exactly,
weeping over
yeah.
them.
True.
And so that's like one way that they're equal. Another way is that most humans, they don't have to, Like they can opt out of it, but they are technically cyborgs. So you see how like everybody has like weird like black like skin tight clothing?
Yeah.
That's not their skin. That's not skin tight clothing. That is their skin.
No.
Yeah, they have cybernetic
Huh.
like synthetic skin that is like incredibly durable and all that stuff.
So we lost.
You can opt out. You don't have to do it. It's just like most.
Yeah. Well, you can
You have
opt
the
out
right
of
to
the
not do it.
whatever. I don't
Yeah.
buy that.
Also, because most Reploids are like mostly like biomechanical, they can breed with humans.
Hell yeah.
You could put
Robo
your
GF.
human penis in a robot vagina, and you pop out a mostly human baby.
How? No. Never mind. I don't want to know how.
I
shouldn't
don't
ask
know
that.
how, but you can.
I'm sure that. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sure the Lord did not.
Yeah, this is
Stuff
when
like that.
shit goes from like science to magic, pretty much.
That's fair. I mean, at this point in the timeline, that's fine.
Yeah.
They've earned it.
Also, this whole like from this point on, it's like a Saturday morning cartoon. So a lot of shit, like a lot of like the cool stuff, kind of just goes out the window. This is supposed to be more fun. But yeah, you are Ale. You work for Jiro, who is the red guy, as a delivery service, and you are delivering a package to the Guardians. The Guardians are like kind of like a police force. They fight Mavericks, but they're not like evil robot Mavericks. They're like criminals, basically.
Mavericks were like the bandit guys, right?
Yeah. So originally Mavericks were like machines that went against society, and then they were machines that were infected by like a computer virus. But the computer virus no longer exists. Now Maverick is just another word for criminal. Humans can be Mavericks.
Like how the word thug came into English.
Pretty much, yeah.
From that happening in India.
Fun.
So what I'm hearing is basically, in this game, you're the courier, and the NCR is unhappy with you.
In this game, you're the courier, and a bunch of Mavericks show up, and they shoot you off a ledge, and you fall off a cliff.
It happens, to be expected.
Yeah. You survive the fall, and you have the package with you, and Jiro contacts you. He's like, hey, I need you to get that package to the Guardians as soon as you can. They're strong, they're soldiers, they'll be able to protect you. You don't have to worry about it. But as you fall, this is Prairie. She is the leader of the Guardians. She's the one you're supposed to deliver the package to.
Why is she 8?
Do what?
Why is she like 8 years old?
No, she's an adult. She's just, anime.
Yeah, Japan. Yeah, never mind.
Funny thing about Prairie
Pedophile.
is she is actually, if you remember, Alouette from Mega Man Zero, the little girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her all grown up. She changed
Wait,
her name.
really?
Yeah, she changed her name just because. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I dig that. That's cool, actually.
There are
I like
several
that.
moments where she'll make reference to like her big sister, and she's clearly referring to CL.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
That's
she's a
kind of cool.
Reploid, which is why she's lived for so long. Because she's like an important political figure, her like expiration date is like extended.
Oh, that's messed up.
Did he
You
just
can
do
like
that?
if you're like a more important person, they give you more time.
I guess.
Dang.
I mean,
I wish that could happen to me.
they don't really like go in depth into society. They explain like who the leaders are in the next game, but they don't really like talk a whole lot about it.
That's fair.
Yeah. So you're delivering what is known as Biometal Model X, which is that little blue thing. As you are like on the way there, you keep getting attacked by Mavericks, and then you learn that through the power of the Mega System, which stands for like, I don't remember, it's some weird abbreviation. I think I wrote it down. Probably not. But
Oh, I probably gotta go, guys.
yeah.
I did make a little diagram to explain integer overflow to you guys. So I'll leave you with that. My little present for you.
Good chat.
Of course.
I'm so invested right now, you don't even know.
I'm glad to hear that, man. I spent a lot of time on this.
No, listen, I will say, as a teacher who does this kind of shit every day, you're nailing it.
Thanks, brother.
You got me invested. I'm here for it. I'm ready for the end. Let's do it.
Let's go. We're on the second to last series, and like the next, there's 4 more games left, and they're all relatively short.
So we're on ZX right now. So
Yeah, we're on ZX. So
when was that released for what console?
this came out on the Nintendo DS. I want to say like probably like 2011, 2012, maybe.
Probably, yeah. Sounds right.
Yeah. It was. I have like a copy of it, but I don't know if I have the box anywhere. Yeah, it came out like. At this time, they were making so many Mega Man games that like part of the reason they didn't sell very well was because they were making a new one like in like every like 9 months, pretty much. And because they were pumping them out, they were all really good, but there was just like an oversaturation. So that's part of the reason why the sales declined, which has led to like why they don't make them as much.
Plus, as a guy who had a DS, I was a Nintendo gamer for a long time. I don't think they were advertised very well either.
No, not at all.
That sucks, man.
Yeah.
That
Star Force
sucks.
3 got like a lot of advertising, and that's like one of the best ones. But that's the other timeline. I might make a video about the other one if you'd be interested in hearing it.
I would. So we're showing the main timeline right now, right?
Yeah, this is the timeline where Dr. Light was a virgin.
Oh, yeah.
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 The timeline split was because he became a Chad in the other one and had a family.
What a lame-ass loser. Don't do that.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So Ale is able to use the power of the biometal to merge with it and gains all of the abilities of the greatest hero in the past, Mega Man X.
Yes!
So the thing about the biometal is that like it has X's personality, but it doesn't have any of his memories.
Okay.
I'll explain how biometals are created later, but it's weird. So, Ale is supposed to deliver the package to the Guardians. On the way, she's attacked by a bunch of people and whatnot. Bad time all around. But at the end of it, she joins the Guardians because they say they can help her find Jiro because they got separated. So she goes off because she found like his cell phone signal off in like a place, and she goes to go find him, and she gets attacked by this big thing. Big thing gets taken out by this mysterious red guy, and you're like, whoa, who's the mysterious red guy? It's Jiro. Jiro is in possession of biometal model Z.
Ah.
Gives him all the powers of Zero. So he's able to like, double jump and fucking swords and whatnot. So
What a bitch.
Yeah. The way it works is that like biometals can only be like used by people who are like compatible with them. Like you gotta have the same fucking star sign, and you got that like, same blood type or whatever.
Is it hereditary then?
Do what?
Is it like hereditary then?
It's not necessarily hereditary. It's just more like they choose their own wielder. They're kind of like Power Ranger fucking things, where it's just like Mastodon, and then you turn into Mega Man.
Nice.
Yeah, and the people who are capable of using them are called Mega Men.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So only and they can be humans or Reploids, but a Mega Man is like able to use a biometal. So
I see.
Yeah. So you find out that Jiro, who has been like your surrogate father for a very long time, or like your older brother, I guess, also your boss, has always been a member of the Guardians and was like knew that you were compatible with Model X, and so like kind of did like a little bit of a test to be like, hey, do you want to join the Guardians and help us? And Ale is like, what's up? What's your guys' deal? And the deal with them is that they are investigating this man, Serpent. He is the leader of Slither headquarters, which is like they're like the big like the Apple, they're like Apple or like fucking Microsoft or whatever.
I was about to say it just sounds like an evil company.
Yeah, they're a big company that is responsible for like most of the electricity. They utilize the CL system to like power most cities on the planet, and they also have like a strike force which goes out and like fights Mavericks and whatnot, and like stops criminals and stuff like that.
Sure.
But the Guardians, who are like the remnants of like the Resistance base, are like suspicious of him. So like they started like opening an investigation and whatnot to see like what all kind of shit he's up to. And on one mission where you go to investigate, you find him and these two other Reploids, Prometheus and Pandora. They're also Mega Man, but they don't have biometals. They just look like that.
So, but they're like they have powers or whatever, right?
Yeah, they're Reploids. They're like
Okay.
they're as strong as like they're like old type Reploids. Like new Reploids, their whole deal is that they just want to be human. These are like combat Reploids.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. So like they're like the equivalent of having a biometal, but they don't have like a human form they can revert back to. Yeah. So Slither and these guys are like doing some fuck shit. They captured Jiro and they start torturing him and shit and like doing all this crazy nonsense, and you find them and you stop them, but he pulls out this funky little triangle and shines it on Jiro, and Jiro becomes a bad guy.
Why?
Because he got controlled by like whatever device that Serpent had, and
Okay.
you're forced to fight him, and in doing so you basically render him like basically immobile, but you're also pretty heavily damaged. And he's like, I need you to go after Serpent. You have to go after him. You can't let him get away. And Ale is like, I there's nothing I can do. He says, okay, here's what you're going to do. You take my biometal and you use it in conjunction with yours, and it'll give you enough strength to get back up on your feet. And Ale is like, but won't that kill you? And he's like, yeah.
Oh.
And so Ale is like, well, I'm not going to fucking do it. And he's like, do it anyways. So you do. And here's the thing about Model X, is that it's unique in the sense that it also, like Mega Man X, possesses the variable weapon system, which allows you to merge with other biometals.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So you combine the attributes of Mega Man X and Zero to model ZX. So you got like a
Oh shit.
and like all this crazy cool shit. So it's pretty cool. But in doing so, Jiro does unfortunately die.
But the person who gets the biometal, they don't have like the memories of X or Zero, right?
No, the biometals they were made in the image of X and Zero, but they have like the same like personality type, but they don't have any of the memories or the knowledge or anything like that.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. And whoever uses them just gets the power that they had, not anything else.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So you are pretty pissed off at Serpent, and you start doing a bunch of shit. You start trying to fuck up his plans. So
Good.
you want to get into this laboratory that CL's old laboratory, because it has information on that funky little triangle that Dude Man pulled up. But the only way to get in there is to have the passwords. And Prairie tells you that the passwords were locked inside of other biometals. So you need to go collect them. And those biometals are model H, P, F, and L, which are based off of Harpooia, Phantom, Fafnir, and Leviathan. And they give you cool little transformations.
And those are like the bosses in the game, I guess?
No, those are you.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So you beat a boss and you get those, and then you get access to those forms.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But only because you have Model X. So remember, biometals have to be like compatible with a specific person. But because AL has Model X, she can work around that and then just use basically any of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
So you go around, you gather up the biometals, you gain these cool sick forms and use them for like combat and puzzle solving. This game's really fucking fun. And inside CL's laboratory, you discover old videotape where CL, like the video explains that in the wreckage of where where Ragnarok crashed, like where like Zero's corpses and everything like that. The immortality suit that Dr. Vile had that merged with Ragnarok created like this weird metal called biometal, which like they don't explain it because it's like a Saturday morning cartoon, but it's essentially like it's metal that can merge with people as well as holds the personality of like whoever you like imprint upon it. So the little triangle guy is model W, biometal model W, or model Vile.
Oh.
Yeah. And Serpent finds it and is like, hey, I could do some evil shit with that.
Very good.
Yeah. So he starts doing either evil shit with that, and you actually learn that Ale, when she was about 7 years old, she went to an amusement park with her parents, and a bunch of Mavericks showed up and killed her parents, and Slither never showed up to like help them. So that's why Ale has always had like a grudge against them, and that's why she was raised by Giro. And it come to find out that Slither was the one who orchestrated the attack because he wanted to like see what Model W was capable of or some shit.
Fuck, man. I should have seen that coming too.
So yeah, he killed your parents because he's an asshole. That's just like another thing that they just like throw in just cause.
Why not?
Yeah. So now with the knowledge of Model W and with all the biometals, Ale is finally like powerful enough to take on Serpent. So she goes on to Serpent headquarters, and she challenges Serpent. She beats up Prometheus and Pandora, and they're like, "Oh man, this one might be pretty good for the game." And then you're like, "What game?" And you're like, "You'll find out in the sequel." And you're like, "Oh, okay." So
fair, fine.
So that's vague. But you make it up to Slither HQ. You find Serpent with his little biometal Model W. He fuses with it and turns into a freaky, spiky man. I always thought he looked like a duck.
Which guy?
Dude on the top right. So,
honestly, yeah.
Yeah,
he do.
He fuses with the biometal, turns into that.
Yeah, I know he kind of does. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird looking, but yeah, you beat him up. You destroy Model W, and you are visited by the spirit of Giro. So it turns out he didn't die. He turned into a cyber elf. So you have like
how
anime.
Fair. Yeah, no, yeah, good enough. Good enough.
I told you the story drops off after 0.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
but
I'm
yeah,
fine with
so
it.
you have a little heartwarming reunion with everybody. You're like, thanks, Giro, and they're like, oh, you saved the world, congratulations, woohoo, all that fun stuff.
Good for them.
Yeah, and so that brings us to the sequel, Mega Man ZX Advent. So Advent. So this game starts off with Gray, who is a Reploid who wakes up in a laboratory. He has no memories, no knowledge of what's going on. He knows his name is Gray, but that's all he's got. As he's going through the laboratory, Pandora shows up, and she's like, yeah, this game already has too many players, so get lost, kid. And she tries to kill you.
What? Why? What? Just because of that?
Yeah, like you wake up and you're like, what are you talking about? What game? Huh? And she's like, I don't care. And she tries to kill you.
Nice.
Yeah. So you fight her off and you manage to escape. If you play as the girl character, Gray dies fighting Pandora. And if you play as the boy character, Ash, she dies fighting Prometheus. But Gray is the canon one, so.
That's the girl one?
Yeah, there's a girl and then there's a dude.
But the girl one's canon?
No, the dude is canon.
Okay, my bad. Okay.
Yeah. So the other one, she dies tragically, but you wouldn't know about it because you don't play as her.
Oh, never.
It's weird, but yeah. So you fight Pandora and you like escape the laboratory, and you make it. You wake up in a camp, and this is called a hunter camp. Hunters are kind of like the modern day Maverick hunters. They go around, they fight Mavericks, they do like bounties and whatnot. They're just kind of like bounty hunters, but they're pretty cool. You don't really interact with them very much, but they're there. I like the dude with like the weird finger guns on the right.
Yeah, what is that?
It's like a glove, I guess.
I dig it. I don't care.
Yeah. So
The guy in the back is just ruffling his guy's hair.
yeah, and they basically tell you like, hey, I hear you're like trying to figure out what's going on. You can take the next bus to the capital. And Gray's like, yeah, all right. So he hops on a train, heading his way to the capital. And they're like, hey, deliver this package while you're at it. And he's like, yeah, sure. The train gets attacked, and with the help of what the package was, biometal Model A. So you might think that Model A stands for Model Axle from, X7 and X8. You'd be wrong because so you use Model A, and Model A, interestingly enough, also has A-Trans, which is like the ability to like transform, like the same ability that Axel had. Yeah, but it doesn't stand for Model A Axel because it doesn't, which I think is kind of silly. But
it is.
Yeah, you make your way to like. While you're on the train, they keep talking about like, oh, this game of Destiny, the game of Destiny, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is that? I don't understand. And like everybody's just always talking about the game. You think about the game, you lose. Yeah.
Well, fuck.
So you make your way to Legion City, which is like the capital of the world type. It's where the Sage Trinity resides. On your way there, you also encounter a piece of Model W, and you're just like, what the fuck is that? That's freaky. I don't like that. But
fair.
Can't really do anything about it. Oh, you encounter Model W, and that's why you're like, oh, I need to go report this to the Sage Trinity. The Sage Trinity consists of Dr. Albert, Dr. Thomas, and Dr. Mikhail.
I don't like him.
You picking up on that?
Say again?
Dr. Albert, Thomas, and Mikhail.
Oh, like the old guys?
Yeah,
the old ones?
like Dr. Albert Wily, Thomas Light, and Mikhail Cossack.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yo, it's the Cossack guy. Yeah, okay.
That's just like a name. It's nothing like major, but it's
they're not like related.
I like. I think it's cute.
But they're not like from the bloodline or whatever. They're not related.
No, they're not related to them. They're just like they're the three wise men, and just like as a reference, they gave them the names.
I still like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. So while you're there, it's revealed that would you know it? Master Albert is evil.
No way!
So he is orchestrating what he calls the Game of Destiny.
I see.
The Game of Destiny is basically, I'm going to get a bunch of Mega Men, people that are biometal compatible, and I'm going to have them fight. And the last man standing has the right to rule the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So the four major players are Aeolus, who has Model H, Atlas, who has Model F, Thetis, who has L, and Cinerak, who has Model P.
He's an itchy guy.
They stole the biometals from the Guardians while Ale was off doing other shit.
Okay.
Yeah. They just did that.
I mean, might as well, right?
They had nothing better to do. And of course, the last player is Ale from the first game.
Hey!
Yeah,
look at that.
She still has Model ZNX. So you and Ale team up to fight against the other players, because the other ones, they have their own reasons for wanting to rule the world. Like Aeolus is like, oh, I'm the smartest guy on the planet, so I should do it. And Atlas is like, oh, I want humans to get strong. And Thetis is like, oh man, the environment sucks, man. If I was king of the world, I'd make sure we had oceans everywhere. Yeah, and Cinerak is just crazy. So
There gotta be one. There's
yeah,
always one.
he's just crazy. He talks like he doesn't have like he talks in like all capital letters and like very robotic. It's weird. But
Good for him.
Ale and Gray are like, hey, let's like team up and like just go beat up Albert so that we don't have to deal with this shit. And they're like, yeah, okay. So they make their way up to Master Albert, who has gathered all of the debris from like the Ragnarok incident and has formed it into a giant Ouroboros. And he uses that for like ultimate power, and then, but it's not ultimate, and you beat him up. Also, it's revealed that he created both you and Model A, because like you're a Reploid, so he made you, and Model A actually stands for Model Albert, because he wanted you to be his successor, I think. And then you beat him up, and then it's revealed, uh-oh, Master Thomas is also evil.
What? I mean, yeah, fine. I mean, I did not see any of that coming.
This one's not very good.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Also, Prometheus is there. I forgot to mention him.
What does he do?
So Prometheus and Pandora were made by Albert to be like kind of like the referees of the game of Destiny.
Okay.
Just to like, as like an obstacle, like, oh, if you can't beat these two, then you're not strong enough to rule the world.
I mean, fair, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. This one, I don't know. The only important thing about this one is that Master Thomas hints at his plans to like basically flood the world.
What is it like a New World Order type of thing?
No, his plans to literally fill the planet with water.
Does he say why?
No.
Fine. You know what, bro? You do you. You know.
The year 5715.
Jeez, man.
So yeah, 3,000 years have passed.
That's a lot.
So yeah, so this Mega Man Legends came out on like the Nintendo 64.
Oh really?
They never like they set this game at the end of the timeline, and they were like they wanted to give as much like time passage as they could. So they left. Like,
I mean, it's a lot. To be fair,
that's why there's a lot, because they wanted it to be like the very last thing that happens.
All right, before we go into this, because it's the latest one, in a few sentences, what is your opinion on this timeline? And you know, whatever this Legend shit is.
Oh,
is
Legends
it good? Bad?
Legends is great. I love Legends.
Okay, cool. We'll do it then.
ZX is like, so you have like classic to zero is like the magnum opus. Then
Yeah, that shit's great. I like that.
And you have ZX, which is pretty good. It's fine. ZX Advent is where it's like, all right, I don't really care all that much.
Well, I never played it obviously, but from the lore wise, ZX was good. I liked it, but it kind of felt like filler. I guess the best way to put it. I don't know.
The gameplay is really where it matters. So like, they had like a huge uphill battle because they had like all of these like you follow X and Zero for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you haven't introduced new characters, and like you're like, oh, they have the powers of X and Zero, but they're not here. So, yeah, it's weird.
Not bad though. It's okay.
Is also its own story, but it's pretty good. It's a very.
But it's the same timeline, right?
Yeah, it's the same timeline. It's 3,000 years later though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, whatever Master Thomas did or was trying to do, it looks like he succeeded. There's no in-between game, so we don't know what happened. But what we do know is that by the time of Mega Man Legends, almost the entire planet is flooded.
Oh, okay. You know, yeah, I think he succeeded then.
Yeah. So.
Goddamn.
Let's see here. I really should have formatted this document better. So the way society works nowadays is that there are these people called dig outers, and they're like excavators. They fly around on their like ships, and they go to ancient ruins, and they dig out what they call refractor cores, which are like power supplies.
Okay.
And that's where the world gets like almost all of its electricity is from these brave men and women who go out to underground. They go to like these tiny little floating islands, and they explore like the deep underground caverns and like ancient ruins of old civilizations to find power sources. And like your average Joe Schmo just lives in like a small town where like people just chill. This is the most peaceful it gets, because like the bad guys are incompetent pirates in this game.
Fair. You know what?
Yeah.
Good for them.
So
They need a break.
Our story begins with the dig outer known as Rock Volnut, the blue guy, and his adopted sister, Roll Casket.
Roll
Yeah.
and rock.
Rock Volnut
Okay.
and Roll Casket.
Interesting.
Yeah. So they're also joined by Roll's grandfather, Barrel Casket, and Mega Man has a pet monkey named Data.
Hell yeah.
I love Data.
Thank God.
Data's the best thing about this whole fucking franchise. I love Data.
I'm about
I
to
hate
say, it's my
monkeys, I
favorite
love
part.
Data.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Data the monkey. Best monkey. So, yeah, they go around on their ship, the Flutter, and they gather refractor cores, which they sell for money and use to power various electronics around the world.
Their thing is like they dig that shit up.
Yeah, so they explore underground like ruins. They find like there are these just elevators like littered all over the planet that extend below the seawater and like just into like an ancient like underground ruin. And there's just stuff down there. There's also these like patrolling machines called Reaverbots, which are like, you know, big evil guys. They're just like evil. They're like they guard the ruins, so it's pretty dangerous work. You have the dig outer and the spotter. So Roll is like the guy in the chair being like, hey, there's 5 Reaverbots up ahead. You might want to go around. While Rock is you know, in the grass shooting things with his gun.
Nice.
Yeah. So they get a pretty decent haul after one job, but as they're like going down, their ship begins to malfunction and it starts to crash land. And keep in mind, the entire planet is almost water at this point. So they have to do everything they can to find somewhere safe to land. And they find Catalog's Island, which, lucky for them, is a populated island. It's relatively small, but there's people living there. And so they get there, and they're like, well, we need money to fix the ship. So what are we going to do? I know, we'll go explore some ruins nearby, and we'll get some refractor cores. We'll sell them, fix her up good. And, you know, just general peaceful time. So they do that. Along the way, they are attacked by the Bond family. And they are a group of pirates. There's Tron Bon, Teasel Bon, and Bon Bon. Bon Bon is a baby, and he's also a massive robot, which requires a little bit of explaining.
Okay.
So, these are not humans, and these are not Reploids. These are not robots. These are called carbons. So, the thing about carbons is that they are essentially just like eons of commingling between man and machine, to the point where like they are organic, but they can just like slap on robot limbs and be fine.
So okay, at this point then, like the robots and the humans, they can like interbreed.
There are no robots, there are no humans, there are carbons. They are just
Okay.
like, yeah. So like Mega Man or Rock can just take his hand off and just like he can put on like an organic hand.
So everyone at this point is just a carbon? They've
Yeah,
just like
everyone is a carbon. So like
I see.
Yeah, like Bon, the big yellow guy in the bottom left, like the massive yellow guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a baby. They just took the baby and like he was born that way. He popped out
What a
like that.
fucking freak, dude.
It's weird, yeah. So like it's hard to explain because they're sometimes you're born like kind of human-y, sometimes you're born kind of robot-y, but you just have the ability to just like pop your leg off and like have a big robot leg if you wanted to.
And like, are people like chill with this at this point?
Yeah, this is everybody. Every single person on the planet is this.
Oh, so it's just life now.
It's just life.
Okay, fair, fine, yeah.
This is so like humans and Reploids start like commingling in like 2,300 or like 2,500, and the year is now 5,700.
Oh, so yeah, it's been enough time.
This has been going on for a while.
You know what? Fair. Honestly, lore-wise, that makes total sense.
Yeah, humans and robots are the same thing. They're carbons. Because they're carbon-based life forms.
Good enough for me?
Yeah. So they land on Catalog's Island. They encounter the Bond family, who they're there just like doing pirate stuff. They're looking for the ultimate treasure called the Mother Lode. Now, the Mother Lode is just like it's believed to be like a refractor core so big that it'll power the world forever.
Oh,
and,
by like infinite energy?
Yeah, it's like not infinite, but there's just so much of it that it might as well be infinite. And that's
like foreseeable future.
Yeah, that's like a urban legend that goes around. Like you sit down in the pub and you're like, I heard tale of that there Mother Lode.
Nice.
Yeah, and so the Bond family believe that there's a clue on Catalog's Island, and remember, rock and roll just happened to crash land there, so they hear about that and they start looking too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Bond family is also they have a group of minions called Servbots, the little Lego dudes. They're super fun. They're super charming.
Which guys?
The little yellow guys at the bottom left.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Servbots.
I like them.
I love
They
them.
seem cute.
They're super cool.
Also, just for clarification, rock and roll at this point are that new breed of cross section.
Yeah, they are carbons.
Carbons, yeah.
Yeah. So they just happen to be named rock and roll.
Is that a coincidence, or are we gonna get to that?
I think it's a coincidence.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, it's so far from the timeline that I can't say for certain, but
I mean, it's thousands or hundreds of years later. I mean,
yeah,
that's totally fair.
yeah. So while they're bebopping all over Catalog's Island, looking for the Mother Lode, Mega Man gets a clue, and ends up going to like these ruins down like in the center of the island, where he meets up with like this strange robot dude, and he looks at Rock, and remember Rock his whole life he's just been a digger, a dig outer. He goes around. This is all he's ever known.
Right.
And this big robot is called Mega Man Juno.
Okay.
And Mega Man Juno just goes up to Rock and is just like, "Oh hey, Mega Man Trigger, how are you today?" And he's like, what? What are you talking
Fair
about?
reaction.
Yeah, he's like, who? My name is Rock. And he's like, oh, I see. Well, you must be here to check up on our extermination unit. Well, you'll be happy to know that the unit is working perfectly fine, and we'll be able to eradicate all life on the island within a matter of about 1.5 minutes. And,
Oh shit!
and Rock is like, what? No, you're not doing that. And
Yeah,
then
don't do
Juno's
that.
Like, oh, I see you're defective. Well, that's understandable. Well, I suppose we'll just have to eradicate you as well. And
What?
Yeah, he just starts murking, bro, and you're like, what the hell is going on with this dude?
Does he kill Rock?
Yeah, Rock is like, hey, so Mega Man Juno, the purple guy, is talking to Rock. He said,
Right.
he calls Rock Mega Man Trigger, and is like,
What?
oh, you're not here to like check up on us? Well, we'll go ahead and enact the eradication plan.
What? Okay, go on.
So
Okay.
you beat him up, and the eradication plan is like about to like enact. But out of nowhere, Data the monkey shows up, and
Hell yes.
pushes some keys on the keyboard, and it's like, oh, eradication aborted.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and Data is just like, Rock is just like, what the hell just happened? What did you do? And Data is like, oh, you don't remember this, but that's okay. It'll all be explained in due time.
What?
Yeah.
The monkey says that?
The monkey can talk. The monkey has always been able to talk. But
I
yeah,
didn't
the
know
monkey
that.
just says, oh, you don't remember, but we'll explain in due time.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. So you find enough refractor cores to get off the island, and you just continue about your merry way. And that leads us to Mega Man Legends 2, where a lot of stuff gets like revealed and like starts to make sense.
Okay, before we get into that,
Yeah.
what is your opinion of the Mega Man Legends games? Good or no?
They end on a cliffhanger, which frustrates me. But everything
But like
the
gameplay wise.
oh, it's super fun. They're
Okay.
They're like a third person like action adventure game, kind of like
Ooh.
it's a little hard to compare it to anything, but they play really fun. They're like a puzzle game, kind of like a dungeon crawler as well.
Okay, yeah.
I think they're really fun, and I think they're really worth playing.
Okay, fair enough. And what system is this on?
PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm just curious. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So, Mega Man Legends 2. So, one thing I forgot to mention in the first game is that the reason Roll lives with her grandfather, Beryl, is because her parents both went missing on an excursion one time. They were also dig outers. And Beryl was actually their spotter. So when they both went missing, he was like, what the hell happened to my daughter and her husband? And Roll is like, what happened to my parents? And stuff like that. So it's revealed that they were last seen on the unknown island, or the mysterious island. And one of Beryl's old like colleagues, this dude, has created a massive ship called the Sulphur Bottom. Now, the reason the unknown island is so hard to explore is because it's surrounded by a massive typhoon 24/7. But the Sulphur Bottom...
But always?
Yeah, always. Like, it's almost unnatural. And the Sulphur Bottom is the first ship that's, like, strong enough to withstand even the hurricane. So it can sail just straight through it and just land on the island.
Oh.
Yeah. And right as they're about to land on the island, this chick shows up on a robot dragon and just like lands in front. Like she blows a massive hole in the side of the ship, lands on the ship, and says, "Do not go to this island under any circumstances. It is too dangerous for anyone to go there." And then she fucks off. And,
dude, I'm just if a robot dragon landed on my ship and said that, I would turn around.
Yeah.
I'd be like, nah, no way.
And Roll gets a good look at this woman, and she's like, "Oh fuck, that's my mom." And like, yeah. So Roll isn't there. She's watching, like, she and Rock are watching a news broadcast on it.
Oh.
But the second she sees that, she immediately grabs the ship and heads straight for the Sulphur Bottom, and is like, "What the hell is going on?"
Damn, yeah. I don't blame her.
So, you learn, you get there, and the Sulphur Bottom is too damaged to, like, fly into the storm. But they do have another option. They have these things called, like, drop pods, which are, like, you basically, like, you shoot out of a cannon, and it, like, slowly propeller lands down onto the island. And that's how her parents got there the first time. And, like, went missing, because, like, they didn't really have a way to get back, I guess.
Oh, yeah, one way, yeah.
Yeah. So they figured that out, and Rock and Roll are like, all right, we have to do this. We need to figure out what's going on. So they use the drop pads, and they get onto the island, and they find this lady sleeping in, like, a frozen pod on the island. And they're like,
okay,
oh, that's weird. The island is very small. It's probably, like, maybe like a mile wide. So this is like the only thing for miles, and they're like the only thing on there, and they're like, oh shit, I guess this is important. We'll take her back to the ship.
I mean,
They
yeah.
take her back to the ship, and she's like, she explains that her name is. Let me. There's two of these girls, and they have like very similar names. Her name is Sarah, like Sera, and
That's the worst way to spell.
yeah. So she explains like, hey, if you find these like 4 magic keys hidden around the world and come back to the island, it'll lead you to the Motherlode. And everyone's like, oh, cool, that's awesome. So like the Bonds find out about it, and you fight them to get the keys. And they have like a guy who's like has a bunch of penguins. You fight him too. Fun time for all.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
Everything that isn't the main plot in these games is super fun, cute, and charming.
I love that.
Yeah. So
That's a good middle ground.
yeah, you get all the keys. Let's see here. Yeah, you get all the keys. Make your way to the island, and it's revealed that like Sarah was basically using you, and she uses the keys to like get into this facility and like go straight down, and then Roll's mom shows up, and it's just like, I fucking told you not to go there, you idiots! What is wrong with you? I literally said specifically, don't fuck with this, and now you've unleashed the demon that can never be unleashed. And Roll is like, hey, mom, how you doing? And the lady's like, oh, I'm not your mom, but I kind of am. So this is where she is just like, yeah, I'm not your mom, but I kind of am, but I'll explain all that later. She hops on. Oh, I forgot to mention, other chick escapes on a gold dragon, which is like
That's
identical to the silver dragon that Roll's mom had. So you're like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So you're like, oh, what's up with that?
That's cool.
So Mega Man or Rock hops on the silver dragon with Roll's mom and chases after Yuna or Sarah, and she explains that she is actually a girl named Yuna. Yuna is like, she's like the same kind of being as Sarah, but she explains like, okay, you don't remember me, Mega Man Trigger, but here's where I'm about to drop some lore dump on you. So, let's see here. Also, the dragons have human forms. Their names are Geets and Gats. They don't do anything, but I like Geets and Gats.
I like those names. That's nice.
So, long time ago, you and I and Sarah all lived on Elysium, a space station right outside of Earth. We lived there with the Master. The Master is the last living human.
Okay.
Yeah, the last like pure-blooded, like straight up human.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So the plan was, after like the world got flooded, humanity went to live on like a space station, and because there wasn't enough space for all of them, they just put like their DNA up there to like be cloned or awakened or something like that.
Fair.
And the Master was like tasked with overseeing everything, and so long as like he was living on Elysium, he was basically immortal. So there was like this, he could live for as long as he needed to. He can watch over everything, and the second that Earth was habitable again, he would bring back humanity, and they would retake the planet, recolonize, all that good stuff. But while on board, he was accompanied by his good friend Mega Man Trigger, who yeah, he and Mega Man Trigger were, best buds. They hung out all the time. They chatted. They did stuff. Yuna and Sarah were there too. It was all a good time. And,
Do they remember that?
they remember it. Rock does not.
Why? Do we know why?
I'll get to why.
Okay, sorry. Yeah,
You're
sorry.
good. So this is Yuna explaining to Rock what happened.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So she's like, the master took care of us, and here's how the hierarchy went. Right. Yuna and Sarah are like, they're part of the master system. The master system is the plan to recolonize Earth. So Yuna and Sarah are there to like safeguard it. Geets and Gats are there to safeguard them. Mega Man Trigger is the one who says, do it, and the master tells Trigger when to do it. So basically the way the system was going to work was the master, like Yuna and Sarah are machines. They are straight up like computerized machines. They have like no say over when to initiate the master system. The only person who can do it is Mega Man Trigger. He's the trigger.
Right.
And he would only do it if the master told him to. So while they were like up there on Elysium, the master slowly started to like notice that there were like life forms popping up on the planet unexpectedly. And they were carbons. They were the carbons. And the master thought, he watched them, he studied them, and he was like, this is strange, because they are more human than we ever were. Because
how so?
He doesn't really elaborate, but I assume in that period after like the world got flooded, humanity was just like, you know, I mean, they led to the world being flooded, so that's kind of like,
well, yeah.
While the carbons are like, they live peaceful lives. They just go out grocery shopping. They explore. They have fun. Some of them are adventurous, but like, violence isn't really a thing. Crime isn't really a thing. Like, it's as peaceful as it gets. The only like bad thing about the society is that they don't have an unlimited power supply, but they have like hopes and dreams of finding one. That's what the Motherlode is. It's a fairy tale to like inspire hope for people. And
yeah.
It's just like, this is the time when this is the most peaceful it's been since before Dr. Light. And the master like kind of recognizes that. He's like, these people have more of a right to this planet than a bunch of cloned humans from a test tube do. And he decides, like, I want to meet these people. So he's like, hey, Mega Man Trigger, I want you to take me down to Earth so that I can interact with these people. And he does, and he like, his love for them like grows even more. And he's like, it's not right to erase these beings for us to like take over. And
yeah,
because the master's like just a cool guy, and so he's like, all right, Mega Man Trigger, I hereby order you to destroy the master system.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, this is your order. And after being away for Elysium for so long, the master dies. He turns into a little spirit ball and flies away.
Wait, is that why he dies? Because he's just away from Elysium?
Yeah, well, he's thousands of years old.
But like the reason he dies is he wasn't.
Yeah, so like
around.
Elysium had like this synthetic atmosphere thing type going on that basically made him immortal, and he had been living for thousands of years. But because he like left Elysium to like interact with these people, and like he came to realize like this isn't right, he turned into a spirit ball and flied away.
What a G, man! I respect that.
Yeah, Master was cool. So Mega Man Trigger was like, all right, this is my mission now. I was ordered to destroy the Master System. It's what I intend to do. Yuna was on board with this. Sarah was not. So Sarah and Mega Man had like this big epic fight on the Forbidden Island. And
oh shit!
Yeah, and at the same time, that is when Roll's parents landed on the island. And they help Mega Man because they learn about what's going on, and Sarah like basically like picks up the dad and like throws him way the fuck off the island. And,
damn.
Basically mortally wounds Matilda, Roll's mom.
What? How?
Like just stabs her, I guess. I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah. So yeah, Yuna, in order to save Matilda, puts like her nano machines and basically like kind of possesses her, and like is keeping her alive so long as she's like inside of her, kind of controlling her, sort of thing. It's weird, but like that was like the only thing that she could do at the time. And Sarah was locked away in that ice prison, and Mega Man was also severely damaged. So, in order to like, basically, Yuna understood that because Sarah was captured, the Carbons were no longer under threat. Yuna was like, she realized that like Sarah was captured, so she's no longer under threat. The Carbons are no longer under threat. Mega Man is the only person who can activate the Master System, and he's mortally damaged. So she is able to repair him, but she decides to take his memories and lock them away inside of Data the Monkey.
What? Why?
Because she knew that the Master wanted Mega Man to live life as a Carbon, to be like accepted. So like the only person who could activate the system no longer has any knowledge about the system. The only person who wants to activate the system is trapped in an icy prison forever.
Yeah.
And Yuna is there to watch over it. So she's like, okay, this is peace. This is about as close to destroying the Master System as we're going to get.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. That is until, the issue with the Sulfur Bottom, where Rock and Roll land there. They set Yuna free, or Sarah free. And now, like, unbeknownst to all of them, this crazy shit's happening. So it's, like, centrifugal like that. And so now that Sarah is out and about, they have no choice but to go up to Elysium and basically kill her. And destroy the Master System for good this time.
Good.
Yeah. So, Mega Man heads on up there. He fights Sarah. She turns into, like, a big, scary lady. And he beats her up. But she doesn't die. She kind of, like, sees the error of her ways, I guess. And they have, like, this happy little reunion type deal. And, yeah. The Master System is destroyed. The Carbons are safe. The Master got what he wanted. The only downside is the teleportation device is broken. So Mega Man is now trapped on Elysium. Alongside Roll's mother, Matilda, who desperately wants to go back and see her daughter. And
Fuck.
yeah, so working alongside Tronbon, Roll, Tron, and Data are trying to make spaceships, like a rocket ship, to get up to Elysium to pick up Mega Man and hunt back down. And it's interesting because, like, after like the orbital elevator shit and the space colony Erasa shit, space travel was just like kind of lost to the ages. So like, they don't know how to do it, so they're trying to figure it out.
I like that.
Yeah. And then
Cool.
Mega Man Legends 3 got canceled, and we'll never have a conclusion to the story.
God damn it, bro! You keep doing that. Well, I guess
stuck
it's
on the moon.
fault. Well,
He's stuck on the moon forever.
shit.
Yeah.
And that was what? That last game was like 09 or something?
Bro, like fucking like 98.
Oh, Jesus. That was so far off.
Like this was Super Nintendo, like PS1 era. This is like the timeline. They had plans on making Legends 3. So this is where like the drama happened.
Okay, yeah, lay it on
Keiji
me.
Inafune, the creator of Mega Man, who worked at Capcom, started a bunch of projects. They didn't sell very well because they were releasing a Mega Man game like every couple of months and just oversaturated the market.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. They announced when the 3DS was being released that like the big flagship 3DS launch title was going to be Mega Man Legends 3.
What?
Yeah, that was like it was like a big deal. And Legends
And then there were no launch titles for 3DS.
Yeah, that was like it was like a big like partnership deal they were doing. And then Keiji Inafune left Capcom after like basically starting that. And Capcom was like, you can't just leave in the middle of a project and expect us to pick up the slack. And so kind of out of like necessity, kind of out of the fact that the old games didn't sell that well, kind of out of the fact of spite, they just canceled every project he was working on.
So wait, why did he leave again?
I don't know. I think he wanted to start his own company, or he was just sick of making Mega Man games every 3 days.
I mean, I get it, yeah, but like at least I don't know, finish it, like follow it through. Holy shit!
Yeah, he left to start his own company, and he made a spiritual successor to Mega Man called Mighty Number 9.
Oh my god, I remember. Yeah,
Yeah, and the marketing was terrible. The Kickstarter backing was terrible. Everything about it was terrible. And,
well, I've seen the gameplay of that game, and it does not look
wasn't
good.
very good either.
Yeah,
It
did not look.
was a mess.
Damn,
Yeah,
that sucks, bro.
it does. But yeah, it is on the bright side. Capcom is doing more Mega Man stuff, just not the stuff that anybody wants them to be doing. They're
Yeah,
releasing a bunch of collections and like mobile games, and it's like just give us the thing that we asked for, please.
No, I agree.
Yeah, and
God damn it, bro. I feel you.
it doesn't help that the fans are very much like, kind of like mad and angry, like yelling, like screaming, "Give us the thing, give it to us."
I mean, yeah, that's not productive, but they kind of had the right to be. They kind of left everyone on a fucking cliffhanger.
Yeah,
That's not great. That sucks. But hey, you know what, bro? I love that was a fucking lecture right there. I appreciated that.
well, I appreciate that, brother man. I worked a lot on it, and I feel like I've been standing here for like 6 hours.
You've been standing this whole time,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, my knee hurts.
I mean, respect. I respect it, but holy shit. But no, dude. Like, let me tell you, as a teacher, someone who lectures all day, you fucking nailed that shit, bro. You had me invested the whole time. You got to my level. You got the lore down. That was good.
Hell yeah. Do you have any like last minute questions or?
God, there's so much. There's so much information in my head right now. I guess okay. So let's just recap real quick, right?
Yeah. Well,
So we had
we'll do
Era
lightning
1.
round.
right. Holy shit.
Yeah. So
So yeah, we had Era 1, we had Wily, we had Light, and then we had all the OGs,
yeah.
and they did their shit. And then yeah, the Russian guy, and he was good, turns out.
Yeah.
And we got through that.
Dr. Wily got sick and felt bad, so he gave robot flu cure.
Which is interesting, but fine. Like I accept that. And then yeah, the X characters, which is, I mean, not a hot take. I don't think my favorite era. That was the best.
Two bros, they died. It was sad.
They
Not one was
died.
there.
Those guys are
Iris,
fine.
what am I fighting for? I just had to kill the love of my life.
What am I going? No. Yeah, no, that was good.
Yeah. Space
Yeah, Legless
Colony.
guy and the space station. He was cool.
High Max was like trying to throw Zero under the bus, but he hit himself while he repaired himself, so it was cool.
Yeah, he was fine.
Yeah.
And then yeah, my dad.
Yeah, your dad was there with a facial scar, and then
Good for him.
Boba Fett goes to the moon that time.
Yeah.
Sick
And then
of-
that's a guy apparently, which I still don't understand, but I'll
Oh,
accept
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Oh fuck it! Is that what's his fuck? The green guy turned into the black guy.
Yeah.
But what's his name?
Sigma.
Sigma. Yeah, Sigma. He was cool. He was probably my favorite antagonist. He was nice. And then yeah, he turned into that guy. They killed him. Boo hoo. No, there's more X stuff though, right?
Yeah, sorry, my buddy's blowing up my phone. I was supposed to go get dinner a little while ago. But
Oh, sorry.
no, it's cool, man. Yeah, man. Tell you what, how about this? You just like think on it, and any questions you got, you can just text me, man, and I'll see if I can elaborate as best I can.
No, that's fair. Okay, yeah, I gotta like absorb all this, dude. This is because I for real I never knew how deep the Mega Man lore went, man. But I'm glad I found out. This is crazy shit.
Yeah, I'm glad I could open your eyes to my wonderful world.
Yes, sir. Well, yeah. Thank you for bearing with me because I had
Thank
no
you for
context
bearing with me,
coming in.
dude. I've been wanting to rant about this forever.
I dig it. If you ever want to do a what other timeline like Battle Network presentation, I'm down for that too.
Hell yeah, brother. I'll get to work on it right away.
Sure you will. I believe you.
Yes, sir. All right, bro.
Hey, man, for
I'll
real.
catch you on the flippy flip.
Yes, I enjoyed this for real, man. Thank you for doing all this.
I'm glad. That genuinely makes me happy.
Thank you. Yeah. And again, it's a lot of stuff. I don't understand everything yet. I have to like absorb stuff, but I got the basics and I'm into it.
Hell yeah. All right, man.
All right, man.
Take it easy.
Well, hey, have a good dinner. I love you.
Love you too.
See you, bro.